Okay, so thank you so much for having us, putting our paper on the program. This is called Geopolitical Risk and Foreign Dependence in Global Shipping, joint work with Fernando Lebovitzi and Wang Wong, both of which are here, and the usual disclaimer applies. So this is going to be a bit of a common sort of like motivation. Maritime transport is a critical input to global supply chains and international trade. More than 80% of world trade by volume moves by sea, tiny bit less than if you're measuring it by value. So maritime routes are the backbone of physical trade, the critical infrastructure that we rely on in order to make international trade work. Now, maritime geography and the underlying economies of that industry means that flows on that maritime network are often highly concentrated, and a small set of routes and choke points, geographic choke points, you might have one in mind when I'm talking about this, they are going to be an important part of that maritime network and the underlying system. And fleet ownership and operations, as we're going to show you today, are also incredibly concentrated. Concentrated flows create naturally large exposure to individual network segments. So you really want to think about how asymmetric the dependence of the trade flows are in that network. And geographic and ownership concentration create potentially geopolitical leverage points. So together, they can create absolute vulnerabilities to countries that rely on this network for trade. There's a second notion of vulnerability that we're also going to highlight today, which is that vulnerability can also arise from asymmetries. That stuff currently is a bit more popular in Europe than it is over here, but of course the idea that is embedded into many geoeconomics consideration, the idea by Hirschman that asymmetric trade flows can potentially create vulnerability in geopolitical leverage points, that can also apply to transportation networks, where transportation networks can both create asymmetric flows and high concentration of flows. So there's a potential for strategic disruptions. So what this paper then does, today we're going to do sort of like two ways of stating this. There's a measurement exercise with theory. So we're going to do some sufficient statistics stuff for maritime vulnerability and how to think about both absolute vulnerabilities and strategic vulnerabilities. So we're going to document how large and asymmetric is foreign dependence across global shipping routes and fleets. And we're hopefully going to give you a bit of a taxonomy on how to think about vulnerability in these networks. And the second thing is that we're going to do a quantitative exercise with a quantitative model where we ask what are the welfare effects from disruptions. And we're going to flesh that out across different dimensions. Now, just to give you an overview of how we do this, the first part is going to be a sufficient statistic for maritime vulnerability. This generalizes previous results that we had in single country quantitative spatial equilibrium models with endogenous transportation cost. We're going to generalize that to n-country models, and we're going to derive a maritime vulnerability statistic that is effectively a sufficient statistic for the welfare effect of disaggregated disruptions. These welfare effects I'm going to show you are going to take the form where you can measure exposure in terms of traffic at the disaggregate level, and you want to think about the strength of disruption plus additional terms of trade effects. Then,
the way you phrase it looks like it's a sort of first order.
Yes, it's going to be a first order thing.
Some of these disruptions could potentially be...
Yes, they could potentially be large, which is why later on we are building a full-on quantitative model that can also trace out the nonlinearities of reallocative effects, inefficiencies, and so on. So this one is the stuff that motivates the data section, and then later on the full structural exercise. But yes. The second part is relative vulnerability. So we're going to then combine this with a small geo-economic game. It's not even super fleshed out. We're really just thinking about a simple decision where a foreign decides whether to disrupt a part of the network and puts a positive welfare weight on harming a home country. And what this means is that you get this ratio comparison between the home welfare loss versus the foreign welfare loss that then endogenously sort of like creates a vulnerability that comes from strategic considerations. And using the same approximation as above, what you then want to compare is the relative traffic, the relative disruption, and the relative terms of trade effects. We're then going to take this to the data. We're going to use vessel registry data that is somewhat commonly used, but we're going to use in particular really detailed information on vessel characteristics and crucially the information on port rotations. If you're thinking about, so I think the classic sort of like explanation is container ships are like buses are running on fixed routes, the port rotations are the fixed routes that are dominating the schedule and the capacity of the maritime network. We're then going to also show you on how we can think and measure disruptions. We're going to look at both geographic disruptions, so actual bottlenecks, to what extent are you relying on different bits of the maritime network in order to provide that transportation service. And then we're also going to look at builder and operator, sort of like transportation supply disruptions that can also create vulnerability. We're then going to do a quantitative exercise. We're building I guess like a state-of-the-art spatial equilibrium model with endogenous routing. And the key part here is that not only are we going to have endogenous routing, which gives you transportation demand on a disaggregated network, but we're also going to have a supply side where there's going to be fleet transportation assets that are going to be rented by individual operators, and they're providing disaggregated transportation services across the network. And then with that in hand, we're going to then do different scenarios. We're going to look at the effect of geographic closures, service withdrawals, or policy fees. And the key sort of like insight that I want you to take away from this is that, sometimes we think about these vulnerabilities in terms of sort of like pure bottleneck terms. That's how we think about disruptions. But actually, if you want to think about sort of like the economic vulnerability, you have to think both about exposure and disruption, and you have to measure both. Right, so it's both the traffic term and the disruption term that matters. And then the second insight here is that absolute vulnerability is not necessarily strategic vulnerability. So I'm going to go through a nice little case study that we have on the comparison between the East and South China Sea. Both are incredibly important for trade, but one is serving the US and therefore less strategically vulnerable than the South China Sea, which is not serving the US and therefore more strategically vulnerable through the lens of our model. And I'm going to show you a cute exercise of what that implies for military efforts by China. All right, there's a related literature. Let me pause and see if there's questions.
Going back to that slide, just as a kind of thing, how much does a quantitative model add over the statistics for your findings? Does it really matter, or is your first order getting you most of the way there?
Great question. So we're still working on some of the direct comparison because I'm going to show you that the way that we're constructing traffic right now is a bit heuristically done. So we are working on fine-tuning that and doing the exact comparison. The quick answer is, when you're doing this sort of like exercise and you're putting the full kind of like multiplier effects into it, the deviation between the whole insufficient statistic stuff and the multiplier effect can be as large as, depending on the size of the shock, of course, but I would say the number that would be coming from our other paper, which would be around 20 to 30%. So it can be pretty sizable, and more importantly, it can disturb the ranking of different parts of the network. Cool. Any other questions before I move on? Yeah.
I was curious, from a policy standpoint, is laissez-faire optimal up to standard terms of trade consideration, or do you have in mind that because of the choice points, you may be held up by the other country, the sort of thing that John McLaren was talking about? I didn't see that on the slide.
So here I'm speculating a bit, and we should talk more about it afterwards. So there's two different things that are going on here. You have, of course, terms of trade effects. You have the natural sort of like optimal tariff motive. Then I think there's sort of like a more interesting notion, and then you have sort of like additional inefficiencies that might actually drive policy incentives that are interesting. This stuff here, you would need to flesh out a bit more on how exactly you're thinking about the Nash equilibrium, which I think we're going to reserve for future work. But I think there's a lot of interesting questions. So today, a bit more of a measurement exercise as a first step, and then more conversations to be had. All right, so let me go into section 1, the sufficient statistic and how we derive this. So this is going to be relatively standard. There's going to be an efficient baseline quantitative spatial equilibrium model, and the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to flesh a tiny bit out more where we get the envelope condition on the transportation sector. So we're going to have multiple countries. Each country is divided into multiple locations, and each location has an exogenous productivity and amenity component. There's going to be CES demand, so we're going to be in the Armington world, and there's going to be a transportation cost that we're going to microfound. There's going to be linear production, and labor is the only factor of production, and there's going to be perfect mobility within countries but not between countries, so you're going to get welfare equalization. One welfare scalar is pinning down the welfare for each country, and you're going to get welfare ratios between different countries that are related to the terms of trade effects. Then we're going to flesh out the transport layer a tiny bit more. I'm going to be sort of like a bit high viewpoint on this, but basically the way that you want to think about it is there's a competitive transportation sector. The competitive firms rent fleet capacity from a fixed supply, and then they supply edge services, and then there's a market clearing rental price in the background, and service prices then determine the edge-specific cost of traversing the network. That's going to be the kappa E. And then you're going to have an additional firm that is then looking at this problem. They're going to think about how to solve the optimal routing problem on this network. The right-hand side there, minimizing the cost of traversing that network, loading, doing the renting, and then loading different per unit shipments onto that network. And that's going to give you a nice, efficient cost minimization problem on the transportation side that you can use in order to characterize what is in the routing envelope condition. So there's going to be a Shepard's lemma that we can use on the transportation side, the zeta, which means that the change of a transportation cost into the tau is going to be exactly given by the cost share on that optimized route. Okay, so all of this to say it's a really kind of like simple, it's a relatively simple baseline in order to get this result on here. Now, if you give me this result, what I can do is I can characterize to a first order and derive the welfare of country M when there's a disaggregated disruption. Think about a strait closure or a policy fee that might be happening in the background. All I do is I'm going to sum over all of the trade that is happening. On the trade side, we have the standard sufficient statistic, which are the trade shares. And then I'm thinking about disruptions that are happening and changing my underlying kappa E's, and I can use the zeta E in order to characterize the direct effect, the efficient effect, and then there's some addition in terms of trade effects, which you can also characterize in closed form, but I'm not going to go into details right now. If you're then rearranging stuff, so you're switching around the sum operators, you're looking over all the traffic that is then being routed from all destinations into all destinations in your country and all origins, then what you're going to get is you're going to get a traffic exposure term. And that's really just exploiting the envelope condition. So what you're going to get in from this is this really nice first order statistic where at the end of the day the direct effect is just given by the traffic exposure times the disruption elasticity. All right, and that's what we want to trace out in the data. Questions about this? Yeah.
Is there congestion in this model?
No. Right now, no, but later in the quantitative model, potentially yes. I don't think we've integrated it in the latest iteration, but we're going to do it in the future because we have it estimated from the previous paper. Yes. All right. So, how do we think? Yes.
Is there kind of a micro foundation where this kappa E's come from?
Yeah, sorry, so we can put you right on the system of how the rental markets are functioning. It's just you need to make sure that everything is efficient and there's re-entry conditions and so on. But other than that, there's equations I can show you and I can go into detail, but it's just supposed to be an efficient allocation of transportation assets across the space.
Because I thought one of the problems was that countries are running trade deficits and surpluses, so empty containers wash up on some shores and on the others. And some of these raw imbalances are really costly. So it's not just the bilateral things.
No, that's how myself work on this. So yeah, totally to that point. Right now we are writing, so this is the starting point for the sufficient statistic. simplistic. I'm going to give you a bit more detail on how we're setting up the quantitative model. But the quantitative model is also not going to have these full imbalances. We're working on an extension where you can actually internalize these full imbalances and think about the rotation as a supply factor on the maritime side. So it's work in progress, that part, but happy to talk more about it. All right, so how do we think about disruptions? I'm going to talk about 3 different types of disruptions, but just to fix an example, think about getting a shipment from China origin to Valencia. You might be routing via Singapore, and now we're going to go through different disruptions. Imagine there's a geographic disruption, so normally you would be, so this is actually, we're going to work with hexagonal tessellations later on. This is why I'm showing you this map in particular. You're going to be routing on the shortest path normally, but imagine that there's a straight disruption. That straight disruption then implies a detour. That detour is going to increase the transportation cost on that individual edge. You might be rerouting in terms of the adjustment, but the nice part about the envelope condition is that that is all governed, already incorporated into the traffic share, so there's the right way of measuring the welfare incidence. But on the edge, you can then, with this exercise, think about quantifying this disruption and the increase in transportation cost that might occur. The second one that we're going to do, that I'm going to talk about, is operational disruptions. So on each one of these edges, you can choose between different companies that might be serving you. And now imagine that China is withdrawing their supply. You're going to get a supply shock on that individual edge, and you're going to trace out what that means for your overall transportation cost and the equilibrium in the shipping market. And then finally, we're also going to talk about policy later on. Okay.
But in the way you set it up,
Yep.
Costco leaving is just a random event.
Yes,
So
so it's just going to be a change in the fundamental. I'm going to motivate it a tiny bit through sort of like the geoeconomic lens right now, but in the context.
But it's not an economically strategic event.
No. Right now, we just want to trace out the welfare effects of what happens if that happens. And then there's, I think, a broader question on sort of like under which conditions is this optimal, what are the policy implications? Yeah. All right. So then on top of this, we're also going to think about these relative vulnerabilities. Here we're just going to set up a really simple geoeconomic game. A foreign country is thinking about whether to disrupt the maritime network. They're choosing between open trade and disruption. Think about either an operational, geographic, or policy disruption. Normally, there's some welfare that is being generated by the trade system in the baseline. We're going to normalize that to 0. And then what they're effectively doing, we're going to work with the political rate high. They are basically comparing what is the welfare cost to them if they're disrupting, because if they're disrupting the maritime network, they're going to incur trade losses also. But then in some states of the world, depending on the draw of the kite, they might also want to hurt the home country. So they are going to compare these 2 different elasticities appropriately weighted. And what you can show is that then all that matters is that there's a cutoff probability, a cutoff shock that is going to make that country indifferent between attacking and non-attacking, or disrupting and non-disrupting, which is pinned down by the relative welfare elasticities of these 2 countries. So this is the Hirschman idea that asymmetries can create endogenous vulnerabilities. If there's parts of the maritime network where it's relatively easy for me to disrupt and impose welfare costs on the other country without disrupting myself, then that creates endogenously strategic vulnerabilities. And then this gives us a natural way of thinking about measurement, because we can construct this through the sufficient statistic in closed form. And what you effectively want to think about is the relative traffic, the relative disruption, and the relative terms of trade effects that matter when you're thinking about the sufficient statistic.
So I was just wondering on the cost side of the disruption, it's the heterogeneity, which you might imagine that would vary with military power, how easy it is, like the Houthis can disrupt around the Red Sea, but if ports disrupt in the South China Sea, they're going to confront China or the US. And so are you kind of thinking about heterogeneity, and when I disrupt, do I take into account the military?
So we're not gonna, so similar to Andy's point, today we're just gonna think about these sort of like as fundamentals in the model, and we're gonna trace out the welfare implications of different disruptions. So it's more a diagnostic exercise. But in the future, I think there's a lot of interest in digging into this further and also thinking about the cost side a bit more. All right, so how do we measure vulnerabilities? We're gonna then construct, absolute exposure, strategic exposure, and these different disruption events in our data. The sufficient statistic points to two different things. So imagine that I'm now abstracting from the terms of trade effects, so I'm coming back later in the quantitative model, and I'm only looking at an individual edge, so a small segment. What do I want to trace out? I want to trace out the relative traffic, and I want to trace out the relative disruption elasticities in order to think about vulnerability. And that's going to be our measurement exercise going forward. So I'm going to do this in 4 steps. I'm going to look at absolute exposure, strategic exposure, which is forming the ratios, and then I'm going to measure geographic and operational disruption. Okay, so how do we do this? We are working with container ship registry data, the rotations. Port rotations are, as I said, the bus routes on the maritime network. This is what the overall data looks like in terms of densities. This is what an individual observation for us looks like. If you saw my discussion yesterday, this is the same ship, MSC Arena, one of the largest container ships currently on the oceans, around 24,000 TEUs. It's massive, and as you can see, it's routed on what's called the Maritime Silk Road, the connection between China and Europe, which is currently supplied by the largest ships, by the largest ships that we have on the oceans. Then we're going to calculate traffic capacity, and we have coverage across 196 ports, 82 countries, and a lot of lanes. So this whole network is much more disaggregated than you might think. All right, so from that, we're going to calculate traffic. The way that we're going to do that is we're going to look at the whole exposure to all of the different rotations that a country is being called on. This is what this looks like for MSC Arena. MSC Arena is serving this set of countries, so it's going to provide capacity to a sort of set of countries, and we're going to use that capacity then in order to allocate traffic accordingly from each country. What this is going to give you, it's going to give you the US network, where you can see that the US is very heavily reliant on the Trans-Pacific, North Atlantic, and lanes that are touching the US. You can also look at the Chinese network, which is giving you intra-East Asian hubs and the Asia-Europe trunk routes, the Maritime Silk Road that I talked about before. And you can look at the relative difference between the two, which is then highlighting the different dependence of US and China on different parts of the maritime network. China in red, obviously, what I mentioned before, intra-East Asian hubs and the trunk routes, and then the US, Trans-Pacific, North Atlantic, and so on. So this is sort of like this notion of strategic vulnerability, asymmetries in the underlying transportation flows.
Simon, just quickly on that, I was wondering about outside options. So for the US, there's also sort of Mexico and Canada, there's sort of land.
Yeah.
Potentially there's also air, and so when computing these vulnerabilities, the relative importance of land and air is going to be different for different types of goods, and that's potentially also going to affect exposure, right, and asymmetry.
And I mean, as somebody who's written a paper on multimodal transportation, I would be very excited in extending them more into this direction. Our starting point was to focus on the maritime flows, but I think it's, with the apparatus that we have, it's relatively straightforward to pull in the additional data to do the more full multimodal linkages and think about those substitutions. And as we've shown in the other paper, they can be incredibly important when you think about the welfare effects of, for example, Panama Canal closure, because the domestic route in the US is really important to provide substitutable options. All right. The next thing that I'm going to show you is geographic disruptions, how we are measuring this. A geographic bottleneck is a traffic-weighted route distance increase under local closure. As I said, it's the same map that I've shown you before. We're going to tessellate the maritime network with hexagonal cells, 100 kilometers. We're going to close each one of these cells by removing it and recalculating all the different least cost parts that we have on the rotation network. And here's one example. It's the example between London and Yantian. And normally you would be routing through the Strait of Malacca. We're going to remove the Strait of Malacca from this, and we're going to recalculate the shortest route. And then you have to go through the Strait of Sunda, where it's going to increase the transportation costs by 11% in this particular example. And we're going to do that for all types in the world, so it's a bit of a computational exercise. What this is going to give you is, we can look at the full maritime network, and we can trace out what are the transportation cost improvement increases when you're disrupting different parts of the sea. And here's some of these examples. So we're going to focus on the order of the routes that are affected, that would normally be routing through Suez, Malacca, and Panama, and the average distance increases across all of these routes. And there's two things that I want you to notice here. The average is relatively high, at least from my vantage point, but they all have relatively long tails. So the disruption is not just a matter of sort of like the average impact, but that some routes in particular have relatively large increases. And I think, Steve, this is going to your point, there's definitely a lot of nonlinearity that you want to trace out and that you want to account for. All right, and then the third thing that we're looking at is the operational concentration, because that is sort of like the leverage point that the country could use if they wanted to withdraw capacity to the disaggregated network. First, we're going to look at who's building ships, and then we're going to look at who's operating ships. First, the build. It's incredibly concentrated. China and South Korea is building more than 80% of the world's fleet at this moment, and China is increasing the importance. I'm going to show you in 2 slides. But then also operators are also pretty concentrated, and China has also become increasingly important on the operator side, though not as important as on the build side. This is particularly important when you're looking at the time trend for this. So as I think somebody else mentioned yesterday, ships take a long time to build and they stay up to 30 years in service. So there's a lot of laggedness in the process of how the fleet is adjusting. But nevertheless, the time trends are important because as we are looking at the latest vintages, more than almost half of the vintages are being produced by China. And if you're looking at the most recent years, it's the majority of the ships that are produced by China. So there's an increasing dependence on the production that's coming out of China, and certainly in policy spheres, there's some concern around that. On the operator side, we see some similar increases in the transportation share that's operated by Chinese companies, Costco in particular. Then finally, where are these? So you can also look at it spatially. Where is all of this happening? On the right-hand side, I'm going to give you the combination of builder and operator density of Chinese built and operated ships. They are present across the whole globe, so it's not just a China thing, but they're particularly present on the Chinese coastal line. All right, and then one thing that we sort of like wanted to check is if you're kind of like thinking about this, there's sort of like a natural intention, if you're vulnerable, to try to attenuate that problem by allocating more transportation assets and ownerships to the most vulnerable lanes. So one way to look at this is we can put on the x-axis here the different edges, and we can sort them by whether they are more strategically exposed for the US or more strategically exposed for China. And we can also measure to what extent they are subjected to bottlenecks. And then the heat map is going to show you, going from blue to red, the degree of operational control. And then if you're kind of like thinking that there's some sort of like incentive to take control of this problem, you would think that there's an increasing ownership of China into the northeast direction, which is exactly what we're seeing. Yeah?
So how should I think about, it's clear that China is optimizing already in the world. So how should I think of the fact that we're kind of reading off what you kind of said, like ships are allocated in some sort of free market with this, which clearly, I mean, maybe not, it's not clear, but I think this is indicating that ships are not being allocated in a free market.
No, this is fair. And so there's 2 things. In the quantitative one, I'm going to chat a bit more about this. You're going to have CS buckets at each edge, and they're going to have different ways of different ownership. So to some extent, the baseline data is going to wire some of these patterns into the model already. And there's a separate question on how exactly you want to build the sort of like supply side in the background, which we should flesh out a bit more. We have to talk about this a bit more later.
I think maybe it's a related question, but when you say China operated, do you mean Chinese state-owned operator or Chinese private?
So the majority of it is Costco, so it's not state-owned. Yes. Okay. All right. Yes.
So related question. Why should we care who builds the ship? Does the operator own it as well, or usually it's a builder, an owner, and operator?
So it's a fair question. So the way that we're thinking about it right now is the operator sort of like the short-term leverage, the builder is sort of like the long-term problem. I'm going to give you sort of like a welfare number that's related to both of these, and we're also going to do this separate counterfactual on the vulnerability with regard to builder and operator. I agree there's sort of like a bit of nuance how you want to interpret it, and I think there's more to dig into. Oops. No, sorry. Camera. Okay, quantitative model. So what are we doing on the quantitative side? On the geography, so these elements are going to stay the same. Geography, demand, supply, and welfare is the same, as I said in the sufficient statistics thing. The only thing that we're going to switch on is the inefficiency. So there's going to be agglomeration and congestion effects across different locations in the model. On the transportation side, we're going to use what we've used before, which is the recursive routing formulation in order to characterize transportation demand. That's a tractable way of doing something similar as on an Archimedes, which is to solve the shortest path problem in spatial equilibrium. And it turns out if you're plugging this, there's something cool that's happening with the market clearing conditions that are becoming themselves recursive. Then on the supply side, I already foreshadowed some of this. There's going to be still the rental market in the background, but then we're going to have operators at each edge that is creating these CES bundles that are providing shipping services at each edge, and they're also solving the shortest path problem at each edge that can be potentially perturbed. And then we're going to close this. There's going to be an aggregate equilibrium, but then somewhat novel, there's going to be a transportation equilibrium where each edge service clears the transportation services supply and the transportation services demand, which is the traffic that is being solved by the shortest path problem. And that's going to give us a tractable model that we can do head algebra on, and so on and so on. Okay, so let me go into in my last 8 minutes or so, let me go into the quantitative results. We're going to take this to the network of observed data that we have in our rotation data. So we're going to have 196 ports, 82 countries, these 1,400 lanes that I mentioned before. We're going to solve for the welfare scalars for each country, the change in welfare in each country. And there's sort of like a nice computational thing. You actually don't want to do it with the fixed point thing, you want to do it with the sparse solver. If you're interested in that, talk to me later. And we're going to calibrate that with the baseline traffic shares, port and country aggregates on trade, local income and labor densities, and the details on the fleet allocation across space, as I mentioned to Schroeder before. And they're going to hardwire some of these sort of like limited substitutabilities into that system at the disaggregated level. I'm going to do 4 different passes. I'm going to look at strategic exposure, geographic disruption, and operational disruption, and then also look at the policy exercise. So first, strategic exposure. We're going to look at all of these different edges, and we're going to perturb them. That's just going to be a measurement exercise to what extent the US, China, and relatively is going to rely on different parts of that network in order to generate trade gains. We're going to raise each international lane cost by 10%, and we're going to trace out the equilibrium effects of that. This is the result. What you're going to see is sort of like reflecting what we've seen in the sufficient statistic. You're going to see that the US is going to rely heavily on exactly these routes that are serving the US directly and the North Atlantic route. If you're looking at China, they are super heavily reliant on what is happening here in the South China Sea and on the trade with Europe in order to generate their transportation gains, their trade gains. All right. Then what we can also do is we can look at the relative effects. So again, the same thing that we did in the statistic data, and we can see that in blue, those are the effects that are particularly important for the US, and in red, the effects that are particularly important for China. Okay, so this gives you this notion of absolute and relative vulnerability side by side.
So when you compute that measure, that also includes domestic trade, because China is also very big, so a lot of trade is domestic.
Only to the extent that we're tracing out trade openness and then the standards of like trade general price. Yes. Okay. We can also decompose this. There's something interesting that is happening in the data, which is that we have terms of trade effects that we are now in the quantitative model also accounting for, and nonlinear GE effects that we can also trace out. So this is the direct effect for the US. As you can see, all of the directly adjacent lanes are going to have a direct negative impact if they're being disrupted. But then once you're bringing in the terms of trade effects, you're seeing that disrupting competitors is actually going to have a positive effect on the US via the reallocative general equilibrium effects that we also want to trace out. So there's, I think the question before, sort of like there is sort of like a motive here also to think about terms of trade manipulation in that model through disrupting transportation markets. All right, geographic vulnerabilities. I've got like 4 minutes left. Is that where I'm at? Yeah. Okay. So for the geographic vulnerabilities, we're going to shock these individual hexes, and we're going to trace out the welfare effects, and then we're going to recompute the equilibrium for each. We got 970 hex closures, so it's a lot of counterfactuals we're running, And this is the underlying data we're feeding into. So we're disrupting these individual hexes. Each hex is then across all of the routes that are being affected is going to increase the transportation costs, and that's going to increase, that's going to have welfare implications. And you're going to see that the standard named bottlenecks that you might have heard about or might be concerned about are popping up when you're doing this exercise. All right, so then we can do the general equilibrium exercise and think about what the implications of this is, both for the US and for China and any other country if you're interested. So of course, the key point that you want to take away from this is that there's very little overlap in terms of which bottlenecks the US versus China cares about. When you're thinking about China, you're thinking about everything that's happening on the coastal areas, in particular the South China Sea, and I'm going to talk about that in a second. And there's some positive terms of trade effects here that are coming from disrupting these flows with Europe. And if you're thinking about the US effects, they are coastal and Panama Canal, and it's deeper that matters for the US. Okay, so this is one other exercise that we can do. You might be thinking this is a bit abstract, so let's go into a case study that makes this a bit more specific. I already mentioned this. There's one motion that you can do, which is you can think about what's happening around China. China heavily relies for the optimal routing on the South China Sea and the East China Sea. One is generating the trade with Europe, the other one is generating the trade with the US. And if you're thinking about the strategic, so both are from an absolute perspective important. If you're thinking about the strategic exposure, the US would never disrupt their own trade, but of course China should be concerned that some of that other trade down here in the South China Sea could be disrupted. So one of the cute exercises we can do, I mean I like it, is that we can look at identified China militia ships, and we can trace out where their activity is, and we can also map against the backdrop the island building activity, so all of the military investments that they're doing. And what you can see here is if you're doing that exercise and you're scraping the data, you can see that much of that military activity is concentrated on the South China Sea and much less so on the East China Sea. And we think that is indicative that, there's some sort of like interaction with the strategic vulnerability where China is disproportionately focused on the South China Sea and not on the East China Sea. All right. Then we can also trace out, I think, the footprint of individual bottlenecks. I'm not going to show you the one that you might want to see today because it's a containerized model. It's not a tanker model. But as you can see, we're doing this for Panama and Suez, and you can see that the footprint in terms of welfare effects is very heterogeneous depending on how you're thinking about the different bottlenecks that can be disrupted. Okay, and then finally, let's talk about operational vulnerability. Here, we are simulating a withdrawal disruption to Chinese operators or builder access, 10% there, we're reducing them to 10% of their baseline. The interesting aspect that is then occurring here is that you're not, so even though that might have been sort of like, so we're doing this on exactly the lanes that are connected to the US, so we're thinking about this as a strategic attack, sort of like from China onto the US. What's happening here is that this is propagating through the rotation network, and through the rotation network you're getting spillover effects on all kinds of other countries that are also being served via this maritime network. So that creates sort of like interesting strategic interdependencies that you might want to think about when you're thinking about these disruptions. And the welfare effects can be somewhat large, at least in a trade context. Okay, and then finally, we're doing the exercise that we initially, when we started this paper, this is what we were interested in, which were the port fees that were proposed via Section 301 on Chinese vessels calling at US ports. And we're thinking, and sort of like, I think our starting point was like, well, in what state of the world could that ever be sort of like motivated, or in what state of the world can we think about this as a policy that has some rationale? One way to think about this is that if you're increasing these distortionary fees on these transportation supply, one of the things that you're doing is that you're reducing reliance on Chinese shipping, which means that, yes, in normal times you're going to increase the cost, but if a disruption happens, the disruption is going to be less costly conditional on you having enforced this fee to begin with. So there's an interesting relationship between resilience and between sort of like these distortionary policies and resilience when disruptions are happening at the same time. Okay, so at that point, I think I'm almost at time anyways, let me conclude. So what we did was, as I said, a measurement exercise on how to think about absolute and relative vulnerability of the maritime network. It's the first step into the space, thinking not just sort of like as this object as something that sort of like exogenously creates these transportation services, but where we also have to think a bit harder about how they become endogenously, both through the economics but also geopolitical interactions, reliable or not reliable. We measured this in the context of the rotation data that I've shown you, and we've also measured the geographic disruption severity and the operational disruption severity. We quantified it, and choke points really, really matter. They can have a large impact. Builder exposure can have also a large impact on top of that, as does operator exposure, and there can be spillovers across the rotation network. And the rotation network is really important to take seriously because it is the backbone of the maritime transport network. The key takeaways that I want you to take away from this for now is that exposure is not vulnerability, and disruption is also not vulnerability. You need to have disruption and exposure at the same time in order to create absolute vulnerability. And an absolute vulnerability is not strategic vulnerability. That depends on the asymmetries of the underlying transportation flows. And with that, thank you so much for listening.
Right. Well, thank you. Thanks to the organizers for having me discuss this super interesting paper. So I was telling Steve earlier that I feel like every time I get up here or other conferences to talk about transportation or shipping, it becomes easier and easier and easier to motivate why this is important. It's gotten to the point where I don't feel I need to motivate it anymore, especially when you're talking about geopolitics and shipping. And if you're still curious why it's important, open up your favorite news outlet and you'll figure it out. This is a super interesting paper, very important paper on nascent literature. This is obviously a literature, this kind of this interaction of transportation economics and geopolitics. There's going to be obviously a lot of papers going forward here, and this is a very interesting paper on this. I very much enjoyed reading it. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot of things in this paper. They do a lot of things and they do it well. Some of the things I enjoyed is their whole discussion about exposure, how that's different from vulnerability. They have these very clean statistics, sufficient statistics that they derive that are easy to compute. And then on top of that, they have a very serious, rigorous quantitative model where they can use to do a bunch of quantitative exercise, and they account for a lot of things you would want to account, like rerouting, substitution, congestion, rental prices, trade diversion, all sorts of things in there. So I'm not going to have time to talk about all the nice things they do here. I'm going to kind of talk a little bit more big picture on this. So I want to spend my time talking about two things. I want to first kind of tell you what I kind of take away from all of this, all the experiments in the paper and all the results that are in there in terms of how we should think about kind of this US-China relationship and shipping. And then if I have a little bit of time at the end, I want to talk a little bit about the Alan Arkoulakis framework and whether we can take that and kind of think about it in the context of container shipping. Okay, so the question is, okay, what does the reliance do on when does this become a geopolitical vulnerability? The paper kind of talks about three levers where this matters. It talks about Chinese shipbuilding, Chinese operated ships, and choke points, and the interactions between all three. So let me say a word about each of them. So in terms of Chinese shipbuilding and Chinese ships, as Simon was talking about, China has become a massive player in shipbuilding. Shipbuilding has been part of China's 5 years plans for a few plans, I believe now. And so it's really expanded in shipbuilding out of nowhere. And so this is clearly important. On the other hand, ships are a long-lived asset. So they spend, they're around for 25, 30 years. So in the short run, there's a little bit of a question of whether the US should be still worried about this. So a lot of the ships that China built are owned by Maersk and MSC and all these other companies, CMA. So this doesn't seem to be something that, at least again, in the short run, as Kalina was kind of asking earlier, this is something that might be immediately of concern to the US. What I think is certainly of concern to the US is Chinese operated ships. So if China told COSCO, stop serving US ports, I have no doubt that COSCO would comply with this. So this is much more relevant. The results that the authors present show, however, that this by itself is somewhat of a less costly disruption. And the reason it's less costly is for two reasons. First off, China, when it comes to ship operations, is smaller. It's not as big as it is in shipbuilding, especially on US routes. But perhaps more importantly, we can substitute around from operations. So if Costco stops serving US ports, you could imagine MSC stepping in and saying, we'll take over. Now, the paper does allow for that. They allow there's some elasticity of substitution of 1.5 across operators. You can imagine that might be a bit higher. But overall, this doesn't seem to be super costly as a disruption for the US. What about choke points? Now, choke points are clearly important. This is something that obviously matters. What about when it comes to China-US relationships? Well, you look at this picture that Simon showed. The relevant hexagons that you want to be worried about if you're the US are the ones up here on the top left. Most of them, as you can see here, are serviced by ships that are not Chinese operated. There's a little bit of a red there, but most of them are not Chinese operated ships. But even if they were Chinese operated ships, I'm not sure that matters so much in the sense that having ships going through, e.g. the Suez canals that are operated by China, is not necessarily the same as controlling the Suez Canal. So China, at least right now, does not directly control any of the major choke points. So what all this is to say is, at least again, this is all in the short run, but you could imagine in the long run, especially with regards to shipbuilding, things will change. But at least in the short run, it's not quite clear why the US is so worried about Chinese and shipbuilding. So what is all this noise about China and shipbuilding and geopolitics? Why are we talking about this here today? And as many people have guessed probably, and Simon mentioned, a lot of it is coming from this policy that the US proposed on imposing these fees on operators that have Chinese-built ships. So they proposed it, they announced it, they proposed it, it got adopted, then it got suspended for a year. Who knows what's going to happen? So why is the US still worried about this? What is going on? So if you read the investigation, so there was this investigation that preceded the policy, and you read what they're kind of talking about in terms of their motivation, they talk about things like Chinese targeting is hindering any public and private efforts to revitalize US shipbuilding, suppressive effects on US labor, reducing supply chain resilience, restoring American shipbuilding. So these are some of the motivations you see. So let me say a few words about all this. So first off, let me kind of clarify a common misconception when it comes to shipbuilding. Like I know this is true for a lot of manufactured goods, that US used to be dominant in these goods and then China took over. This is not true for shipbuilding, at least since the 1850s. So with the exception of World War I and World War II, where the US kind of built all these Liberty ships, US was never really a major power when it comes to commercial shipbuilding. Okay, so there's nothing, in the sense it's not clear what we're trying to restore here. But more importantly, if you think about it, it's not clear the US has a comparative advantage in shipbuilding, because shipbuilding is still pretty labor intensive. That might change in a few years with automation, but right now it's still pretty labor intensive, so it's not clear this is what you would want to do from a pure econ point of view. And if you're worried about resilience, the simplest thing you can do is, rather than have shipbuilding in the US, you can just support your allies if you're the US, and support Korea, Japan, who are already big players in shipbuilding. So then this didn't quite hang together. So then I looked at this executive order that was signed at the same time. And in the very first sentence of the executive order, you get a very different justification for this policy. And suddenly it's talking about eroding US national security. So this is a very different justification for kind of going ahead with this policy. And the question here is, does this make sense? So if you want to preemptively shore up, does it make sense to preemptively shore up shipbuilding capacity if what you care about is US national security? So on one hand, you can say, well, during World War II, this didn't seem to be a problem. We didn't really have much of a shipbuilding. We had a little bit of shipbuilding, but not a lot before World War II. And still, we kind of had produced all these Liberty ships in a pretty short period of time. However, I'm not sure that's quite right for today. So first off, learning by doing in shipbuilding can be substantial. So after World War II, actually there's a famous paper by Ken Arrow and other papers after that found a lot of learning by doing. So it's true we built a bunch of Liberty ships in a short period of time, but at least in the beginning we were pretty inefficient in doing so. Moreover, today ships are much more complex than they were 80 years ago. And perhaps more importantly, we don't have as big as a manufacturing base as we once did. So during World War II, the US took a lot of workers from other industries and kind of took them and had them work in shipbuilding, people like welders. That's not going to be as easy today. So you might think this actually does make sense if your goal is to bolster national security if something happens. Okay. So then the natural question is, are these fees that were proposed the best way to do it? So as you can think of a cost-benefit analysis here. And if you want to look at some of the results, after the policy was announced, there was this other announcement from this Korean conglomerate that said, we're going to invest in this old Philly shipyard, and we're going to spend $5 billion doing so. So it seems, if you want to think of this as causal, maybe the policy did do something. But you have to take this and compare it to the cost. So one of the nice counterfactuals, one of the many nice counterfactuals the authors do is kind of simulate an economy with kind of this cost, and they find this policy, and they find the cost of this is about 0.44 log percent points of welfare, which, if my calculations are correct, it's around $12 billion. So this seems to be, this is by a flow cost. This is an annual cost. This is not a one-time cost. So this policy seems to be fairly expensive. It's not clear that the benefit works, but anyway, just food for thought. I'm not sure. Obviously, you want to do more careful analysis. Somebody would want to do more careful analysis if you want to think about this. I have a little bit more, in my remaining time, I want to say a few things about this Allen-Arkolakis framework that many people in the room are very familiar with and they've used a lot, and whether we can take it and use it for container shipping. So this is as we all know, this is a framework that captures very well demand for transportation service. So you want to go from A to B. This is a complicated routing problem potentially. This framework allows us to solve it in a very easy way, in a very tractable way, and we can then take it and use it in our models, and it's something that works very well. So in the case of roads, which is the original application, supply, which is provided by roads, supply for transportation services, is fixed in the short run. So this is something where, and so what does this mean for the framework is that the price to use this particular edge or segment depends on things like distance and congestion, how many other people are going through that, which I think is very reasonable if you're thinking about roads. What happens when we want to think about shipping? So, and especially container shipping. So container shipping is more complicated than roads. So why is it more complicated than roads? Well, as Simon was explaining, well, first off, let me just say that supply is endogenous, and it's provided by ships and decisions by operating companies. And what happens, as Simon was explaining, is that you have these itineraries, so these are very much like buses, and then you have feeder routes going into them as well, so it's a pretty complicated problem. Now, let me tell you a little bit what the authors do in a minute, but what does this structure imply in terms of this Allen-Arkolakis framework? Where this implies is that if you want to think about now the price of going through a particular edge or segment, that's not just going to depend on who's going through that particular segment, but it's also going to depend on what's going on in other segments, both along that same itinerary, that same loop, but also potentially other loops as well, both the supply and the demand, so both of these things. So the simplest example to give to kind of make this point, you can come up with much more complicated things, but the simplest way to think about it is the backhaul problem that Wang Fu has a very nice paper on, and that was asked earlier, where you have this situation where if you have a lot of demand going from A to B, so you have a lot of supply going from A to B, then the ships have to go back to A. So from B to A, you can have all this installed shipping capacity. Demand might be pretty low, so you have a ton of supply, very low demand. So what that means is that prices are going to crater. So what this leads to is situations where the US was literally shipping garbage and waste to China for a number of years up until recently, as many probably remember. So this is something that could happen. So what do the authors do here? How do they try to capture this? So what the authors do is they extend the Allen-Arkolakis framework, and what they do is they allow for different supply choices along different edges. So here, the supply is going to be at the edge level rather than the rotation level. So this is something that basically what that means in terms of practical terms is that if you're going to have a lot of ships going from A to B, there's not going to be necessarily a requirement that you're going to have a lot of ships ending their trip in B, and then they're going to have to do something. They might have to go to C, they might have to go to D, or they might have to go back to A. So this is something that might matter in some of the counterfactuals. So for instance, if you remove Chinese links, so any type of counterfactual where you have a disruption, like say you remove Chinese linked vessels, that's going to disrupt through the supply side the entire loop and potentially other loops rather than individual segments here. So, I mean, I understand the model is already pretty complicated and you have to keep it tractable, so I understand why the authors are doing all this. So I think I'm almost out of time. So let me kind of conclude here. Again, I didn't have a lot of time to talk about all the other things the paper does. It has very clean, sufficient statistic derivations, a tractable framework. As I said, the authors do a lot of things in this paper, and they do them well. They have a rigorous quantitative framework for geopolitical vulnerability. If you want to think about doing something further, I'm not saying this should happen in this paper or maybe these authors, but I think there's still an open question of industrial policy, essentially. So if you want to shore up U.S. shipbuilding capacity, how would you do it? What's the best way to do it? This kind of has also dynamic considerations of learning by doing, industrial policy, and I think I haven't seen anybody do something like this. I think it would be super interesting at some point if somebody wanted to take that up. But thank you again. Thanks for having me discuss this super interesting paper. Thank you.
I might just super quickly respond to Theo, just to follow up on this. So thank you, Theo, for reading what, is the first time that we actually created a draft, which happened sort of like in a very short amount of time, and it was probably not the easiest one to digest. But great discussion. I totally agree, sort of like there are big picture questions in the background on how to think about some of these policies. Then Section 301 stuff is exactly what we started kind of like thinking about in the feedback into shipbuilding, and I think there's a lot of room to explore more stuff, so looking forward to many, many more conversations. The second part that I quickly want to highlight is that the stuff like the CES Edge stuff was meant to be a placeholder, and it was meant to be substituted before we go online with this paper. We actually have a framework that applies the same routing method on the supply side, imposing rotational constraints. And that remains tractable, and I'm hoping that over the next month or so we can implement it into the quantitative framework. But that's exactly what we are concerned about too, and we want to bring that realism into the model. Okay, cool. Any questions?
It's super rich, quantitative framework, but I was wondering if there's a way to sort of validate some of the model's predictions with actual data, like there are these terms of trade implications of disruptions. And we've had some examples of disruption events, right? How do the model's predictions line up with what we're actually seeing in the data in terms of the implications in terms of trade for countries?
Yeah, so it's very interesting. I hadn't thought that much about the terms of trade stuff. Should be interesting too. What we thought about was actually validating. So I think in general, a lot of people are working frameworks like this, and we haven't done enough work on validating those. And one other aspect that we definitely wanted to do was to use the Red Sea disruptions and in combination with Antifa operating data in order to validate predictions on the flows of this model. So that's one of the things that is on our to-do list. But I also agree that there should be more sort of like validation in terms of trade effects.
The first part of the question was the same, so I'll skip that. But the second part of the question is, in some sense, you're looking just at container shipping, I know some of us are looking at other things. How do we want to think of your results on container ship holding on other modes of transportation as part of a more global framework?
You're thinking about how to think about disruptions and other transportation?
Yeah, I mean, this kind of, it goes back to the discussant's question too, in some sense.
I mean, abstracting from conventional theory, description, statistic, and measurement problem is very, very similar. To trace out the same. Then how you're thinking about sort of like at the end of the day, it's a question of how you're thinking about the conservation of flows, the asymmetry of flows, and the disruptability of flows. Big maritime is sort of like the natural starting point, but I think that's interesting other things that you can do about the trade-offs.
And I think that makes sense because the container ships are so huge, there's not that many of them.
Yeah.
A lot of the executive orders actually is going to be disproportionately not targeting container ships. They're going to be targeting bulk ships, which are much, much more frequent. They're much more low value. So there's a little bit of a kind of like this order is going to affect it, but it's not really affecting this market. It's going to affect another market much more.
Yes, my thoughts on this, because I have to work on this policy too, my thoughts on this are a bit evolving. So at the end of the day, I think the bulk market is perceived to be more flexible, but I think what we're actually seeing, at least in the AIS data, is that there's some degree of flexibility there. So I think there's interesting stuff to be examined.
maximally is another question.
Sorry, I got started on the first question. So first, the selective stuff actually matters. One of the points that we're trying to point out here is that to some extent, for example, the rotation network is spillovers because the program prohibits selectivity to that extent. So there's economics in the background that require sort of like spillovers across the network. I'm not quite sure my reading of the Iran situation is that the selectivity is not perfect, so it's sort of like up in the air to what extent you can always enforce it. I think it is a case-by-case basis for the EU to think about, but there's also economic constraints on selectivity. The second question was sorry.
Second question was like, can you what can China do maximally if they like manipulate every instrument?
Ooh, yeah, I'm not sure. So we are doing a one-by-one thing because there's a difficult combinatorial discrete choice problem if you want to think about optimal policy. I would love to dig into this, but I think the starting point is sort of like thinking about the measurement of these effects, and then I think you can build up on that to tackle a lot of problems. Okay, thank you so much.
We've done that. Thank you.
Shall I start? Yeah. All right. Thanks to the organizers for putting this paper in the program. This is joined with Amit, Theo, and Eduard. Theo is a great graduate student at UCLA. He's going to be in the market this year. So I guess many of us are aware that since the early 2000s and more forcefully since I guess the 2010s, China has been investing or started the process of investing across the world in a series of projects largely focused on transportation infrastructure. One feature of these investments is that they are large. So by comparison, they rival or even are bigger than the scale of the portfolio of transportation that the World Bank manages, or even in present value, it's in the same scale as the Marshall Plan. So these investments by China have been driven by several trends at the country level. People have talked about excess savings in China, excess construction capacity, giving them incentives to go abroad and start investing. Also, on the side of developing countries, by the time they started, countries were coming out of a commodity boom with low debt, so there were the conditions for this international lending. Now, when we think about the particular impacts of the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, as this process of investments focused on transportation infrastructure came to be known, there are different views that are easy to relate to. There is, on the one hand, the idea exposed perhaps by Chinese officials and some of the host countries that these investments are pretty good for China and these countries, in the sense that for China they open up new markets for the products that they want to sell, and they give China access to foreign inputs that they want to buy, and they also promote development in the host countries. Other views suggest that these economic effects may be small, and perhaps these investments are driven by, as well, perhaps by other type of non-economic and more kind of political or geopolitical motivations. So the questions that we are after here are quite, I guess, straightforward. We're going to focus a lot on the economic side of the BRI, and we are going to ask what are the impacts of the Belt and Road investments on China, the host countries, and the third countries. And to the extent that we want to have a grasp as to whether potential non-economic or political motivations were also behind these investments, or the extent to which they were, one of our goals will be to compare the investments that China has undertaken with what those that a model will tell us are optimal from a purely economic income maximization for China point of view. So that's kind of the broad background. Let me tell us what we do in particular. At the top of what we do, there is a data assembly effort where we have combined different data sets that allow us to move forward. It's going to be a new harmonized data set where we have combined existing data sets about these Belt and Road investments all around the world, and we linked this to ports, where in these ports we are going to measure the infrastructure of these ports, and we are going to see how it changes with these investments, and also with container shipments and vessel rotation of the type that was presented before, so that we as well can see how the vessels move around in different ways in response to these investments. So we are going to put together this data set. We are going to draw only some suggestive stylized facts from this data, at least for now, and it's going to be the basis, of course, for our quantification of the effects of the Belt and Road. So that's the data that sits at the top of what we do. Then I must say, so there is a question. So we want to give a shot at the idea that a country is going to be better off by making foreign infrastructure investments. And when I started to think about this, it wasn't actually obvious to me whether a country may gain from actually doing these investments in a bread and butter model that you will write. And I guess perhaps the standard way to think about this will be you take your standard Armington model, and then a country comes and makes an investment and lowers down and see what happens. But that doesn't ring very connected to what we see, in the sense like, well, there are these ports, there are these investments, there are returns to the investments which are paid by the host countries, and I want to have all that in the model. So what we do what we do next before going to sort of the big quant stuff, and also with the hope that it's not going to be as black boxy, we lay out a baseline theory. It's going to be a standard neoclassical two-country model extended with a port that's going to be in a host country, and both the host country and the foreign country can invest in infrastructure in that port, and that port, of course, is going to mediate trade. And we are going to use that model to ask the question, what are the welfare effects of foreign infrastructure investment and the extent to which these investments actually arise in equilibrium. It's not just whether these investments happen. We are going to allow for a private sector engaging in these investments. The question is whether a country actually wants to distort the allocation and wants to subsidize these investments above and beyond what the market will do. And we are going to interpret all these Chinese efforts as, in a way, distorting the world economy and distorting the investments that happen around in the world. And a result that will come out from, I would say, very canonical way of doing this is that standard neoclassical models having them like a strong force for foreign investments to happen in equilibrium, to the extent that if these countries play a Nash in all the policies that they can do, subsidizing foreign investment or actually also manipulating trade, if one country invests in equilibrium, it's going to be the foreign country. And the host country may invest as well, but the foreign country will always want to invest. Then, of course, there are parameters why one country may not invest, and then we can ask why in reality not every country in the world is doing these foreign investments, and then maybe good reasons for China to do it. But that's actually the takeaway from a model. So yeah, this economic motivation and these economic gains are there in these standard models. And then, well, we take this model and we make it big, meaning we are going to have many countries, and instead of having one port, we are going to have a full multimodal transportation network with land and with sea, and there's going to be optimal routing, and now China can invest in a portfolio of ports all around the world. And we are going to use this model, which for solving it, we will need to actually, it's not going to be off the shelf previous work we have done on optimal transfer. We need to actually do something else that we borrow from operations research to be able to solve it given the large scale. We are going to solve this model, and we are going to answer the original questions about quantitatively the impacts, and something about the wedges between what we see done and what would have been optimally done by a Chinese planner that only cares about maximizing its income. And that wedge is going to, hopefully reveal something about political motivations. We are not fully there. This is kind of the more preliminary part, but I do want to get there and show you, how we are doing it.
So I've just got on that optimal point there. It sounds like you're thinking about the optimal from the perspective of the Chinese planner, but as you mentioned earlier, in the market equilibrium, the policymakers are playing a Nash game, right? So principles.
Yeah. So we go a bit crazy in the baseline theory because we want to really understand it. So we will do kind of the Nash equilibrium with different countries investing simultaneously. What we are going to do in the quantification is, first we are going to take the baseline distribution of infrastructure that we get from ports of the world data. That's going to be our initial condition, and we are just going to hit it with BRI. So that's just one country going on it. So one thing that I'm going to show you that we also do is we collect investments data for non-Chinese investors, the World Bank, the IEB, Asian Development Bank. We are collecting all this. I'm going to show you data on this. We are not going to, so what are we going to do? So one exercise that we do have in mind is now do something different, start at the endpoint, start at the distribution of infrastructure today, which is the Nash equilibrium. And then from there, we can imagine what is the best response of these other investors in a world where China hadn't invested. So so then we are going to do it kind of in best response sort of ways. But I guess the insight we take from the model is that in a Nash equilibrium, actually, the foreign investments are prevalent. But yeah, I agree. So this is the data set here. The first two sources that you see are pre-existing data sets. We didn't go and collect these investments ourselves, but these were big efforts, in particularly the first one by William and Mary team, that collected all this information about this BRI investments since 2000. There are many investments. They are not necessarily focused on transportation. We extract those that are on transportation using their flags, but we also clean the data. And one of the things that we do is we link them to low-codes. So low-codes are UN-denominated sites for transportation activity, transportation hubs. And the data is actually at the loan level, so we link these loans to different low-codes, so then we can see in a given airport in Turkey how much money from China has been injected. And that's the nature of the exercise that we do. We combine two data sets here, the The William and Mary data set, that's basically loans that are sponsored by essentially state-owned Chinese banks. And then there is another second data set that is more focused on developed countries, where we see investments of state-owned companies, typically shipping companies, in somewhat richer countries. So we put together this harmonized data set. Of course, I'm going to show it to you. In the end, there are this many infrastructure projects scattered across seaport and land. In everything I'm going to show you is going to be a lot about seaport and the quantification about seaport and land. And there is also air transport there. It's smaller, of course, but we may bring it in. Okay. So then we bring this additional data, investments by the other source countries, by other agencies. And here there are investments, there are bilateral investments by US and Japan, but there are also, of course, multilateral entities like the World Bank, IFC, and so on that have also invested. When I show you some summary statistics, and we are going to compare what China does to these other organizations or countries. And then at the port level, we have the port infrastructure. Think of these harbor attributes, depth, berth, and cranes, as well as dredging costs, and the data on the vessel rotation across these ships. So all that is put together. Okay. So this is a map of the global footprint of the Belt and Road Initiative. So you see it by sea in red, airports in blue, and the land investments in green. And kind of broadly here you see, for example, this will be the old Silk Road, the one that goes from eastern China all the way kind of through Central Asia to Western Europe. Then a lot of investments in Central and West Africa, and the seaports, of course, also a lot focused there, but you also see investments in other parts of the world. You see activity in the US, in South America, also in Europe and Australia and the Pacific Islands. So it has a very broad global footprint. Yeah.
Sir, what's the US based on Boulder, Texas, and that looks like Washington, DC? That's BRI.
Yeah, those are Chinese investments, I think.
Oh, sorry.
They're loans made to those ones.
Yeah, these are typically state-owned.
Any Chinese?
It's a state-owned enterprises. So there is a question of where we want to have this in the data and the exercise or not, and I'm happy to entertain different alternatives on this. It's not obvious to me to what extent we want them or not.
They finance terminals and share.
Yeah, this is Costco, like the big shipping. Yeah. Okay. So let me show you some kind of. I want to give you. So this is what we see. Let me compare quickly with the other investors. And one thing that comes very natural that strikes you, I guess, immediately is that, again, China at the top has this global distribution of investments. These are just seaports, and these are a bunch of the biggest foreign, like overseas investors in ports combined. You see, if you combine all of them, like just geographically, of course, they have regional focuses. The IEB is more focused in Europe, and the World Bank in lower income countries. But you see, if you combine them all, even combining them all, you don't get the full geographic footprint that China has. China goes even broader. Yeah.
So the World Bank and those international organizations, they try to solve a market failure, financing or coordination. Do you have data on what projects they didn't undertake and why China would then do them?
No.
Because it could speak to why the strategic mode is being very different.
No, we don't have data on projects not undertaken. I'm going to define a strategy. Let me show you how we define the strategic incentives of China here, and we are not going to model today the World Bank or the other investors. Yeah. So, and then I guess just descriptively, you can compare where these investments go to the other entities. So, and typically, so China is the one that should be red. It stands out because these are regressions of where the investments go on characteristics of this country, just descriptive, of course. One thing that come out is China does invest in countries that trade more, particularly that trade more with China. This is compared to the other guys, to the other investors. It goes after countries that have more natural resources, and these are the geopolitical variables. It goes more with countries that seem China line politically when they vote, and also with countries, invest less in countries that do not fully explicitly recognize Taiwan as part of China. So there seems to be, in a correlation sense, kind of a bit of both. Now, the other facts that I want to tease out from this data are that let's think if, I guess like we wanted to get convinced that there are actual economic reasons besides these investments. And one of the natural things to look at is how do these investments, how do they differ across ports based on their characteristics. And one of the things that you see clearly in the data, and I'm not going to click because I'm going to run out of time, is that if you look across ports within countries, imagine running a regression of exactly investments across ports, China is going to invest more in ports that have better characteristics correlated with trade and with shipments, think depth or harbor size, and also in ports with lower dredging costs. This is across ports within countries. And it will do so at broadly similar rates as the other institutions. So you're chasing conditional ongoing on a country, those sites where the costs are lower, so to speak, the returns are potentially higher. Now, the last question that we ask with this data, we can ask with this data, I think, for the first time is, well, there is all this discussion that these are white elephants and many of these investments don't really change much. And actually, they take a lot of time to unfold, even in the data and in the time frame that we have, where many of these projects have been committed or started but not fully completed. You do see a correlation, at least this is an OLS, between port characteristics improving. I don't like it. Port characteristics improving, becoming better, basically ports becoming deeper with more investments and more shipment, more throughput through the port as these investments happen. So these investments are doing things, yeah.
Are these investments mostly done by the Chinese engineers? Is there any learning? Are they getting better at doing these things?
Yeah, I don't know, but so there are all these discussions about China being particularly good at implementing these investments. If this is a metric, we don't see a differential response of port shipments to Chinese investments than to money originated elsewhere. Yeah, so those correlations are kind of similar. One thing though is that there is also a discussion of whether when China makes these loans, typically this is a loan dedicated to building a port, and then the country pays money back. There is a question that perhaps you're alluding to that sometimes, well, there is the provisions that China should send engineers to actually do the construction. And some of this is going on in these cases. We are not going to have it in the model, but maybe interesting to I keep running into that. Yeah.
The last question is super cool. Do you have any insight on the strings attached to these loans and whether
I want to refer for all this. There is a fantastic journal of economic perspective by Horn, Trebeck, and Reinhardt that covers these things quite in a bit of detail. The gist of it is this is very shady. They did the work of trying to test this information for where it's available. Typically, I guess the characterization is these loans are on commercial terms with strong collateral requirements. For example, China controls the banks through which the commodity sales of these countries go, so that they can actually just expropriate this cash if needed, things like that. So there are like quick, collateral provisions that China could execute in the case of default. So I don't know if I call them strings attached, but I call them, they come with collateral. That's one of the notions why there is a view that China is investing, because it can actually enforce these things. It also gets seniority over other lenders and so on. One thing I didn't say that I skimmed over is that the rates of these loans are quite they are below the sovereign borrowing rates. And something that's also mentioned in that GAP is like, the idea is that China is getting something else, so it's paying less actually so it's making these countries pay less than they will pay over other lenders. And this is what, in a way, our model is going to be about. In our model, there is going to be, we are going to match this 3%. China is going to get like a return on the dollar of 3%. Yeah, but these countries are borrowing at higher rates, and there is a clickable thing there to show it. The gap is going to be the strategic motivations of China of manipulating trade in the world. And I'm going to show you the magnitude of these two. We get something preliminary in a sort of similar order of magnitude. China is kind of getting 3% return on the loan, and about 3% terms of trade gains in our quantification of the full model.
what I have in mind is whether this comes also with any ownership stakes? Is it all with the ownership or the operation?
Yeah, great question. So some of these do have ownership stakes, but they are by and large the minority. Typically, these are loan contracts. I give you the money, you build the port, and then you pay me. Yeah, I really want to move forward. I'm happy to take questions. Okay, theory. Let me ask this question. Why does a country gain from subsidizing foreign port infrastructure? I'm going to study a neoclassical model with the port. I wanna, like, I kind of flagged, it gives very different results in different ways that if you take like your standard Remington model and you ask which country invests when all you do is like put money to it, lower tau without getting a return on the port, which is what these countries are getting. Like you pay and you get like a repayment. Okay, so let me go through it. This is straightforward. It's sort of the model that you use to do optimal trade policy with an outside good. We're going to have an outside good. So we have two countries. One is an importer, the other is an exporter. But what's going to matter here is not which one imports or which one exports. What's going to matter is which of the two countries hosts a port. And I'm going to call that one the host. And that can be either of these. I'm going to talk in a way as if the exporter is the host. So the importer is the foreign investor, the importer is China, and the exporter is Indonesia. And it hosts a port. So the importer consumes, okay, this is not working. The importer consumes the differentiated good Q, doesn't produce it, and is endowed with the outside good that it sells to the other country. The exporter does not consume the differentiated good Q. Do you have one of these at work, like the laser? Does this one work?
No, no,
Okay. So I should. So the exporter produces Q, does not consume Q. Yeah, and also is endowed with the outside good. So these are the indirect utilities of importer and exporter. There are transfers there that include the port profits for the host, for the exporter, investor profits, which is like the returns on the investment in the port, and fiscal revenue from taxes. So they are competitive shippers. They buy the good in the exporter at this price, they pay tau to a port, they sell in the importer. So this is a standard model where there is one addition, there is this technology to ship. And that's located, owned by, in my example, the exporter. But for the results, it doesn't matter which one it is. This one is, in order to ship Q, the shippers pay tau. This is an endogenous price. Then there is a transport cost that depends on how much is shipped, that's congestion in the port, and how many, let's say, cranes. We can also think of this as dollars being kind of pumped into the domestic financial market. But let's just say how much is shipped, how many containers, how many cranes there are. But then the port is paying for these cranes, a rate R. The cranes can be supplied by developers, private agents, that transform one unit of the outside good into a crane at this rate kappa. And this kappa could potentially be different between different countries. And this one is going to be neoclassical, this transportation cost function. We think of kappa, like I say, as kind of like could be a financial friction, can be know-how of how to build cranes or like better engineers that this port has. Now, what do governments do? They can do different policies. They can subsidize or tax these guys, the private investors, and I'm going to think of the BRI as doing that, subsidizing them. They can tax trade, they can manipulate terms of trade, and they can also, if you are the host, you can tax the foreign investment. And I'm going to think of this as kind of like having a subsidized loan. So in equilibrium, the model is very simple. So in equilibrium, you have a no arbitrage condition, which is the quantity. If you have like an amazing eyesight, you can see the laser. So the quantity traded there, which is equal to the marginal utility in the importer, this must be equal to the marginal cost in the exporter, the marginal cost of shipping, and the trade taxes. And this is the quantity traded given the total investment, which can be done by importer or exporter country, and then whether there is an investment depends on the entry of these developers in each of the two countries. They enter with the linear technology, they will invest if the returns are at least as big as the marginal cost, and the return to the investment is the marginal value of an extra crane at the port. So countries are going to choose these policies to maximize the indirect utility. Okay? So just one flag about this is that imagine the Pareto efficient allocation in the world, like a global planner that's just choosing the Pareto efficient allocation. This economy is very simple because there is an outside good, utilities transferable. So you just choose the best country to produce, and if they are the same, you are the planner is indifferent, and they are the price, the marginal value of a crane in any country is going to be equal to the production, to the marginal cost of producing. Yeah. So that will be the efficient allocation in the world, the Pareto efficient allocation. So now let's take this equilibrium, and to tell you about the features of the Nash equilibrium. The Nash equilibrium will be when both countries are choosing these policies together. I'm also going to do the thought experiment that I was telling Steve, which is take as given what the host, the cranes in the host, and you are the foreign, do you want to invest or not? That's really what we do in the quantification. So now, around an equilibrium, think of the foreign country, the importer, China, adding a crane to the exporter. There are two components to doing this. There is a terms of trade component, and there are the direct economic returns from the investment itself, which is you are being paid the rate. This is, to a first order around an equilibrium. And you have to pay the marginal cost and potentially the tax that the other country is charging you. What are the terms of trade effects? Well, this is, you can think of it as an economy where there are four goods or services. There is the outside good, nothing happening there. There is the Q, the good that the inside good, that one has prices adjusting in the different countries. And then you have the shipping services, Tao, sold by the exporter, sold by the host, by the owner of the port, which is the exporter. Those are mediating the prices in between the two countries. And there is a fourth thing that you are exporting, which is the cranes. Yeah? So you need to think about the terms of trade effects on all those. The foreign country, China, is exporting the cranes. If you were already exporting a bunch of cranes around an equilibrium, then when you export more, the terms of trade move against you. So you will get a lower return on the extra crane. At some point there is, and that's coming from in equilibrium from congestion in the port. For decreasing returns to crane, if you send if you send 1,000 cranes to a country, the marginal crane will obviously have a lower value to that country. That's what this is capturing. Where do you gain? Where if you are the importer, China, then the price that you face is going down. So this is the absolute value. So in the importer, the price is going down, but so your welfare increases. Why? The price in the exporter is going up, but you are also enjoying lower shipping prices. So the price that you pay goes up. The wage goes down. Natural. So this one is good. This one is bad when you invest more. What are the terms of what's the welfare effect for the host country, for Indonesia, if Indonesia invests? Well, the investment returns take the same shape. They don't have the tax. They pay their own capital. The terms of trade are zero sum. So these guys are the flip side of that one. Notice immediately, and all the results in a way are driven by this observation. Suppose you start from autarky in infrastructure, but not autarky of trade. Then this loss to the exporter goes away, which means that around no investments in infrastructure, the agent that wants to marginally invest is the foreign country. It experiences a terms of trade gain at the expense of the host, but the host gets nothing because it wasn't importing. Okay, so then you see this, and then you say, oh, it's all about terms of trade manipulation. Perhaps if the countries are doing optimal trade policy, this changes. In fact, changes, but not to the full degree. Suppose now that you do the same exercise around optimal trade policy. Suppose both countries are already imposing optimal tariffs on Q, optimal import taxes and export taxes. Then whatever gains you get in manipulating the price of Q are already taken care of, but something remains, which is you are directly changing a technology. Remember, Tao and R, shipping services and value of each crane, the loan rate that China gets, those come from, sorry, I'm going up, first order conditions from the port, yeah? And they, just because you are changing the amount of an input, you are changing these prices directly, you are changing the technology. As a result, then even with optimal tariffs, what happens? Well, China gets a benefit because it directly lowers the shipping because there are more cranes. You don't get like the fact that you import more cheaply as a gain because you're already manipulating that price, but you're manipulating the fees that the port is charging, and you're actually changing the price that you pay, so you're changing directly the returns to the port. For the host country, now they are not exactly symmetric, they are not the negative of that, they only get a benefit from this investment. They are not zero sum. Now, these terms of trade effect actually are positive sum. But still it remains the case that around no infrastructure investment, well, the host is different with respect to getting an extra crane. but the foreign country, China, gains from investing. So that's what happens. These are the welfare effects of taking the equilibrium and changing the total number of cranes. How long do I have? Sorry, 10? 12, wow, yeah.
Guys, so suppose that China got a little bit of ownership of the port too. So
Yeah.
How is that going to change this?
It's a great question related to something that was asked before. Well, it will be a mix. It will not be fully there, and it will start to reduce the incentives. Yeah, and we do see some changes in ownership in the data. They are the minority. Most are loans. I think this represents the majority of what happens, and we have versions of the quant model in mind where that happens. And it's not always how to model it, etc. But yes, it will change the benefits. Yeah. Okay, so yeah.
So you were mentioning in the empirics that China invests more in countries that trade more with China. But I was thinking if that, if the story is terms of trade motive, it seems that this should be asymmetric depending on whether China is importing from that party or exporting to the countries. Do you see that?
100%. So obviously the full model will have all that. And I have like a bigger expression of this one in the full model. And we're going to see all the cues there. And things are more complicated. I say that bit is not black boxy because I have this one, but this one gives you an insight in this two-country model. In the big model, it's all about how this price vector changes across the entire flow of imports, across the entire flow of exports, and how this prices change is very complex because it depends on how the equilibrium changes in the network. Yeah, it's going to be about that. I'm going to show you that expression. Totally right.
Pablo, so here we set it up, everything's bilateral, but I guess in the real world, when China invests in a port, that also creates externalities for
Oh yeah, that's the quant model is going to have that, and it's going to change actually features of the welfare implications. So I want to say what happens in equilibrium. Something I didn't say. These are the welfare effects if there is more investment, but I don't think it's just there is more investment. The way I want to think about it is there is I want to think if whether the foreign country has incentives to distort the allocation. That is, do you want to actually subsidize your foreign investment? So what happens is, indeed, based on the previous logic, because the terms of trade go in your favor, if you start with a poor level of infrastructure, like bad infrastructure in the host, relative to the marginal cost of investing of foreign, then the foreign country will invest, and it will subsidize the private investors to get these terms of trade effects. Now, think about the welfare of the host in that case. Host is going to be worse off. Let's do it with free trade, it's easier. Because the terms of trade go against the host. I just show you that. However, if you start with bad infrastructure, which I interpret that as are greater than kappa for the world, means the host has financial frictions or has a very high local kappa, then these Chinese investments are taking terms of trade away from the host. That's a transfer from the host to China, but it's increasing global surplus, which means that if the host can tax, or if it can pay a subsidized rate, both countries will be happy with the foreign investment. And that's actually what happens when the host can optimally tax the foreign investor. It will let it in. Now, what happens in the Nash equilibrium in policies, and we do different versions with optimal tariffs, with free trade, with the foreign import tax. Across all the versions in equilibrium, we see investment from the foreign country, assuming equal kappas. Yeah? Now, took away an obvious reason why foreign invests, which exists in the world, which is China has these great engineers or excess capacity of construction companies. Even if the kappas are the same, these neoclassical forces say that the foreign will invest. The host may be fully crowded out, actually, may not enter. It may still tax you, but it may not invest. And the foreign country, will it subsidize its investors? It will never tax them. And there is one case and parameter configuration where it does nothing, which is under free trade, you may end up in the globally efficient allocation of the world when there is foreign investment, okay? But this is the takeaway from the theory. So what we do now is to move to the quant setup, yeah?
Second to last bullet you had there about the foreign country typically subsidizes. If the interest rates that China charges are higher than let's say the market rates, then that's a problem, right? Is that where that's a problem? If we saw China charging higher interest rates.
Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah, I think it wouldn't be consistent with. I don't have like extra lenders or things like that in this thought experiment, but China again is lending at rates that are like 3% with sovereign borrowing rates that are much higher.
I just want to point out that's not the JP article that you said was great. Literally has a line saying China charges higher interest rates.
No, that's than the LIBOR. I read it yesterday. It's 1 point more than the LIBOR, and then there is like box 1 or table 2 that says they pay lower rate to expose spillover. So if we go with these descriptives, you know, and broad feelings about the overall things from, they say both things. But that, yeah, that's, and I mean, I can show you whatever. So let me just go back. You line this up. They are lower than the sovereign borrowing rates during this period for these countries, country by country. They are 2 to 3%. Most of them are on financial terms. They are like 3%. The ones are 2%. So I saw the line that you say, but then they just also clarify in this way. So that's greater than the LIBOR. Yeah. Okay. Happy to talk more. So let me move to the quantitative model. So now this is like a straightforward extension that you may think. Every country in the world produces a differentiated good. Then the importer, then every country has one, let me just say. We have the indirect utility of each country is going to consume a basket of all goods in the world, then it's going to pay for imports of every good, and it's going to produce its own variety. I retain the outside good, and there are these transfers defined as before. It's maximizing its profits, okay? Now, there are a bunch of countries, and they are arranged on a network. So there are many nodes in the world. They are connected in an undirected network, and each country has a network, has a collection of nodes that are connected to each other. So now the competitive shipping happens on a link, and in this link from one node to the next, and this is going to be like one port in one country to another port in another country, or one port in a country to a land node in a country, and then to a land node in another country if they are kind of neighboring over land. There is an exogenous component of trade costs, and there are the fees that now the ship pays in both ports. And each port is solving the same problem as before, except that now the congestion has the total queue that goes through the port. And these are, there is ships going in transit, parking there, and they keep going. And then we have the total infrastructure in the port, that those are going to be berths or cranes as measured in the data. Now the equilibrium is you have prices everywhere that given infrastructure adjust such that the market clears node by node, okay? And link by link. So this was my previous answer to Arnaud. The welfare impact now includes gains from becoming a hub. And the welfare impacts also depend on the direction, the price changes on all the flows. So then you have China, if you think of this as China, there is the price change on what China exports, still Arlington, each country exports one variety. The price changes on everything that I import, but these things are coming long distance with these shippers doing like the optimal routing. Then China is getting then these are terms that we also had in the baseline model with more units here. The terms of trade on I and the returns to the investment. And then you have the changes in the port fees. This is the one we didn't have with the third countries that Steve was asking, which is then perhaps you become a hub. This is Sri Lanka, grows a lot in our counterfactuals because it's receiving a lot of investments. India is not receiving much, and it gains because it becomes a big hub. So this term is big for Sri Lanka in the counterfactual. And another thing that the other model didn't have, in the baseline model, like I told you, the terms of trade necessarily go against the baseline, the host countries. Host countries may be better off here because of this term, and also they are getting these multiple goods, so it's not as straightforward to see how the terms of trade of the host countries moves. It's something we still need to figure out. Host countries, in the quantification, if you do like a one by country counterfactual, and you ask, is a host better off from investing from investment? In many cases, the host is better off in the multi-country model, unlike the baseline model. Okay, so I have a few minutes. Let me go through this. This is the network. We have land and sea. Each country has only 2 nodes. It's still cores, but this is the network of land edges and sea edges. The sea edges is everything that we see in the rotation vessels ports that are directly connected. Is the data that we saw presented before. It's the same data. So when there are 2 ports between which we see a ship going from one to the other directly, that's our network. Then there is a quantity. I mentioned this in passing. The scale of this and the way we model the congestion, we cannot apply off-the-shelf method that we have from previous work on optimal transport. We borrow tweak from the operations research literature that actually allows us to scale up this and what we did before a lot. So we can solve this that has a much greater scale and a different model of congestion that happens in nodes. I just want to flag this. We spend a lot of time trying to figure out what was the right trick. Once you have the trick, you spend less time. So then we calibrate this. Let's call it a standard functional form assumptions. Bunch of elasticity is externally set. Then there are these exogenous components of trade costs that depend on distance with some elasticity and weight of each good, like physical weight. The transport technology COP diagrams, these are very important parameters, congestion and returns to infrastructure. We take what we think are two of the best or the best papers that have tried to estimate this functional form for the sea. This is Brancaccio, Canestini, Papagiorgiou, and Couture, Durant, Turner, and for land. And we convert these elasticities to the units of what we have in different ways. These are important ones. We are not estimating them, we are taking them from there. Now, there is a question of how to get the parameters of the transportation costs, and this shifter of ports. I'm very close to that. We match, so essentially we match gravity here, where now we see trade flows, FOB trade flows in the data, but there is a long distance trade flow that is endogenous and depends on the parameters of costs of transportation. And we sort of have to iterate on this to match this gravity regression. It's a bit in the spirit of Dave's job market paper, but done on the trade flows rather than on price gaps. And we are also matching the average return of 3%. This is the gross flows that we don't use in the quantification. These are predicted by the model, how they line up with the data. They line up with the different slopes across countries, so this is something we need to improve, but at least the slope is not flat or negative. Okay, now let me come back to this distinction between the direct investment returns and the terms of trade gains. The direct investment returns are what we match directly from the data. Perhaps this comes back to Andy's question. At this point, even suppose, I don't know how to think about your question, suppose that's right, and sometimes these rates are higher than the market, yeah? What I'm doing here is something which is conditional on what China did. I don't think they are, but if they were, they excel, and I would like to engage in this more. Conditional on what China did, I'm matching the rates that China actually got paid. So, let me just, I'm matching the rates that China actually got paid. The model is consistent with that. That's 3%, yeah? And then I say, how much is China getting on top of that from strategic motivations, which are these terms of trade gains, is on average like an extra 3.5.
What I was going to say is if the first numbers, if the 3.09 is not right, you still, there's a higher threshold for where you do the,
yeah.
So you just need bigger terms.
Yeah, I agree, yeah. And of course China, there is also the marginal cost. This rate is inclusive of, this is the dollar, but then you transform the dollar into cranes, and that can be high for China, we don't see it, so I think we need to nail if these rates are higher or not, and conditional on that there are unobservables that still make China want to do what it does. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's where I'm going next. So I guess one takeaway, this seems kind of important. Now the takeaway is, this is at the calibration. At the calibration, I shock the economy with the seaport investments. These are the shocks that I see, and then I see what are the welfare effects. The welfare effects, countries in Central Africa are gaining considerably largely from surplus, from consumer surplus, and there are some countries that are gaining a lot from port profits, like Sri Lanka is one, Ghana, Ivory Coast are others that are receiving big investments. How is trade rerouted? Then what we see is like less trade through the Panama Canal and more trade through what actually they call the maritime New Silk Road, which is, it's actually comes to Sri Lanka, through the Red Sea, Suez, and all the way to the US. So it's kind of less trade through Panama, more trade through Southeast Asia and India. And finally, we do the optimal investments. I swear I'm done. So we do the optimal investment, meaning we can say what are the wedges in the investments, the cost that China should have faced so that what it did was optimal. Not the actual cost of investing. We try to project this on political alignment. It seems to be we are working on this, that these kappas are kind of correlated with alignment in the way you may like. And then you say, suppose China only maximizes total income. How will the actual investments have changed? We are finding China would have invested more in the US, in India, in Europe than it actually did. That's what we get when we say, let's imagine that China had maximized income. And I'm going to stop there. We have a lot of things to do. Thank you. Sorry for going 1
Thank
minute.
you.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. So this is a great paper. It brought me back to work that I did 9 years ago at the World Bank. So it was good. It was like down memory lane. So the paper is really speaks both to the economics literature and to the geopolitical literature on the BRI, even if it's more on the economic side, which is a little bit the split that we see in the literature. So there is the work, including the ones that we did at the World Bank. It was more on the economic side. In fact, even the title of the report was Belt and Road Economics, not because geopolitical aspects were not relevant 9 years ago, but simply because we wanted to focus more on the economic side. And then there is the more recent work. I have just one example here, because obviously these investments create some kind of dependencies that can be leveraged, and that's what this other literature brings up. So the paper speaks about both because obviously it has an economic model. It mostly tells us why a country may want to invest in infrastructure, transport infrastructure in another jurisdiction. But then at the same time as this other exercise that probably went very quickly through at the end, where it basically compares what the model predicts with what the actual investments are, and basically argues that the differences can explain part of this, in part, these geopolitical motivations. So what I'd like to do, I'll be very brief on what the paper does, because we just saw it. Then I want this comparison with what we did at the World Bank. I think it's interesting. I learned something from it, so hopefully it's of interest to you guys as well. And then I have some comments, some suggestions for the authors. Now, what the paper does, you see, it's essentially a three-part paper. There is a part that is about the data and these stylized facts. There is a part that is the two-country model. And then this two-country model is simplified and embedded in a quantification exercise. And there are many interesting results, but there are three sets, essentially. One is that from the stylized facts is that China seems to behave a bit differently from other lenders. I'll have something to say about this later on. The second one is that there is an economic rationale for China to invest in infrastructure, in transport infrastructure in other countries, and that comes out nicely from the two-country model. And then when they do the quantification exercise, basically they see, and I think it was one of the very last figures that Pablo put up, you see that essentially the model would predict more investment in countries like the US, Japan, and Europe, and less investment in countries where actually China is investing. And so the difference can be explained possibly by some geopolitical motives, and I'll come back to this as well. Now, when we did this report at the World Bank, I mean, there was the question, is the BRI a good thing in general? It can increase trade. How does it affect the countries that are participating? Back then, the view of the BRI, I think, was a very different animal. In fact, we had 70 countries. It was mostly a macro-regional project that included the Euro-Asian landmass and part of East Africa. As you saw, it changed a lot. Probably was already changing back then, but that was the view that we took, because that was the prevailing view of what the BRI was about. And just the way we were thinking about it was that if you think about transport infrastructure, there is a basic externality that I think got often overlooked in the discussion, which is the fact that if every country invests in transport infrastructure unilaterally, they will take into account the positive effect on trade that the infrastructure had on itself, but not on the other countries. So you're very likely to have that if there is separate investment in infrastructure, you have an infrastructure gap. You have less than what it would be optimal. And so from that point of view, we thought, okay, then the BRI is a bunch of additional infrastructure investments could promote trade and so have a positive effect on GDP through that channel. On the other hand, the host countries at the end of the day will have to repay these investments. So from the perspective of the individual countries, there is a benefit but also a cost, and that would somehow define whether they gain or lose. That's essentially what we were thinking, and then we were trying to think what are the policy implications, what countries should do since they are receiving these investments to increase the gains and reduce the cost. So the way we tried to quantify this thing was simply we did our own data collection exercise for this smaller group of countries that were considered BRI back then. And then we used GIS analysis to understand how this investment would change shipping times. And then we used the elasticities in the literature to translate this into changes in trade cost. And then with these changes in trade costs, we just put them into various models, a CGE, a quantitative model, Caliendo-Parro style, a spatial model, and into gravity exercises. So that's what we were doing. I basically already say this slide, so let me skip. And this is just to show you that I thought was interesting, that this approach has quite different results, I would say probably not surprisingly, from the model that Pablo just presented, because what they are doing is really thinking of what is the incentive of China to invest in this country or that country. That was completely out of what we are doing. And they think about the interaction, essentially the negotiation in some sense between the host and China, again, something that we were not doing. So the figure on your right is the one that you saw very, very quickly, but it was one of the slides. And the one on the left is taken from the Caliendo-Parro model that we did, one of the applications that I told you earlier. Now, just focus on Mongolia, just to focus on one country. And for us, Mongolia was a country that was at risk of losing from the BRI investment. Why is that? Well, because there is this very long railway that goes through Mongolia, that the country would have to repay the transport infrastructure. It would have trade gains, but on net, it was a negative effect. Mongolia, in their case, it's one of the countries that gains, and I thought that was interesting. I suspect, although in the paper, as it is now, there is not much discussion why this is the case. I suspect it has to do with the fact that it has this geographic proximity with China. And so I imagine that the investment is more inelastic, so somehow it increases the bargaining power of the country as it negotiates the terms. And so it's able essentially to extract a larger rent, while as opposed to a country like Panama, because obviously China could always decide to invest in Costa Rica or another country. I don't know, I'm speculating, but there must be something that relates to how the relationship between the two is impacted. But I thought that the differences in the welfare were quite striking, and even more there are differences in the policy implication. Because as I told you, one of the goals that we are trying to think is like, what should these countries do in terms to benefit since these investments are coming in? For us, the obvious thing was to say, well, the gains are coming from trade. These infrastructure are reducing your shipping time. But then if you are putting impediments to trade through tariffs, or if you don't reform your customs, and you know that the 5 days you gain with the transport infrastructure, you lose them at custom, then obviously you need to do some trade reforms. And now here, the results, and I'll focus just on the tariffs, just in the interest of time, as we were seeing earlier, it's very different, because from the perspective of a host country, it might make sense to tax trade to increase the tariff, because you may want to extract through these increasing tariffs more of the rent. Of course, you're going to have a negative impact on trade, but there is an additional term that has to do with this interaction with the Chinese. The other thing is that what about the third country effects? For us, basically, the idea was that if you have these other countries that are reducing their shipping times, it would probably be a positive externality on you. Think about of a country that needs to transit, that its export need to transit to another countries. If there are new infrastructure, it's probably just a positive effect. Here instead what matters is the strategic interaction. So very different implications. I'm not saying that one is wrong and the other one is right. I'm just saying that probably we would learn from comparing these different, the results from different models. If I were sitting in Mongolia, probably I would want to see first some updated version of the World Bank studies, just to try to understand what is the overall impact of these things. And then I would probably want to think about this model to learn a bit more how to interact strategically with China and how to set the policies to extract more of the rent. But I thought it was interesting that there was some very different implications. Now, in terms of the comments, I have many, so just let me pick on a few ones. And I think the questions that you were asking speak already to these same doubts that I have. Now, on the data and the empirical side, one thing that stands out is the fact that there is this comparison between China and other investors. But among these other investors, there is obviously institutions like the World Bank, IFC. I mean, these are institutions that are different from a national government. They have some obvious constraints that are given by the institutional mandate. So we should not necessarily, I think if you do the same exercise for the US and Europe and the World Bank, hopefully you find some different results. Otherwise, it's not obvious why we should have a World Bank and give it a certain mandate. So that's one thing too. I also thought that the empirical application, even if this is just illustrative, I would imagine that there is a little bit of pre-trend issues here and there, because obviously, and you said it in the paper as well, no, you invest, Chinese tend to invest in ports that some high potential, and then you see bigger effects on trade. So some of it probably was already in the pipeline. Now, on the modeling, again, I have several things, but I just want to focus on 3 points that I think were interesting. Again, relate to some of the questions that came up. What is very interesting here is that you see China as a strategic actor, no? And that's very real. Now, the same thing would apply for the US and for the EU. Now, the two-country model, it's just a two-country model, it makes an illustrative point. But then in the quantification, as Pablo was saying, what they're doing for now is just taking China and then assuming that the US and the EU are not doing anything. But it's in the logic of the model that these guys will want to do something. And so that's something that I think it would be nice to add. The other thing, and this is a bit an unfair comment because we had the same problem, 2013 is when the Chinese government announced the BRI. Now, we had a paper where we were looking at trade in goods that are related to transport infrastructure. What we thought was interesting is if you look especially at East Asian countries or Central Asian countries, China was already exporting a lot, and actually trade in these goods peaked before 2013. And so basically the impression was that the authorities just put a stamp on something that was happening. Why is this relevant? Because in the quantification that they have, there is a pre-BRI equilibrium that obviously arrives up to 2012. But that period likely had quite a lot of BRI already, even if that was not the name. And then the very last point is that this geopolitical wedge is really a residual, no? The way I understand it is that there is the model gives you some prediction, and then there is what happened in practice, and you compare the two. And that's a logical approach, but obviously there are many other things. There can be measurement errors, there can be other aspects, and maybe this, the fact that there is in reality strategic interaction with the US and the EU. So just naming everything geopolitical, it would clearly be an overstatement because there may be these other factors, and so some additional work in there may be useful. Now, just to conclude, I think it's a great project. There are many parts that are already very convincing and are probably good from many point of view. I mentioned some of the things that can be done. Now, one thing that I would find interesting, and probably it's me and two other people in the room, but basically because you have this transport infrastructure that have these externalities, and there is a gain in cooperation on this infrastructure. And in practice, governments bargain or act strategically, and so you see a bunch of bilateral interactions on this infrastructure. This, if you think about it, is not very different from a standard trade and trade agreement problem. You have gains from trade, and countries act bilaterally, negotiate bilaterally reduction in tariffs, etc. Now, in trade, we sort of figured it out, or we thought we figured it out, and we have the rules, MFN, reciprocity, and those rules exist because they allow to move from these bargains that are bilateral towards the first best. So I think it would be very interesting as a question to think what's the equivalent here? What are the set of institutional rules that will allow countries that interact in the production of this transport infrastructure that would somehow move it towards what is efficient relative to what is motivated by strategic interactions or other geopolitical goals. Thanks.
What do I do?
Yeah, there is one or two questions.
Questions? Yeah.
So when you describe the benefits for China to engage in its investments, I think another margin that is probably in place, they can affect, they can value affect the price of the good that will be exported, like getting some licensing or other deals that will allow them to get those goods at cheaper prices. So they're not necessarily going to have to suffer from that higher price that you were saying is like a negative term in terms of. Do you have any data on like concessions or other types of agreements that China has with these countries?
We don't. So there are these points about these side aspects of this deal. I think they go in the direction you mentioned. There are these, collateral guarantees, and there are all these other things that along the lines of giving China priority in constructing the project. Or particularly this licensing goods that I don't know.
Yeah, on that line, what about other types of FDI? Like, do you see them building the port, and then you see the mining, the Chinese mining?
Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, we split the data, we kept the transportation part of it, which is a big part.
Is it correlated with the other part?
We haven't great probabilities, so there are pipelines, they are investing in energy projects. Also part of the PRI, they go to some country in Africa and they teach workers directly how to do things. So I think it's very interesting. By the way, I must say, in the model, you can also relabel the transportation investment as investing in other things, and this logic is true. I call it transportation, but it's just a sector that's an input to another sector. So I think all that's interesting. Not for here, perhaps too much, or perhaps yes. This complementary is everything. Thanks a lot for the discussion. I don't know where you are. Thanks for the discussion. Yeah, you pointed to a lot of rough edges that we have in the data. We are still collecting things. There are questions about, like, when we look at the correlations of infrastructure and trade with investments, think more carefully about the identification. Or we have an instrument, actually, we didn't have time to talk about, with dredging costs. The idea of the game, again, like we are going to run and bring these other investors to the model in some way to also try to tease out their incentives. I agree with you, this wedge is a residual. So probably one thing we want to do is to try to tease out the political component of that residual, if only in a correlation sense. So yeah, these are aspects to improve. In terms of the broader question of comparing, so yeah, good questions there. And in terms of comparing our model with, let's say, the approach, that is what I would have called the standard approach of taking a state-of-the-art quantitative model and starting to change TAOs from origin destination when you invest. That's strictly nested in what we do. So we start to strip off our model of things here and there, and we converge to that model, yeah, or to some version that's quite close to that one. And we can see what happens if we do that. But here we are bringing, of course, several things: the network structure, the ports, the returns to the ports. They are all entering in the quantification, and the full, and we are using this data with this portfolio of investments matching to this infrastructure of the ports. You are right that we are not fully there with land data, and we also have the air. So, but in terms of the model itself, I would say there are these forces plus these extra layers. And again, like Andy raised, and we thought about this, and we are in the process of doing it. For these questions, it's very important to nail kind of the marginal return to a crane in a country, which is part of this quantification, which we are in, and that's in the model. That's kind of the marginal return is something that we call R in the model. The question is, you go to the data, you see these deals being struck. There is a rate that China gets. That rate perhaps maybe something that's not equal to the marginal return to the crane. So these are things to focus on. I agree. And working with this model, I think, forces you to think about these issues that are first order here, because China is making these loans and getting money off of them. So, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a short break.
great. First of all, thanks so much to the organizers for including the paper in the program. I'm super excited to be here today, and it's the perfect morning to present this. We have seen already a lot on shipping and maritime shipping specifically. This is sort of more an applied macro take, so excited to present supply chain shocks and the macroeconomy, evidence from global shipping disruptions. It's a joint project with Ramya Raghavan, who's also here today. She's a fantastic PhD student at Northwestern, so keep an eye on her. Supply chains have become increasingly interconnected over the last decades, and while this has allowed for substantial efficiency gains, recent events such as the COVID-19 pandemic, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, extreme weather such as El Niño events, or the current situation with tariffs have also highlighted the fragility of this closely integrated system of global supply chains. And as we have seen, disruptions to this system can pose significant risks to the global economy, with potentially profound macro consequences affecting output, employment, and inflation. So against this backdrop, it's really important to better understand these risks, to inform policy responses on how to best confront such disruptions in the short term, and also how to build more resilient supply chains in the medium to longer term. So what do we do in this paper? In this paper, we provide new evidence on the causal effects of supply chain disruptions on the macroeconomy. Our approach will leverage key features of global supply chains in combination with high-frequency financial data. So to fix ideas, as we have seen already this morning, global supply chains critically rely on maritime trade, with over 80% of global trade transported via the seas. And this system, in turn, depends crucially on a set of choke points, and the two most salient ones are the Panama and the Suez Canal. We then perform a comprehensive narrative account of disruptive events at these choke points, events that are plausibly exogenous to the economy. So examples include, for instance, groundings, collisions, ship failures, or extreme weather events. And then we will isolate the market impact of these events by measuring the change in shipping rates in a narrow window around the event. So this allows us to isolate some variation in shipping costs that is driven by these disruptive events that are orthogonal to the macroeconomy. And then in the next step, we will use this as an instrument to estimate the dynamic causal effects of a structural supply chain shocks. And we will be mainly interested in the macroeconomic and sectoral impacts for the United States, even though there is nothing that prevents you to also look at other countries when equipped with these shocks. And then we're also interested in estimating macro elasticity of substitution with rich granular data on expenditure shares and relative prices across the US production network. Yes, please, Steve.
Just worrying about sort of thinking there about kind of generalizability. So the IV is going to get you a local average treatment effect from these sort of local disruptions. But then potentially maybe you want to think about these bigger disruptions like sort of Taiwan, US-China war. So I'm wondering how you're thinking about that in the model.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. It would be interesting to look at some of these bigger shocks as well. That would be then more of an event study. The nice thing about this is that we have lots of events, so basically the results will be pretty robust to the events included, but you're exactly right, it's a local average treatment effect. These disruptions can be sizable, but they wouldn't be of the size of the events you mentioned, so yeah, there is some limits to how much you can extrapolate from that, but that's what we're going to do today. So let me give you a preview of our results. We find that adverse supply chain shocks have significant global effects. We find that shipping rates increase significantly, and the response also turns out to be quite persistent as these supply chain shocks, these disruptions ripple through supply chains, basically slowing transit, reducing capacity, and creating bottlenecks down the line. We also find a considerable pass-through to commodity prices, but only with some lag. And in response to this scarcity in shipping capacity, we also find that very gradually global shipping capacity increases after these type of shocks. We find no significant effects on measures of geopolitical risk and only a sluggish increase in oil prices. We find this reassuring because the purpose of this project was really to identify a supply chain shock that is not driven by geopolitical risk. There is other important work that has studied geopolitical risk shocks. I'm not sure I've seen Francesco before. He has some work on that as well. We have also a companion project where we're interested in this, where we look at disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz, but for this project we want to abstract from this, because obviously geopolitical risk could affect the US economy through other channels than just supply chains. We find meaningful macro consequences for the US. So first, as a validation, the shock is associated with longer delivery times and also increases when you look at measures of increases in shortages, when you look at news-based proxies for this, shortages for materials, goods, and energy. Then we document that industrial production falls significantly, consumer prices rise, and we also document a significant depreciation of the dollar. These aggregate effects mask stark heterogeneity, with the strongest effect being concentrated in energy and material-intensive manufacturing. And alluding to the macro elasticities that I mentioned before, we find pretty limited substitutability in the short term, even though maybe somewhat larger than some of the estimates out there, but much more considerable substitutability in the medium term, so a couple of years out. In the interest of time, let me skip the related literature and let's jump right into the paper. And let me start by giving you a bit more detail on our identification design. Maritime trade, as we have also seen in the presentations this morning, is really the backbone of global commerce, with over 80% of trade transported via the sea. And shipping costs offer a widely regarded real-time barometer of supply chain stress. So in this chart, you can see the evolution of the Baltic Dry Index from the 70s until today, basically. And you can see that there was quite a bit of variation in this index. However, of course, this is a market price, so this will reflect both demand and supply forces. So if you're interested in the effects of supply chain stress on the macroeconomy, we can't just regress our outcome variables of interest on this measure. That would give you, in general, a biased effect. So key question is, how can we isolate some exogenous supply chain disruptions? And our approach exploits the following feature of global supply chains. So, as we mentioned before, global trade routes, they're heavily reliant on a set of maritime choke points. So what are these choke points? These are narrow waterways with high traffic and few viable alternate routes. So here you can see sort of a more stylized picture of what we have already seen earlier this morning. So this shows basically the global shipping networks with some of the main routes. And I also indicate here these two choke points that we've been discussing. And you can see if you have a disruption there, it can be pretty consequential, right? Because if you want to go from Rotterdam to the Arabian Sea and you can't go through the Suez Canal, instead of 19 days, it will take you 34 days. So this is quite a bit longer. And similarly also for the Panama Canal, you can see basically if that's shut and basically you want to go from the US Gulf Coast to Chiba, that will take you 44 days as opposed to 27 days. So these are really critical choke points. To give you a bit more detail, so the Suez Canal, this is a sea level waterway connecting the Mediterranean Sea and the Red Sea through the Gulf of Suez. It's the shortest sea trade route between Europe and Asia. And of course, not the bulk of global trade goes through it, but it's pretty substantial still. So it's over 15% of global maritime trade that passes through it. And its narrow, constrained passage makes it really prone to disruptions. I'm sure you all remember this incident in 2021 when this Ever Given ship got stuck there. And at the time, probably you were thinking about the myriad of applied micro papers that would be written on this topic. So this is sort of the applied macro version. And what we realized is this is but one incident, right? Looking at the history, there are many more of these disruptions, and examples include vessel groundings, collisions, fires, or adverse weather conditions. And given the central role of this canal in shipping markets, obviously disruptions in this canal are widely reported on by news agencies. So this is an excerpt of a news article that describes such a disruption. So this happened in November 2004. So it says basically Egypt's Suez Canal has been blocked by a broken down oil tanker and could stay shut for another 2 days. Navigation came to a standstill on Saturday. And basically this Liberian flagged vessel carrying cargo of crude ran aground. And obviously And shipping sources expected traffic to be disrupted until Wednesday at least. So this is from Reuters. Turning to the Panama Canal, so this is a waterway connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Ocean. It's the shortest sea trade route between the oceans, and it's an ingenious engineering feat because unlike the Suez Canal, it's not basically at sea level, it's higher up because engineers leveraged the Gatun Lake. So basically, instead of digging through the entire continent, basically the ships are lifted up to the level of the lake, and then part of the distance can be done in the lake. These locks and also the narrow passage also make it pretty prone to disruptions because obviously if there is an issue with these locks, right, then this can delay or disrupt transit. And at the same time, traffic is also very much reliant on the water levels in this Gatun Lake. So if there is a drought and the water levels are low, many vessels, especially if they're big or too heavy, they can't pass, so they may be stuck or have to be rerouted if that happens. So here is an excerpt of a news article discussing such a draft restriction from 2015. So the Panama Canal Authority is the official authority that manages the canal for now. Who knows, maybe the US will take over at some point. But here it says basically that this authority will temporarily lower the maximum draft of ships passing through the canal due to droughts caused by El Nino. Starting September 8, the greatest draft allowed will be 39 feet, down from the current maximum of 39.5. So this sounds really tiny, but then basically, if you read on, this change could affect about 20% of ships that use these routes. So this is still pretty substantial.
Sorry, but this is, I would have thought it's actually not a good example because the shock is El Nino.
So you're concerned that El Nino has a direct effect on the US as well, or what's the concern? Yes, so we try to exclude the weather-related events as well. It doesn't affect our estimates that much, but that's also one concern that we had. Yeah.
So then just related, should I think about agents anticipating these events as well, or do you think about them as kind of MIT shocks? Because that's also
excellent.
Right, if I'm anticipating this, I'm going to keep kind of.
Can I come back to this in a couple of slides? I have slides on this. This is an excellent point. So this gives an overview of basically the narrative account. So basically these are all the disruptive events at these two canals that we identified. We do this based on different sources. So first we rely on specialized maritime intelligence. So Lloyd's, they have specific data sets that record sort of causalities at vessels at different points. So we use that. We complement this with information from leading news wires such as Factiva, and then we also use the official shipping advisories. So as I mentioned, for the Panama Canal, there is this official authority that releases this draft restriction on their website, so we also use these and digitize these. So our data set in total identifies over 300 events that disrupted shipping traffic between 1970 and 2022. So that's our sample of interest. And you can see in the Panama Canal, most of the events that we found are weather-related. For the Suez Canal, you can see groundings, collisions, or measuring failures are basically the most salient events. Yes, please.
Are you worried that some of these might be related to how much the traffic that's going through the canal?
Yes. So that's, yeah, exactly, because you could perceive that, okay, if economic activity is higher, there is more traffic, so collisions are more likely. So we've also tried to exclude the collisions from our event set. That doesn't change the estimates much. And obviously in our model, we also have a rich set of controls for the state of the economy, so hopefully that will also absorb some of this, but yeah, it's a legitimate concern. Please.
That's a lot of events. So I mean, aren't these just predictable in some sense? Like you're expecting 5 collisions a year.
Yeah. Oh, yes, but I mean, that's true. Maybe in the absolute number, yes, but it's much harder to predict the exact timing, as we will see. So let me give. So in one slide, I'm going to come back to predictability. So I'll come back to that. That's an important point. So okay, this setting motivates our high-frequency identification approach. So because we have these disruptive events along these global trade routes, and they're closely monitored by market experts, and also, the reporting of these events can lead to significant market reactions. So we're going to leverage that, and the idea is to identify so-called shipping cost surprises. So we measure these as the change in shipping rates in a tight window around disruptive events. And we're going to proxy this with the Baltic Dry Index. This is basically an average price for dry bulk shipping. It's only dry bulk, that's the limitation. But because we leverage a time series that I mentioned, we're really reliant on long historical coverage. And for instance, containerized rates or some of these other rates, they're only available for the more recent sample. But turns out for the common sample, these rates are actually all pretty correlated. So we find basically that all these rates tend to increase after our shocks. So that's how we measure these surprises. And this is how the surprise series looks like. So you can see, obviously, in the more recent part, we maybe have some larger surprises. So this has become more important over time. But even in the earlier part, there are some notable surprises. We can work through some of the examples. So for instance, in 2006, an Egyptian dredger sank in the Suez Canal. This basically led to an increase in the BDI by around 3%. Then basically in April 2016, there are some draft restrictions. So this is again surprises of positive, examples of positive surprises. As you can also see, in many cases the surprises are actually negative. So this can occur either if the reporting turned out to be less dramatic than markets expected, or it could also be that the event actually had the opposite sign. So there is also instances where basically the Panama Canal Authority lifted draft restrictions or made them less binding, and then obviously you would expect a negative surprise. Yes?
Just wondering about these price shocks. So should I think about shipping as being a spot market, which that seems implicitly the assumption here, because it could be some shipping is on long-term contracts, right? And so
yes.
It's a short-term disruption.
Yes, it doesn't as much, yes. That's especially true, I think, in the containerized market, which basically, I mean, I think these rates are set maybe sometime in advance, but dry bulk is actually, yeah, it's basically a spot market, so it moves. So that's also why it's a suitable price for our purposes. But then when we look at the monthly impact, all of these rates will increase. Yeah.
Right, but I guess that's going to affect the interpretation, right? Because the price shock is affecting part of the shipping sector, but not the whole sector, so how I match that?
Well, I would argue it affects all of it, but not by the same intensity. But then we're not using this as the exact shock measure, we're using it as an instrument. So it only has to be correlated. And I mean, in the extreme, we could also just use the sign and not basically the magnitude. I think in that case, point estimates are still kind of similar. Obviously, we lose a lot of the precision if we did that. Yeah.
I'm struggling with, I guess, the method that you're going to show. So I understand you're going to be looking at kind of long-run responses.
Well, I mean, a couple of years out, not that long term.
But then let's say take a window where there is kind of one day positive shock, next day negative shock. Yeah?
Yes.
Somehow we can extract that the first one led to an increase in activity, the second one a reduction in activity.
Because
the data is only one line that will compensate both. So how do we extract the long-run response to shocks that are days apart in opposite directions?
I'm going to come back to it when I show you how we map this with a model to the longer term effects. But the short answer is that it's basically the effect conditional on one event, and then the counterfactual is basically no event would occur in the future. Yes, right. So in some sense, it's like an average using.
Accumulates the one-day event that was positive and the next one-day that was negative. I would think, reasonably for aggregate activity in 2 years, those two.
That's yes. That's when you would do sort of an unconditional forecast, but what we're going to compute is sort of the impulse response to sort of one pulse, and then there will be no shocks in the future. So that's basically how I'm going to be more specific in the methods, how we compute it. But yeah, can I defer this when I show basically how we compute the responses? I think it will be more obvious then. Thank you. Yes?
This is just hypothetical, but it seems that in absolute magnitude, the surprises are becoming larger over time.
Yes.
Is it because there's generally more traffic, so a given incident, the later period, is bigger disruption, or is there something else?
I think it's also that some of these disruptions became more dramatic. For instance, like these last two that are pretty big, they were related to this pretty intense El Nino that like maybe was not as intense in previous periods, so that can explain it. We were also a bit worried by that, so our results are robust if we stop in 2019. Even then, there may be some heteroscedasticity, but in our approach, there is nothing that requires that this has to be homoscedastic. I mean, the estimator also works with heteroscedasticity, but obviously you may vary a bit that a lot of the lifting for the identification is driven by these few episodes, and we tried, and excluding these leaves the effects pretty much unchanged. Yes, Francesco.
How is
So yes, so yeah, that's a good point. I think, so if I remember correctly, maybe if you compare these to sort of normal days, I mean, shipping markets, they're pretty volatile, and this is just 2 choke points, so like in many places things can happen. So I think maybe it was a bit higher than like on normal days, but it wasn't as stark.
So you have this one index that governs kind of like this whole network, and then from Theo and Rich's work and Julie's work, we know that bulk shippers are very subject to like surge frictions, and these are very regional and even like very link specific.
Yes.
So how do we kind of
So yeah, so that's a great point, and we would expect that this may be even more stark if we exploited like regional prices, like specific for the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal, and these prices exist, but only for part of our sample. So we think this shows that basically these events are powerful enough to still move global costs, which are sort of an average, also including these routes. And again, coming back to the IV intuition, that's sort of all we need. But for the first stage, obviously, if we had like more disaggregated prices to measure this over the entire sample, that would help us. So the F-stat would be even higher. But luckily for us, like even using this, we kind of find decent first stage, at least like for macro standards. Yes, so good, yeah.
Sorry, one last question. Is this only going to be historical shipping cost, or are you also going to look at delay and quantity reductions?
So we're going to use basically shipping costs as a sufficient statistic to identify this shock, and then we're going to look at measures of delays and quantity responses basically as outcomes, and then hopefully this should look like we would expect. Yeah. Excellent. So I promised a slide on predictability. So this was the question. So basically we test for this. So we run these predictive regressions. Similar to what Bauer-Swanson did, like in the monetary policy shock literature, if you're familiar with that. So basically the idea is you have these surprises and then you regress these over the event day, right? And these include, for instance, different types of macro news, financial variables, commodity prices, geopolitical news. And this is what comes out. So overall, there seems to be limited predictability of these surprises. So if you look at the R-square, especially the adjusted ones, these are not all that large. There is some predictors that are significant, for instance, like the ISM, the Purchase Managers Index. So this has a significant coefficient for some of the specification. We're not quite sure what this is driven by. I mean, one argument could be that this could signal tight supply chains, making disruptions more binding. We're, just to err on the safe side, we're actually going to purify these surprises, so we're going to remove any predictability that we get from these regressors, and we'll use that. But if you look at the results, using the raw or these purified series doesn't make all that much of a difference.
I was going to say predictability is kind of also different from just uncertainty, right? It could be that even if I can't predict it, I might hold inventories, right? Or just like we were discussing earlier, there's a certain probability these events happen, and so the observed equilibrium includes some insurance.
Includes that already.
So maybe the effect would be even bigger.
Yeah.
If we didn't already take into account some of the impacts of those possible shocks.
Yes, no, I agree with that. Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, and here you can see that this refinement doesn't make that much of a difference. These series are very similar and highly correlated. So we run a bunch of diagnostic checks, just in the interest of time. These are like standard in this literature, and basically our instrument passes all of this. Maybe most importantly, it's not forecastable by past macro and financial variables when we do basically this purifying step. And also it turns out to be uncorrelated with other structural shock measures put forward in the literature, such as uncertainty shocks, oil shocks, or productivity shocks. So coming back to the question on basically then how we compute the responses. So I hope I could convince you that this shipping cost series has some good properties, has some nice properties, but obviously it's only an imperfect shock measure because we may not have captured all relevant disruptive events. Plus, again, as we discussed, BDI is an imperfect measure of costs, so it may be measured with error. So we're not going to use this as a direct shock measure. Instead, we're going to use this as an instrument to identify a structural supply chain shock. Basically, the identifying assumptions are that the instruments, so these shipping cost surprise here is correlated with this supply chain shock of interest, but uncorrelated with all other structural shocks. So here we basically leverage this impulse propagation paradigm where the economy is driven by a set of structural shocks that propagate through the economy. We're only interested in the supply chain shock, so we only need an instrument for that one. And for estimation, we will rely on VAR techniques, so coming back to how we compute the response. So basically, based on these two covariances, we can basically back out the impact effect of this shock, so the effect in the current month, and then basically through the VAR we can propagate these effects forward. And basically the counterfactuals is basically how the economy would have evolved in absence of the shock.
Are you going to use information on the duration of the shock?
Yes. So we measured that, at least for the events that we could. We're not going to exploit that directly here, but it would be interesting. I mean, one thing that we could do is we could compute the weights, like for each event that it takes in the estimate, and then see whether that correlates with duration. That would actually be really interesting.
Just for me to understand, I'm not familiar.
Sure.
If I understand, so it's like a contemporaneous shock, and then the long run elasticities kind of come from elsewhere.
From the reduced from the dynamics of basically this dynamic VAR
Not
model.
estimating that part.
No, we're estimating that as well. I mean, it's also from the data. Well, I mean, long run is a big word. It's like a couple of years out, yes.
You are projecting industrial production in 2 years to a disruption today.
Yes, yes. So we also, I mean, either you do this through the VAR, where you don't do this directly, or what we also do is doing it using local projections and robustness, where you literally do that. Basically, you look at basically the cumulative change in industrial production over 2 years and regress that on the shock today.
Yeah, I'm just struggling with the time I mentioned. The shocks are daily,
Uh-huh.
and that industrial production index.
Yes, so they.
And then they clearly integrate a bunch of shocks that happen over a bunch of time, or even half a time. Basically, in a way, you're regressing daily shocks.
So there is an I don't have that much time, but there is an aggregation step. So we aggregate these daily surprises to the monthly frequency. So then what we are left with is sort of a monthly shock, right? And then we are using that, yes. So there is an aggregation. But is it okay if we talk about this offline? I really want to show you some results. Excellent. So this is what comes out. So here you can see basically the impulse response functions. This is to shock normalized to increase shipping rates by 10% on impact. And what's really interesting is, okay, shipping rates increase, but then this increase turns out to be pretty persistent. I mean, this surprised us at first because, I mean, many of these disruptions, they're only in place for a couple of days. I mean, it's true for the Panama Canal. Some of them are in place for longer if there is a draft restriction. But we find this pretty persistent impact on price. So basically over a year, prices increase significantly in shipping costs. We find an increase in commodity prices that is more sluggish. This is a measure of shipping capacity. It's basically the world mercantile fleet. This is sort of a stock variable, so you wouldn't expect it to move much on impact. But then we find that basically over time it gradually increases. And as I already hinted at, we don't find a significant effect on geopolitical risk. That sort of confirms that we selected the events, I mean, as we intended. Yes.
So just in terms of what's in the control, so presumably you have time dummies. So I'm thinking of growing globalization over time, as we were discussing earlier, could lead to more volume, more disruptions and so on. What are you controlling for in these impulse responses?
Yes, so sorry, so globalization, we should try to add this control. We haven't done that. So basically we have controls for both the global shipping market and the US economy. So for global shipping markets, we have shipping rates, commodity prices, this measure of capacity and the measure of geopolitical risk. And then for the US economy, we have industrial production, consumer prices, an interest rate, and the real effective exchange rate. We also varied the controls that we include here. Results are pretty robust to that. This is like a standard set of controls, like in this type of models. But yeah, I think it would be nice. The thing is, our variation is much more high frequency, right? So these lower moving trends usually don't affect the estimates that much because it's sort of deviations around the trend. Yes.
Do you look at commodities that should and shouldn't be affected? Like, I mean, oil is more affected by the super.
Yes. So we have some sectoral results. If you bear with me, I hope I'm not sure whether I get to it today, but yeah, we do find some meaningful heterogeneity. Yes. Thank you. So this is basically how we think about these prolonged impacts on prices. I think maybe we should add some of the papers. I mean, I think Simon's paper. I mean, I'm not sure how much it speaks to the persistence, but at least like that these disruptions can have meaningful effects on costs. Like that seems like consistent with what we have seen this morning. The way we think about it is basically, okay, you have these initial disruptions. This disrupts basically traffic maybe for a couple of days, but then this basically ripples through this tightly organized system of global supply chains, creating backlogs down the line. There is rerouting that tie up ships and capacities for a much longer period, and then there can also be congestions because then you have like bunched arrivals downstream at ports. So because of all that, you can have much more persistent impacts on shipping costs than what you would expect initially. Turning to the impact of the US economy, so that's what we find. We find that these shocks have meaningful effects for the US. Industrial production falls significantly with some lag. The CPI increases persistently. We don't find that much of a response of interest rates. I mean, it tends to be positive, but it's not significant, and we do find a significant depreciation of the dollar. Turning to the interpretation of the shock, so this also came up. So this is our sort of validation exercises. So again, you may argue, okay, this is just specific to the dry bulk market. Here, basically, we look at the responses of some other shipping cost measures, for instance, for tankers, for containers, or charter rate index, and these all sort of increase with the shock.
So just in terms of the outcomes, this is all for the US, or this is for the world? Or you have
So these are global prices, but yeah, what I showed here is the US. Okay. This was also global. Yeah.
Okay, so it's just time series essentially.
It's time series, yeah. Please. So the pass through from what to what? So the shipping rate increases by 10% on impact, and then basically, yeah. You could compute pass-through by dividing by the response, yes. In terms of magnitudes, these are like sizable magnitudes, but they're comparable if you look at oil price shocks, which I also have worked on, and you basically normalize the commodity price effect, then you would find comparable impacts on industrial production and CPI. So.
I know it's not a theory paper, but it seems like very hard to get these to hang together, right? Because you have this persistent increase in shipping, but somehow increases the tonnage, which is the quantity, so it doesn't look like a supply shock.
Well, over time, yeah, because, yes, okay.
Well, I mean, it never goes down, right? The tonnage.
Yes, I mean, it doesn't go down significantly, but.
The industrial production falls, actually the shipping rates are back to normal.
But I'm not sure whether we have the right measure like for the tonnage, because again, this is sort of the stock, right? So if the ship is tied, unless the ship is really destroyed, which doesn't happen for many of these incidents, you wouldn't expect a significant response there, right? It's because it's still the same capacity, it's just that it's tied up for longer.
It's a massive amount of resistance to, in the production, to have like industrial production falling only after actually the shipping rates return to so it's not just even about like.
Oh, for the timing of the fall. Yes, that's fair, but it's consistent with a lot of how these macro shocks propagate. I mean, we do have like these pretty sluggish responses of outputs. Yeah, I agree. It's interesting. I mean, it does tend to fall also in the short term, albeit it's not significant. So I get you that. So that the peak of the effect only materializes later on. But yeah, it's a result. So yeah, it would be interesting, yeah, to understand what type of model could generate these. Yeah, but that's not what we do in this paper.
Well, I just wonder if you use like port data in the US, if you could see that there was initially like a delay in those affected route ports, and then
Oh, yes, we haven't done that. Would be interesting. Yeah, we haven't done that. That's a good suggestion. Yes. Excellent. That's a great suggestion too. So this is also to validate. So we find basically an increase in shortages for delivery times. It's also there, even though not as significant, but basically this is sort of what you would expect. We look at the broader impact. So this is not only industrial production, also has effects on GDP, investment, and consumption. And because it's a trade audience here, I definitely want to show you some of the trade outcomes that we look at. So these shocks really propagate like in adverse terms of trade shocks. So this came also up earlier today. So I think that's also what we would expect. And then the trade balance doesn't change that much on impact, but then tends to improve slightly. And I mean, at least to us, that's sort of consistent with expenditure switching and also the exchange rate response. There is a bunch of identification concerns. Some of them we already discussed. So in the interest of time, let me not discuss this in much more detail. I'm happy to defer you to the paper or discuss this later. But let's move on and let me show you some additional results. So one thing, I mean, when we started writing this paper was really how important were these supply chain disruptions for understanding the recent inflationary episode. So with this machinery, we can do basically a counterfactual, so how inflation would have evolved if only these supply chain shocks were present and no other shocks were basically driving the economy. And you can see that basically, okay, so we initialized the economy July 2020, and then the black line here is basically the counterfactual with just the supply chain shock, and the red dashed line is the realized inflation rate. And you can see that especially early on, these kind of explain a meaningful portion of the increase in inflation, but then really fails to account for the peak. And that's sort of consistent with other accounts that emphasize that expansionary fiscal policy, loose monetary policy, and also commodity price shocks were important factors as well for really this peak of the inflationary episode. Let me skip the role of monetary policy and let me briefly talk about the sectoral impacts, because it also came up before. So we look at different manufacturing industries. So these are like industrial production and consumer prices. So we find pretty big price response for more upstream sectors like petroleum and coal products. There, the quantity response is not as big. For other sectors, it's the reverse. So you have a bigger quantity response for chemicals and plastics, less of a price response there. So I think that's interesting. You can also look at durable goods production, find pretty sizable quantity response for motor vehicles, less of a price response there. It's kind of reversed for machinery and also fabricated metal products. So there is some interesting heterogeneity there that motivated us to maybe go one step further and like think about implications for network models. And obviously one crucial object there is the list. Yes.
Do you control for seasonality, like depending on the time of the year?
Yeah. So yeah, all these series are seasonally adjusted. Yes. Yeah, that's important. Yeah. Otherwise, yeah. I mean, I know some of these look a bit funky, but it's just because, yeah, I mean, these disaggregate series are a bit more noisy than the aggregates. Yeah. So we're interested basically in estimating elasticities of substitution. I mean, what we can do with this approach is not really a structural elasticity, it's more a macro elasticity, because the effect will not only go through the relative price, but possibly also through other prices and income. But basically, we collected this rich data from the BEA tables on relative prices and sourcing shares, and then basically we regress the relative price on our shock, and basically these expenditure shares on our shock, and then basically we can do in a second step, basically in the impulse response space, how basically this expenditure share response relates to the response to relative prices, and based on that coefficient we can basically back out this macro elasticity. And just to finish, this is what we find. We think it's pretty reassuring that, I mean, these estimates are sort of in the same ballpark, at least, with some of the microelasticities out there, for instance, Atalay or Miranda Pinto. I mean, in the short term, actually, these papers find elasticities of substitution that are close to zero, so we find there'll be more substitutability once you account for these GE impacts. In the longer term, this also builds up. So there is a nice paper by Peter and Ruan in the Econometrica. They also find elasticity of substitution in the longer term that are bigger than 1. So for us, they're not significantly bigger than 1, but still like in that ballpark. So we also thought that's kind of interesting. And this is basically all I have to say. Thank you so much for all the questions, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion.
All right. Thank you very much for inviting me to discuss this very interesting paper. So one way to think about the paper is that it brings these high-frequency identification techniques from the monetary policy literature to international trade. And the idea is to estimate the dynamic causal effect of supply chain disruptions on the US economy. What they do is they compile a narrative data set of disruptions in the Suez and Panama canals using things like news wires and intelligence reports and things like that. And they focus on vessel groundings, collisions, machinery failures, adverse weather. And then they look at the change on the day of the event in this measure of shipping rates as a one-day window. And they think of that as an unexpected shock. And with that at hand, they estimate a structural VAR with 8 variables that include shipping rates, industrial production, and the CPI. And they use that measure of surprises as an instrument for the structural error for the shipping rates, so for one of the things in the VAR. And the idea is that by using the instrument, that allows them to tease out supply-driven changes in shipping rates from demand-driven. So for me, this paper kind of sent me a little bit back to grad school, because the last time I heard of the VARs, or I've seen the VARs, I wasn't aware of these techniques to identify. So what I remember is that it was all about going from the structural errors to the reduced form errors, and you had this matrix, and you had to put 0 somewhere, which restricts the contemporaneous effects of structural shocks on some variables, and you had things like the Cholesky composition. I don't have great memories of that, so I was pleased to see that there were some advances. I don't know why I didn't learn them in school, but essentially, if you have a good instrument for one of the structural errors, just one, then you can tease out essentially the corresponding column, say the first column of that S matrix, which essentially boils down to having the impulse responses. And I would like to spend more time here, but I don't think I will make it if I do. And so that begs the question, so what's the instrument? And so to get the instrument, they rely on this approach, which I also didn't know from monetary policy. So it's this high-frequency identification approach. And so what they do in that literature is to look at announcements of monetary policy, FOMC meetings, and they look at these tight windows of like 15 to 30 minutes. They look at changes in some asset price, like Fed funds futures, and they think of those as monetary policy prices. And assuming that nothing else changed in that window, that delivers kind of more credible identification of monetary policy shocks. But there are power issues. And those power issues are particularly true when you are then time aggregating these high frequencies, these like high frequency shocks into, let's say, a month or a quarter or whatever, to explain a low frequency outcome, which is what they do in this paper. So that's what I could gather from the literature. Now, having said that, I think that it's a nice idea to bring those techniques here to trade, to shipping markets. And many things came up in the presentation about identification, but I think for me, the exclusion restriction seems plausible. There was the issue about the weather events, but they have so many robustness where they take things out and they orthogonalize the series, they think about autocorrelation. So I didn't find any problems there. So here are the 8 variables that are in the VAR, and I think probably you can see the results. But that's basically the contribution here. This is the results. These are the impulse responses. So what I want to do in the discussion is to talk about mechanisms, although some things came up, to talk about the credibility of the results at long horizons, which also I think sort of came up, to talk about local projection versus VARs, and then to see what we can learn with some trade models, and then probably I won't get to the last comments. So mechanisms are pretty obvious, and they were mentioned. Not only in this session, but in other sessions. Rerouting, canal and port congestions, vessel slowdown possibly. So we expect the prices of shipping to go up, and we expect delivery delays, right? So ultimately, there's some critical inputs that are not arriving, or they're significantly delayed. So it would be quite nice to see that, to have some evidence on actual quantities shipped or trade volumes. And it's true they have that tonnage metric, but my understanding is that that's not really it. That's basically shipping capacity. And yeah, Andre was talking about that. So there's no effect, and then it builds up like 2 years after. To me, that basically means maybe somebody learned about these shocks and they're building ships and it takes a few years, but this is not it. So it would be great to have something. And with trade data, you actually have the data. So I think this is something we would like to see. Now they do, of course, they have a lot of results, and one thing that they show for mechanisms is evidence of shortages and supply and increased delivery times. And that they both went up. But if you look closer, look at the timing here. So I would have expected that literally, in the month of the shock, delivery times go up, especially for international suppliers. And they get that those actually go up starting 6 months later or so. Maybe it's because this measure they use is not exactly like shipping times from customs. I get that. They're looking at some surveys from US CEOs, there's domestic suppliers, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, the mechanism is like it takes longer for shipments to get there. And it would be great to see that. So in my work with Heise and Esposito, we actually looked at the US custom data and we have the shipping times. I'm not sure if you can get shipping times with public data, but I would advise to just try to get some of that. Then they have the sectoral evidence, which is kind of reassuring in terms of mechanisms. So Diego showed that. So let me talk about the credibility at longer horizons, which is something that also kind of came up. Let's zoom into this industrial production, the CPI. And in fact, I mean, let's leave aside the CPI for a little bit. Suppose there's some non-neutrality, something like this. Let's focus on production. We see production falling by 0.5% within a year. My prior was that this is going to kind of come back to zero. It doesn't. And 2 years out from the 12 months, so basically 3 years out, you still have that, seems like a permanent effect, or production is basically depressed. So that begs the question, what is happening? If we were to increase the window, would we see that it goes back? Or is this a permanent effect? That has major consequences for what we do with these results, for the kinds of models we write. Do we have a shock to the trend, or is it a temporary shock? So that's the question. Of course, at the heart of this, Diego said this, is that, well, even though you're doing a one-time shock to the structural error, this epsilon 1, that propagates in the BER through shipping rates, and those are really, elevated for 12 months. So part of the thing is, it creates a very persistent increase in shipping rates. But at the same time, and maybe this is not the right place to put it because this affects the, not only persistence, but the whole magnitude of the shock. Transportation is not a huge share of the import price index. So if you just look at charges, like transportation charges, insurance, freight, whatever, over C value, that's 3%. Simon was showing some numbers yesterday, I think 4 or 5%. So I'm going to come back to how do we think of this as mapping into the import price index, but that mitigates that 10% shock, which is like the largest of the disruptions. It's the initial point of all these impulses. Okay, a technical point that I had to kind of learn is that their baseline, the bar, has 12 lags. There's a robustness to 18 lags in the appendix. Now, any result beyond that lag order is literally using the VAR structure to extrapolate. No autocovariances from the data are used for that. So, to me, that puts a lot of weight on that VAR structure, getting it right in those first 12 months. So to me, that means that these results at such a long, for me, this is a long horizon, not because I think this is growth and so on, but because the shock lasted a couple of days. So to me, 36 months is long horizon. So that puts less credibility there, which leads me to the local projection versus VAR, because of course you can use this instrument without imposing the VAR structure, and that would be a local projection method. And again, I had to learn a bunch of stuff last week. I would love to talk more, and I'm not the person to lecture about this, by the way, by no means. There's an active literature in econometrics. I had to read some hard papers, but essentially, with the local projection, you're actually using, at all horizons, you're using the autocovariances from the data. You're not using the VAR structure. So that's going to get you, less bias, but it's going to get you more variance. Because the VAR imposes more structure, that reduces the variance. So even though these methods may be asymptotically equivalent with infinite lags, in practice with finite samples, they're not. And so there's this trade-off. Fortunately, the authors already did this robustness, and boom, we have in the appendix a comparison between local projection IV and SVAR IV. And let me zoom in. This is the results for industrial production and CPI. So I was expecting somehow that this would help us at 36 months. So we would get like zeros there, but actually we get like a different thing. We get like zeros for like 24 months, and then a dip that is significant, even with the higher standard errors of the LP. So this didn't help me, for my puzzles. So I just want to show this. Okay, so that's on econometrics. Let's get to something more familiar for me, which is what do trade models, another way to assess these numbers is through the lens of quantitative trade models, and people have, in this room, including myself, have looked at these things, have done quantitative trade models. So I'm going to do the ones that I'm more familiar with. So let's take the simplest model you could think of. There's a manufacturing firm, it's a representative firm, and it's producing some output with materials X, it's a bundle X, and labor or primary factors L. Gamma is the share of materials in production, and then materials are CS between a bundle of domestic inputs and a bundle of foreign inputs with some substitution epsilon. And assume the simplest possible model, price taking in input markets, in labor markets, everywhere. So then, like, if you just want to look at the change in production cost, holding the domestic input price constant and the wage constant, that's just going to come from the change in some home share. The home share is basically the share of expenditure in materials accounted by the domestic inputs, raised to some kind of powers, which is gamma, that basically controls the importance of materials, and epsilon is a substitution between domestic and foreign inputs. It's kind of like an ACR formula, but for this firm. And then using that CS structure, we can map any change in the relative price of the imported input, domestic input, into the change in the share, as long as we have like an initial home share, which we do. And so let's put some numbers. So it turns out, if you have to remember this, I have a few of these parameters, gamma, and the domestic share for manufacturing. I had it from my work with Heisen Esposito, which is US manufacturing. This is just manufacturing, okay? And then I took epsilon, you could take 4, but it's kind of a regional number. And so then I considered a bunch of different shocks to the import prices. And I asked, okay, what do I need to shock the price, the relative price, to get, oh, I didn't say this, the CPI growth by 0.4% over the 36 months window. Here I'm assuming a permanent shock, by the way, so that's already different. But I would need like a 2.5% increase in the relative import price, which is kind of high because they start from a 10% rise in global shipping costs, and that's like maybe 5% of the price index. So they would be like somewhere around here. So that suggests that through the lens of this simple model, their numbers are high. But then I thought, okay, so we have missing wages, domestic input prices with roundabout or input-output linkages, non-tradables, markets, exporters. How am I going to do to put all this? I have only 1 week. But it turns out I already had it because I wrote a paper which has it was about imports and exporters, but it had all these elements. I was studying the valuations there, but I could just tweak it to put like iceberg costs and things like that. So, now I have like a, heterogeneous importers, exporters in manufacturing. They're like sourcing inputs from a bunch of foreign countries. I have that they're also exporting. As I said, like the domestic input is internally produced with roundabout, all of these things that I mentioned, GE. One big thing is that I didn't recalibrate the model to the US for time constraints, and because I don't really have the moments, I need the joint distribution of import shares, export shares from site, blah, blah, all of that, I don't have it really for US. And then I just shock iceberg costs. And for importing and for exporting, I'll do it in tandem. And one thing, we're not shocking anything abroad, which kind of connects to what variables are in this VAR. They don't have anything about the world economy, which could be another propagation mechanism. So I want to say this now because I'm going to run out of time. Anyway, so now suppose I do a 1% increase in the iceberg cost of importing final goods and inputs. Actually, I have the two separate. Now, well, the manufacturing price index goes up by 0.6%, and the overall price index by 0.5%. So that's kind of not too different from what they get. So what's helping here is that in the GE model, there's a relocation towards demand for domestic inputs and domestic final goods, which pushes up the wage, and that tends to increase unit cost. Anyway, so this doesn't look too bad, but you do need like that 1% increase in the iceberg cost, which again might be on the high side. And this is a permanent shock, not a temporary shock. If you add exporter, a shock to the iceberg export cost, that's going to actually undo some of this, because now you're really harming those exporters, their demand, and so that's going to reduce the wage growth, and that's going to make these numbers a little bit lower, but they can align with what they get. So it's possible to get this. Again, I don't have dynamics. This assumes a permanent shock, so there are some things here. And so in the last 0 time, let me just say, let me skip this one. This is the Andre point. But I don't take this as quantities. I take this as shipping capacity. So, the shipping capacity seems to grow 3 years down the road, 2 years after, so that might be some sort of precautionary motive or something. And on the last point is on model selection. Even though they do a huge amount of robustness, I didn't see anything of why are these particular variables, why are these 8 particular variables? And again, the shock is not US specific, which also matters for what I did in the model, but also in the data. I think I'm on time, right? Thank you very much. So let me just conclude because so it was a very nice paper on an important topic. Again, brings the state-of-the-art empirical high-frequency techniques to international trade. It has some intriguing results. I look forward to the next version. Thank you.
Great, yeah. First, yeah, should I start with questions? Yeah. I mean, thanks so much for the discussion. It was really amazing. And thanks for doing the job of teaching some of the time series. Yeah.
Super interesting. I agree with the discussion. I thought it'd be really interesting to look at the impact on trade. If you think the mechanism is ultimately running free trade, that seems sort of really important. Just seconding some of the discussant's comments, I mean, one benchmark in trade is the natural benchmark is the kind of gains from trade if we went all the way to autarky, and those numbers are pretty small for the US, like 2%. You can crank them up with many industries or power features and so on, but just comparing, so your impulse responses are not exactly welfare, it's, you can do really
Right.
just kind of benchmarking against what we know from the gains from trade, and then are our models wrong because you're getting these bigger numbers? If that's the case, then it should also be showing up in trade flow. I think that would be kind of super interesting. And then just one idea for why the propagation might be longer, which has sort of come up with the Strait of Hormuz, is this kind of disorganization in shipping markets, that if I stop the ship getting through the Panama Canal, now it can't go on to where it was meant to go, it's in the wrong place, all these ships are in the wrong place, and I wondered if that was sort of a potential story, that's this kind of disorganization where I can't fulfill the contract I had, everything else gets screwed up, and the ships are kind of mismatched, and if there's a way of looking at that in the data, it would be very interesting.
Amazing, yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think it's hard to get data at the ship level for like this long sample, but perhaps for a subsample we could look at it. Yeah, that would be great.
So, yeah, very interesting. I just had one question. You take the shock, you get these disruptions that are plausibly exogenous, but the response of the prices, the shipping prices, will depend on the state of the economy and the shipping sector in particular. So, I don't know if that creates some issue with the exclusion restriction. Do something, maybe look at different periods, do something to kind of see that.
So, yeah, I mean, we did some subsample analysis, and I mean, results seem to be more or less stable. I mean, this is sort of an average effect over the sample. I agree. I mean, I think it would be nice to maybe condition the effect on sort of, yeah. I mean, you can condition it on different variables. It's just given the time series is already not that long, it's hard to estimate this precisely. But yeah, I agree. I mean, that would be interesting to explore. This is basically the first step, showing the average effect, but then, yeah, maybe opening up some of these state dependencies or nonlinearities. I think that would be interesting. Yes.
Yeah, so clearly in the data there are different events. Some are short-lived and kind of others are huge. So I mean, prior was the really big ones. They have nonlinear effects as conditions builds up, and I would have thought it's coming from these events.
Yes.
Yet we kind of treat them all the same.
Well, I mean, no, I mean, we use the change in the shipping rates, right? So I mean, if it's like a more serious event, you would expect a bigger effect on the shipping rate. Well, yeah, okay.
So, but then if I was to ask the question, what was the effect on the U.S. economy of all the events that you have in your data?
Oh, yes.
Then I keep struggling with them. Many of them go up, many of them go down. So
right. Yeah. I mean,
these events to have actually done something to this economy or not?
to answer this question, we have to do a different exercise, not what I shown today. So what you can do is a variance decomposition exercise. So you can ask the question, how much of the variation in output or prices can be explained by this type of shocks?
But why don't you just hit, like, I mean, you have a sequence of shocks. And I suppose the model can be just hit with the actual sequence of shocks that happened.
Yes.
And
I mean, that's what we did for the inflationary episode, right? That's exactly what we did there, just keeping the supply chain. And you could see that they contribute meaningfully to inflation. They don't explain the full rise, but they seem to be not unimportant. Yes?
I think it's a bit related, but why is there no idea of inventories there? Because like inventories like something more to think about. Like it kind of accumulates. Shocks are much severe when there's no inventory in the economy.
Yes, no, that would be another variable. If you were to think of interactions, I think that would be super interesting. Also as an outcome, right? I mean, you could perceive that maybe part of the reason why the IP response is more delayed is that maybe you still have some inventories and you can just use these, and then basically only when they basically are used up, then you get really affected by the shortages.
Can you include that in the
Yes, we should try. Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
So this literature emerges from the financial market identification in short horizons. I worry the one-day window on Baltic Dry is not going to be the perfect measure here. I wonder, if you dig the underlying measurement of that, how much one day actually corresponds to what happened that day versus some lagged measure of underlying prices. And I worry that you're not really getting maybe what you really think you are, because the underlying measure may not perfectly correspond to the timing of the shock.
Great. So we did some robustness on that, like varying the event window, for instance, allowing for like a longer window to basically capture the response to the event. Find very similar effects. And also for the more recent sample, there is also futures. So that may also capture more sort of the expected impact. And yeah, so we plan to work more on this and explore what we can do. The issue there is that unfortunately it's only available from like 2010 or something, so it doesn't span the entire sample.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Thanks.
I watched the match yesterday. So. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you guys are very good at skills. All right, Elena, take it away.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for being here. I still see some Argentinians, so that's very nice. Thank you for including the paper in the program. I'm Elena Aguilar. I just finished my PhD at Princeton. I'll be staying 1 year at Dartmouth next year, and I'm very happy to show you my job market paper. So just to let me start with a big picture. We know that human capital is a critical determinant of productivity in modern economies, and for a long time we have understood that credit frictions or access to credit is one of the main barriers for this accumulation. Now, this has been well studied, for example, in the educational literature, where we know that credit frictions might deter some individuals to go to college even when lifetime returns are high. Now, I'm going to be studying in this paper that human capital accumulation that happens after we leave schooling during the life cycle. And there, the spatial literature has told us that where you work really matters. Working or acquiring experience in a place like New York in the US or like Madrid in Spain seems to be much more profitable, seems to give us access to better peers, better networks, or just like better conditions that will allow us to accumulate human capital faster. Now, these better opportunities come at a cost, which is it's not precisely cheap to live in New York. And so we find ourselves in an environment in which, in order to access these better opportunities that are gradually coming to us over time, we need to pay very high housing costs starting today. So then this effectively makes location decisions an investment decision, and therefore what I will do in this paper is to show you that credit constraints really matter when we think about this in particular. So then I will divide my presentation, or the paper is divided into 3 parts. Into the first part of the presentation, I will start with a very stylized model of location decisions in the presence of credit constraints that will have 2 key ingredients. First, locations will be heterogeneous in the opportunities they offer for on-the-job human capital accumulation. And second, agents will be heterogeneous in their learning ability or how they use these opportunities. And so the key contribution of the paper will be to show you that in this environment, credit constraints will not only weaken positive sorting of learning ability across space, they will actually induce negative sorting. And let me be very clear here. What this means is that marginally better learners, when constrained, will optimally choose to reside in locations offering worse learning opportunities. Now, this result is novel to the literature and has very important policy implications. To address these implications, what I will do in the second part of the presentation will be to extend this stylized economy to a more quantitative dynamic spatial model that I can take to the data. I'm going to calibrate this economy using Spanish data, where I will show you a new administrative data set that has precisely the information that I need, which is income, wealth, and full working histories. This estimation exercise will also allow me to give you empirical evidence of what are the core elements of the theory, and in particular that locations do seem to provide heterogeneous learning opportunities and that negative sorting, at least among the young workers in Spain. Now, another thing that I want to point out is that, of course, the calibrated losses are large, but the model is designed in a way that they will all come from city composition. So what we're going to be talking about today is not about how big Madrid is, but about exactly who lives in Madrid. And so the other critical thing that will be coming from the negative sorting is that it suddenly becomes very important to properly design the spatial policies or some spatial policies that we want to implement to address this misallocation. Untargeted spatial policies that simply address city size are going to turn out to be relatively ineffective to address this type of misallocation, and it will be targeted rental policies towards specifically credit-constrained, high-ability individuals that will be more effective. And I will show you that one way to achieve this will be through a rental market policy. Now, very briefly about the literature, just in the interest of time, this, of course, touches very well with the dynamic spatial models, and in particular those papers that talk about the dynamic benefits of cities, where Levi or Anugo wrote their job market papers. You will also see some similarity with location as an asset, which we will discuss later, but of course this also will be very tied with the education investment literature, and more on the macro side with lifetime earnings inequality and human capital accumulation, where we're just going to bring the effects of location. Now, pretty much everything is going to, or the stylized model is going to be very illustrative of everything, so I'm just going to, yes.
Can I ask you a dumb question, which is just, how big a deal are credit constraints in renting? So I can see it matters, but how many people actually pay on credit for rents, for example, which seems like one of the mechanisms?
So in the stylized model, I'm going to have home ownership as the only choice, just because it makes my math easier. In the quantitative model, I will have a rental option. Now, the issue is not that you will get credit to pay for the rent. The issue will be that you will still have to pay higher rents in Madrid than you will have in a rural area of Spain. So if you're credit constrained, that will still be an issue that will distort your choices. Okay. So just let me go directly into the stylized model. I'm just going to have a two-period economy with just a mass one of agents. Agents will get utility from consumption. I'm going to be using CRRA technology just because it makes everything easier to explain, where that sigma is going to be the intertemporal elasticity of substitution. That's going to come back to us, so remember about that sigma. Now, agents are going to be heterogeneous in their initial endowment of final goods and in their learning ability. Again, their learning ability will determine how they transform human capital today into human capital tomorrow. Just for the presentation, I will assume that all agents enter the labor market with a common level of human capital. We will get back to this. This is not important for the results that I show you, because again, here we're going to be talking about that learning ability. Now, what will make locations different, again, will be that they will be heterogeneous in the opportunities they offer for on-the-job human capital accumulation. So think of Madrid or Barcelona at one side, your favorite rural area at the other side, and agents will choose where to live among a continuum of cities. Now, housing space in each location is going to be fixed. Again, I want to emphasize the effects or the distortions that this will have in composition, in city composition, and not on city size, so I'm just going to keep city size fixed. Human capital will evolve according to a supermodular learning technology. I'm just going to use that one because it's just going to come up easier in the regressions, but what I critically need here is that that learning technology will be supermodular, that is, marginally better learners will get more out of better locations. And again, as I was saying before, to access a location, you must purchase a house at an equilibrium price PL. Then, for completeness, there is homogeneous firms in each location that will produce the final good, but this is not very exciting in this model. Yes?
If you had if the cities were just different in the level of income they offer, it would still give you potentially positive sort, because if I'm a high learner, I still want to go to a place that offers a high income potentially.
So here, all of the locations are going to be homogeneous in their productivity. You could have a heterogeneity in the productivity of the location, so that for each unit of human capital, different cities pay differently. It will not matter for the sorting results, but it would matter, for example, for which individuals are credit constrained. So how tight that constraint status is. In the quantitative model, I will have that heterogeneity, but for now, just for simplicity, I'm just not going to put it in.
It seems to me that the correlation between the wage paid on the job and the learning increments learned on the job, if they are strongly positively correlated, you would find very different results from, say, independence or negative.
This goes back to the same point. Yeah. It could be that Madrid, for example, is not only good for learning, but it's also good, it just pays good money per unit of human capital. Yeah. In terms of so that will matter for who is credit constrained. Yes, that will affect who is credit constrained. But the sorting that I will show you now will go through. But it will matter for whether you're credit constrained. If Madrid pays very high wage levels, then maybe you are never credit constrained there. So then.
And you learn about, so then.
But then, as long as someone is credit constrained, I will show you the direction of sorting. But you could cook up an environment in which the issue is that in general equilibrium, the prices will also be much more increasing. So then at the end of the day, what matters is whether your real wage is increasing or decreasing today. And in equilibrium, that would undo part of that slope in terms of levels. But it will matter for quantitatively how much people are credit constrained. Okay, so the last piece of the model is agents will have access to a risk-free bond that will return an exogenous interest rate, and borrowing will be limited by an exogenous constraint, so this will be the household problem. Again, it's a very simple problem. You have utility today, utility tomorrow. Consumption today will be whatever wealth you started with, your labor income, which again, I said that now it's equal for everybody. Your borrowing and how much you pay for your house. Consumption tomorrow will be your labor income, which will depend on the learning that you, in your own learning ability and the learning that you have acquired in your location, and then you just return the amount of borrowing. Now, I want to emphasize here what's doing most of the work in this problem is the timing difference, the fact that you have to pay to access a location today, but the gains that you get from this location are not realized until the second period. So that's what's doing most of the work. Okay, so just let me go direct. Yes.
In a very stylized environment, you can choose a smaller apartment, but
not now.
What would you need the price elasticity of demand for space to be to say that I'm going to make a sacrifice and take a smaller apartment in New York?
So for the sharp analytical conclusions that I will show you, I would need to make many more statements. Now the issue there, you can still have something like that in the sense of I will live in a smaller apartment in order to access a place like New York. In that case, instead of paying with only money for rent, you would also be paying with marginal utility, assuming that you don't like living in a shoebox. So to the degree that you have to pay with the marginal utility today for gains that only happen tomorrow, the same mechanisms will be present, but then it becomes a quantitative issue to just figure out exactly what's that elasticity in the data.
Actually, very into the same question, I was thinking you might also choose to live in the worst neighborhood in order to access the learning imagery, but again, there could be some cost.
Yeah, the same thing is house size, commuting costs, everything would go into that utility function. But then the issue is, yeah, you pay marginal utility instead of consumption value. Okay, so just to establish a benchmark, let's say that we live in a world where credit constraints don't bind. Let's say that B under bar just is so high that never is actually effectively credit constrained. Then this is a very simple economy. We will just have the very standard result. Better learners will sort into better cities, and wealth doesn't matter, only ability does. So if I'm never credit constrained, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose the location that will maximize my lifetime income, and then I will just use financial markets to just shift consumption around. So that's a very simple environment. Now, before we go and see what happens in the presence of credit constraints, the first thing that I want to point out is who is credit constrained. And it turns out that in this simple economy, with those caveats, when it is agents with higher learning ability that are more likely to be constrained. Why? Because one, they have a potentially higher investment in terms of their location. As I said, in an unconstrained economy, they want to go to better locations. That will mean they will have to pay higher prices. So then they want to borrow more to pay for those prices. And then second, even if you condition on the same location, better learners will have higher income tomorrow, which means that if they have any preference for consumption smoothing, they will want to bring part of that income to increase their consumption today. So again, perhaps a little bit against what we're used to thinking, it is the better learners, it is the more skilled individuals that will have a larger desire for borrowing. Now, this means that when they face or when they make their location decision, they face a trade-off that just confronts a substitution and an income effect. As I said, on one hand, because of that supermodularity in the learning technology, higher learning ability means that I get more out of the better location, so that will push me towards Madrid. But on the other hand, higher learning ability means I will have higher consumption tomorrow, then if I want to if I have higher consumption tomorrow and I have preferences for consumption smoothing that will make me want to increase consumption today, when I'm credit constrained, I can no longer use financial markets to increase my consumption. The only way in which I can increase my consumption today is by paying less on housing, therefore going to a location offering worse opportunities. So then it turns out what evens out these two effects will be that intertemporal elasticity of substitution that we were talking about before. And under these simplifying assumptions, it turns out that it's just log utility that will make us even. And CRRA is a good example of a utility function because it gives me the two cases. Say that I live in an economy where I have an IES that goes to infinity, that would be linear utility. If I have linear utility, I don't care if I consume today, tomorrow, 3 years from now, I really don't care about the timing of it all. So then that would take me to the positive sorting scenario. Now go to the other case. Say that instead I had a Leontief utility function where I only care about minimum consumption. Then it really pains me today to consume less than I do tomorrow. So then that's going to make me want to decrease my location investment. But because higher learning ability agents will consume even more tomorrow, they will want to decrease their consumption even more today. So then that takes us to the decreasing part towards the negative sorting. Now, obviously, we think we live in the smaller than one part of the CRRA technology. So this is the result that I refer to when I see that in the presence of credit constraints, unconstrained agents with low learning ability will sort positively. Agents with high learning ability will sort negatively across space. Now, the last thing that I wanted to mention here in this model is this is just not a partial equilibrium response. This is something that will come up in general equilibrium. So in general equilibrium, the price schedule will be increasing and constrained agents will sort positively. Better learners will go to better locations. And in the empirically relevant case of sigma smaller than 1, constrained agents will sort negatively across space. Now, I do want to highlight, even if we lived in a world where we had utility more concave than log, we still have inefficiencies in this economy. It is still the case that even in the presence of positive sorting, high wealth agents will be to some degree displacing low wealth by high ability agents from the better cities. The issue with negative sorting is that it just makes everything worse, not only because it exacerbates misallocation, but because also it suddenly becomes very difficult to convince people, to convince high learning ability people to move back to the areas offering high learning opportunities. Why? Because it is precisely the best learner, the one that's furthest away from being convinced to move back to those high opportunity locations. So then, once we're here, the rest of the paper, what I want to do is to show you that this is not just a theoretical curiosity. This is something that is not only empirically relevant, but also quantitatively important. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to try to quantify the magnitudes of this distortion in a more realistic setting. I'm going to bring some of the elements that we have discussed back into the model, and I'm going to calibrate it to the Spanish economy, and this will be useful not only or this calibration exercise will be not only to get back those parameters, but also to validate those core elements of the theory. Yes?
Yeah, just to understand the difference with paper with Esteban is, here's like it's the showing that with sigma less than 1, you get the negative sorting over. That's the difference.
Yeah.
But all the rest is similar.
Yeah. Yes, I'm going to say yes. Okay, so that's the stylized model. That's pretty much the core of the, or the mechanism that will be behind everything else from now on. Any questions? Great. Okay, so how am I going to stand the model? I'm going to add a number of elements that are important for quantification. Let me not go in order. I'm just going to bring back housing tenure and collateralized borrowing. Why? Because, I mean, as it's obvious, rental markets will help into smoothing those housing costs. At the same time, if I can borrow against the value of my house, to some degree, I can imperfectly borrow against my own learning ability. So that will also help to quantify this mechanism. I'm going to bring back heterogeneous local productivity, and I'm going to allow agents to be heterogeneous in their initial human capital, because this is going to create a very interesting distinction between levels and slopes. So what I will show you in a second is, so far we have been talking about slopes. We have been talking about learning ability, how fast human capital is accumulated. What we tend to see in the literature are statements about levels. What I will show you, I haven't showed you so far, is that in levels you will find positive sorting. Better or higher human capital will live in New York. It is in slopes that you find the negative sorting. So I just want to be very clear with this. What I am telling you is not that there is not enough high human capital in New York. That is not the case. What New York is missing is potential, is high learning potential. It's people that, if they were in New York, their human capital would be even higher, but they just chose to be in a slightly smaller location.
When you get to the data, can you also explain heterogeneity across occupations, in the sense that some occupations probably differ dramatically in terms of their potential for future learning, right? I mean, the choice of occupation is also endogenous.
Yeah.
So it's sorting on that dimension, but it seems like these predictions should be different in sectors with these different scope for them.
So I would like to, you will see the data and the regressions that I will run. I would like to run them separately for different sectors. If I control for the sector with just using dummies, my results don't change that much, but I don't think that's exactly what you want me to do. I think I should just run them separately. Because, yeah, potentially IT type of occupations might have different learning patterns and, I don't know,
Maybe
services.
extra evidence in favor of your model if there's
Yeah.
something that's stronger in the sectors where you expect it to.
That's still on my to-do list.
Should we expect like a particular correlation between the levels and the learning ability?
That will come back from the regression. It actually comes back kind of close to zero, which is something that I found surprising, but yeah. Another correlation that will matter, which is the fourth point here, is I'm going to introduce an overlapping generations type of environment that will allow me to link wealth and learning ability through intergenerational transmission. Why is this important? Because what I have just told you is that negative sorting will only happen for those that are credit constrained. Now, if very high learning ability always comes with very high wealth, then nobody's actually credit constrained, then this is not actually a problem. So I need to create that correlation to take this in a more serious way to the data. And in particular, so I'm going to have, in the quantitative model, I'm going to have agents living for 3 periods. They will work when young and then retire. And then before they die, retirees will face a warm glow bequest motive where they will want to leave some wealth to their children, and then so children will inherit their bequest. Their assets of the children will be the bequest of the parents, and they will inherit their location decision. And then there will also be intergenerational transmission of skill. And this is what will allow that, for example, high ability parents will leave more wealth to their children, for example. And these parameters here that are defining the skill transmission will be precisely what I will get back from the data. Now, yes.
Do people know their type for certain?
Yes, yes.
Because there's a literature, there's some papers that not really say, like, you have to kind of like learn your learning ability over time, and there are big moving costs.
Yep, yeah. That I have not incorporated. I can incorporate uncertainty in terms of I don't know how good Madrid is, but the whole I don't know how good I am is that it's not incorporated in this model yet. I would have to.
Not how good, but how good I can be at learning.
Yeah. No, that's here. You know perfectly your type. You know you're great. Okay. So then, just very quickly through the individual choices, agents can choose now between a discrete number of locations. They will be subject to an age-dependent migration friction. Newborns will be allowed to move. With some probability, you can move on the second period. And here in this model, retirees sadly only exist to occupy space. They are not a very interesting demographic in the population. So I'm just going to recover their migration choices directly from the data rather than incorporating more elements. Now, conditional on the location that they choose, agents will be able to rent or buy. Here, the dimension that we were talking before about house size, for example, is not yet included. Home ownership will require paying a down payment, and what the rental markets will allow is to avoid precisely that down payment. So I can access a place like Madrid at a lower price. I don't have to pay the down payment, and that's my way into the more expensive areas. Then conditional on the discrete choices, agents will choose how much to save and to consume, and at the end of the period, human capital will accumulate through that learning function. Now, I have skipped, in the interest of time, technology, markets, and government, but everything is very simple. I'm still going to have a Leontief construction technology. Why? Because I want the size of cities to be fixed. Again, to highlight the losses that come from composition, but everything else is quite standard. Now, firms will have, there will be a local productivity, that's what will generate wages that will be heterogeneous across space, but everything else is quite standard. So, this is going to be a model that will have a fair amount of parameters. Now, some of them will be standard, some of them will be estimated internally through simulated method of moments, but where I want to put most of the emphasis is on this third set of parameters. So these are the ones that relate to ability, either in terms of learning ability or in terms of initial human capital, cannot be taken off the shelf, and these are the ones that I'm going to spend some time on to just look at them directly in the data. Now, where do they come from? So I was working for a while with the Bank of Spain to create this new data set that will contain a stratified sample of households of about 5% of the Spanish population. For each household member, I can see their demographics, I can see all sources of wealth, but business wealth, all sources of income, employment status, sector, and job characteristics, and what's most important is that I can link these individuals to the employment and location histories. That is, since the first moment you join the labor market, I can see you and I can track where you have worked over time. This will be important because this is what will allow me to know where is it that you learned, where did you accumulate human capital. Then this is just for you to get an idea of what I see in the data. Here on the left-hand side, what you can see is a plot that contains both median wages of 25 to 29-year-olds and the median rent that they pay in the location, depending on where they live. So what you can see here is that contrary to the graphs that we used to see, it seems that young workers in Spain don't seem to earn that much more if they live in Madrid than if they live in a more rural area. On the other hand, they do pay for higher rental rates. And for example, a person in Madrid will spend over half of their income in rental rates, whereas a person in a more middle-sized city in Spain will pay about 33%. So there seems to be something that pushes young agents towards cities that is not captured in their wage levels. What could it be? As you see on the other graph, wage growth is substantially faster in Madrid and Barcelona than anywhere else in the country. So what this paper goes for is to say that, Madrid and Barcelona will not, or the opportunities that they offer are not all realized today, but are realized gradually over time. This is what makes it worth it to live in these locations.
Because potentially you could also have sorting on other dynamic things. So for example, finding a marriage partner would be one, or a life partner would be one kind of thing, or learning about culture, or getting exposed to culture when you're younger. You can think about other reasons. I guess it would show up in amenity residual model.
Yeah. There could be some amenity residual. What you would need is that amenity residual is correlated with learning ability, that for some reason it's individuals with high learning ability that get more out of those type of elements. But yeah. Okay. So with this data in hand, what I'm going to do now is just use the information that I have to just try to get an idea of the different elements of the model. Now, assume that local wages, or in the quantitative version of the model, local wages depend on the location where you live, where would be Z, and your human capital at that point in time. And human capital today, I mean, there's something else in the background here, but human capital today will be human capital yesterday, the location where I lived yesterday, and my own learning ability. So this is a very useful functional form because it allows me to just take logs and go back in time until labor market entry to get precisely this wage equation. Now, this wage equation is great for many, many reasons. First of all, this is almost the standard, almost the baseline specification of the La Roca and Puga. If you remember learning by working in bigger cities, this is precisely the regression that they run, with one exception, which is they do not allow for heterogeneity in learning ability. Now, as you can see here, wages will depend on an individual effect, an allocation effect, and each of these effects will have a level and a slope. So individuals are different in their initial human capital and their learning ability. Locations are different in the wages they pay per unit of human capital and the opportunities they offer for human capital accumulation. So this allows me to separately identify static and dynamic forces. And just to stop here for a second, the way in which this equation works is, as you can see, this looks very much like an extended AKM. So instead of just having two-way fixed effects, I have, again, levels and slopes. So in principle, the thing that will identify these elements go in the same type of dimension. So think of using movers. So I'm going to see a person that's been living in a rural area of Spain for so many years, then that person moves to Madrid, their wage growth becomes steeper. The difference between those two is what the model will attribute to Madrid. Now, what I did for estimation was to use the group fixed effects approach by Bonhomme and Manresa. This is particularly useful because it allows me to identify these elements without actually needing movers. Why is this the case? When I use the group fixed effects, basically what I'm going to be doing there is I'm going to be grouping individuals according to their latent type. So I'm going to group the individuals by their learning ability and by their human capital. And now what I'm going to be comparing is individuals in the same latent type. So then I'm going to be observing a person or two people that always lived in Madrid during my sample. All of the years in my sample, they were in Madrid. One of those persons was always in Madrid. The other one lived before, when I could not see him, in a rural area. If the person that has always lived in Madrid has higher wages today, the model will attribute that to higher learning opportunities in Madrid. He has been acquiring experience for longer in the good location. So I can run the regression with and without movers. The results are almost identical, which just gives some peace of mind for identification. Having said that, these are the results that I get for the location parameters. As you can see here, Madrid and Barcelona provide higher static and dynamic benefits than the smaller urban areas. So Madrid and Barcelona are good not only in levels but in slopes. Madrid and Barcelona offer higher wages per unit of human capital and offer higher and faster learning opportunities. These estimates can be transformed and fed directly into the quantitative model, so these are the ones that I will use in the calibration that I discussed before. Now, once we have these parameters, how does sorting look like in the data?
So when you estimate this regression, can you also include for sort of sector time effects? Because another story could be maybe only some occupations you only see them in Madrid and Barcelona, so the composition is...
Yeah, up to the 3-digit level, it doesn't seem that it matters much, but again, I feel like I should run it independently by sector to capture all of them.
That's great, yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. Okay, so then what am I plotting here? So what I'm plotting here is on the horizontal axis, you will see the estimated learning opportunities of each location. On the vertical axis, I'm showing you the average local learning of the individuals, 25 to 30-year-old individuals that reside in those locations. And what you can see here is that for young agents in Spain, it seems that the individuals residing in places like Madrid and Barcelona start with a lower, seem to have, according to the regression, a lower learning ability than those living in other urban areas.
In these AKM regressions, oftentimes the covariance, the correlation is biased downward, so it's sort of a positive correlation, you can get to 0 and negative.
Yep, yeah.
So I guess the grouping helps a bit there, but so how do you think about the negative bias, especially given that you're looking at heterogeneity growth rates, you have observations, these growth rates are at individual level noisy, and so
for sure.
worry that the noise is negatively correlated.
So this is where the group fixed effects comes into play. Without the group fixed effects, the slope is actually more negative. So this and that's part of that. I mean, I'm working on, given the good thing about this is that if I write that regression in first differences, and I remove the year in which agents migrate, then you would have the level effects would go away, and then you would just have the log A and the location effect, which would be effectively an AKM regression, just in levels, in first differences instead of in levels. There you can implement the tools that the literature has brought about, which there's only a small issue that I am still dealing with, which is my errors would be correlated, but I just don't want to go much into it. The point is the fixed effects are precisely one of the tools that the literature suggests to deal with this. I am trying other things. It doesn't seem that I'm finding different results, but there's always more regressions to run, I guess. Okay, so as I said, I find negative sorting in terms of, or this is what I call negative sorting in terms of learning ability across space. This is not, it's about 1/3 of a standard deviation of the total amount of learning ability that I see in the economy, so it's not perhaps, I mean, it is considerable, but I'm not saying that this is a crazy effect. The other thing that I wanted to show you is what happens if instead of the slopes, I look at the levels, and this is the result that we're perhaps more used to. So what I can see is that in terms of the initial human capital, those individuals with higher initial human capital as recovered by the regression are living in Madrid and Barcelona. So again, what the large cities are missing is potential, not high human capital. Then just very briefly to the counterfactual exercises, I'm gonna analyze the response of a restricted planner, how restricted. I'm gonna assume that this planner can reassign or can transfer resources across space and across generations, but cannot expand city size, cannot eliminate migration frictions, and in particular cannot alter the age distribution within cities. Why do I do this? Because it turns out the planner in this economy, what he would really like to do is to get all of the old people out of Madrid and Barcelona. I'm gonna assume he cannot do that. So what I'm gonna be looking at here is how would the planner reorganize young people only across space. So again, the losses here are quite big, but here I don't want to lose that much time. What I want to say here is that policies that only target city composition seem to be quite bad at addressing this type of misallocation. Why? Because again, what the negative sorting is doing is when I make Madrid just slightly bigger, the first person that wants to move to Madrid is actually the one with the lowest learning ability that was previously outside. So the first person I convince is precisely the one that I don't particularly want. So then if I only increase city size, this is not gonna bring the people that I want to attract. Now, of course, this is a little bit of an extreme exercise because what I have not told you is what is it that makes Madrid and Barcelona special, which is something that is also discussed in the literature. Is it the firms? Is it that you learn from people? Is it the water? Is it the, I don't know, the job ladders? This exercise is a little bit not the one that we would like to run because given that I haven't told you what's inside of the learning technology, it's a little bit of an extreme exercise to be running. Now, what I can do is I can try to target the marginal agent. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna introduce marginal policies that will optimally not distort that learning technology, where I'm just gonna try and see what is the best way to attract that high learner, low wealth type of agent. And so here what I'm comparing is the home ownership subsidies versus rental market subsidies that I will implement in Madrid and Barcelona. At this point, this is all partial equilibrium. I'm just gonna bring down the home ownership and rental price in Madrid and Barcelona by like 1%, and I'm gonna tell you who is the first person that moves. And so what you can see here is that home ownership policy will attract agents with significantly lower learning ability than rental policy will do. Why is this the case? Because in this model, only constrained agents will use rental markets, or mostly constrained agents will use rental markets. Like, if rental markets here are useful for two kinds of people that are really, really poor and don't have a lot of learning ability, that will stay in the rural areas, but they are useful for high ability people, high ability constrained people to access Madrid and Barcelona. So they are the ones that will respond to policy, and this is why rental subsidies will be better to attract these people. in the end, in general equilibrium, because I'm keeping city size fixed, home ownership policies will tend to decrease the learning ability or the human capital in cities. Rental policies will do the other way around, because for some people to be attracted to this location, some people need to be kicked out. But that's just with the half a minute that I have left. The point that I want to highlight in this paper is, what are cities if not opportunity? What I'm trying to express here is that if we live in a world where what cities offer are not only static but also dynamic benefits, that makes them an investment decision to the extent that I have to pay for housing. So then, in the presence of credit constraints, what I have shown you is that it will distort human capital accumulation and will induce negative sorting. The cost of the misallocation is large, and the critical thing here is that policy design really, really matters. It is important that we target, instead of just doing general policies, it's important that we target workers with high learning potential. Now, this doesn't mean that building more is a bad thing, but for example, public housing that would be rental housing instead of home ownership housing would go in the direction of precisely targeting this type of agents. But that's all the time I have, so thank you very much for your time.
All right, so thank you very much to the organizers. I got to see this paper develop a little bit when Elena was in grad school, so it's fun to re-engage with it and see that it shaped up to be such a nice paper. So let me give you kind of my opinionated summary in just one slide, and then I'll get to my comments. So this paper starts from the premise that borrowing constraints can distort human capital investments or learning decisions. We know that from the macro labor literature. At the same time, from the kind of spatial urban labor literature, we know that some cities seem to support faster wage growth, exactly this kind of De La Rocca and Puga evidence that Elena talked about. But at the same time, when I choose a location, I may have to pay some high upfront cost, like housing, to access that faster wage growth. And in a world with borrowing constraints, maybe it's going to be hard for me to actually pay that high upfront cost, and that will distort my choices. Okay, so the question then that this paper is asking is just really how much bite does this mechanism have? So we want to do a little bit more to understand what the mechanism is really doing, and then I want to take it to the data and see how much bite do I see in Spain. Okay, and so she does that in 3 steps. First, with a very clean, stylized assignment model where workers have different learning ability. They sort across different learning environments that we call cities. All the while, they're subject to these borrowing constraints, and they have to pay housing costs to access those different environments. Then, kind of inspired by the lessons from that framework, which I'm going to spend some time talking about, she shows some facts and then an extended AKM specification where she allows, I do the same hand motions when I talk about wage levels and growth. Workers have different levels and growth, but so do locations, and she estimates that with really nice data from Spain. So this is exactly the De La Rocca and Puga data for the earnings profiles, but then she brings in this extra asset data, which is really nice if you want to think about these borrowing constraints. Okay, and then informed by those estimates, she goes to a quantitative spatial OLG model, and then that thinks through some policy counterfactuals, which I won't talk too much about since you just talked about it. So I'm going to have 4 main comments. 1, is this new? 2, is this really there in the data? 3, is this consistent with prior quantitative theory? And then 4, is this really exogenous? Now, of course, there's nothing really new under the sun, but I think some of the comments from earlier are maybe really harping on that there's something in the premise here that feels maybe very familiar, which is this sounds very much like the location as an asset story. So if you're familiar already with Adrian and Esteban's paper, you probably have that buzzing around in the back of your mind. And so since I was confused when I first started going through this, what I'm going to try to do, I'm going to put both models up. Just the toy models for right now. We'll get to the quantitative stuff later, but just the toy models. And I'm going to do everything in Elena's notation so that we're not jumping in between different things. I'm going to make one restriction, which is I'm going to normalize the units of human capital. I think I'm free to do that. So the WH1 is just going to be equal to 1 just by choice of units. And then I'm going to lump that capital and those initial labor earnings together into something I call Y1. Okay. When I look at these two models, they are essentially the same. The key trade-off is going to be these green terms. Hopefully you guys can see the color. Is that in the first period, I need to pay PL for the price to actually access whatever location, and then I only get the payoff in the next period. That's L times A. But then there are going to be two kind of key differences, or differences that I wouldn't have expected to be key, but then show up to be key as you go forward. One is Elena's doing this with slightly more general preferences. We're doing CR array, we're not doing log. And then number two, Esteban and Adrian have this second endowment that you get in that second period, this Y2, okay, that Elena doesn't have. All right. Now, the key trade-off, the key sort of mechanism for location as an asset, the orange stuff doesn't really matter. Okay? Everything is about the green. This is about how do I trade off the cost of accessing the better location versus the gain of getting to that location and getting that faster wage growth next period. That's it. This mobility Euler equation holds in both models exactly like this. Obviously, the actual marginal utilities depend on what preferences you put in. But the form is still the same, and this also holds constrained or unconstrained. Okay, so I would plug in the constrained consumption for both of these. If I want to look at constrained agents, fine. Okay, so then both papers are then going to make predictions about some kind of sorting. Esteban and Adrian have these nice graphs that after a while I definitely understood, but at first I didn't quite. Stay with me on the notation because I didn't have Codex change the notation. So this is different L's, different learning ability, and then on the right that's different initial endowments. Okay? And then dark orange is if you're unconstrained, this kind of peach color is if you're constrained. And so their paper is making predictions similar to the same kinds of things would come out of Elena's paper. For a given level of learning ability, you're going to see that these constrained agents are going to sort into the lower L locations. That's exactly this location as an asset being used. You also see that conditional on a location that you're in, the lowest initial endowment guy is going to be the one that has the highest learning ability. But Elena wants to focus on a different prediction, and this is where I do think the novelty is coming in. This prediction is instead I want to think about holding fixed some initial level of endowment. I want to know how different A's sort across different L's. So if I had to put that on Adrian and Esteban's graph, it's this black line. Or at least that's one way you can draw it. So I want to know along that black line, do the high A's end up on the right or do the high A's end up on the left? That's what we're doing. Okay, now if you squint at these and if you trust me a little bit, and Adrian, you can nod if I did this correctly, this sort of outer envelope of this peach is actually somewhat helpful to also think about this sorting prediction, because this curve is going to be places where I'm holding fixed that I have the worst initial endowment and the best second period endowment. So I can think about tracing out that outer curve here as thinking about tracing different learning ability choices, holding fixed both endowments. If I'm right about that, then this is suggesting that at least at that extreme, this model seems like it's predicting instead positive assortative matching on that border. So what's going on? And this is what I was doing this weekend. So what's going on? This is where the orange stuff comes back. So there are really two differences. One, do you use CR array or do you use log? Two, do you have that second period endowment? Once you bring that stuff in and you look at that mobility Euler equation and you specify I want to do this for constrained agents, the only place A shows up is when I start thinking about those marginal benefits. The marginal costs of accessing a location are independent of A. And then if you trust me on a little bit of work, you're going to end up with a sorting condition that just looks like this. That says I'm going to get positive assortative matching, so high A's go to high L's, if and only if I have the following condition. And this condition is going to look like second period, sorry YouTube, I'm moving over here. Second period consumption when constrained, adjusted for something about my intertemporal elasticity of substitution. So if I'm in Elena's world, Y2 is 0. In her cleanest specification, I think, which was very helpful for me, B lower bar is also 0. This whole thing comes down to what is sigma. If sigma is less than 1, then I'm going to get the negative sorting. If sigma is greater than 1, I'm going to get positive sorting. And that's it. If sigma is actually at the cutoff, which is the log case, then A is going to be completely irrelevant for the decision. And if instead I'm in Esteban and Adrian's world, this whole term is dropping out and it's really just, is this thing positive? And if it's positive, positive assortative matching. So neither paper is wrong, to be clear, at all. Like there's nothing, no one did anything wrong. They just made two slightly what I would have assumed were innocuous assumptions that are different. And because of those different assumptions, the key thing that I think, Elena, you're trying to highlight shows up differently. So if I get nothing off in the rest of this discussion, that was kind of my main point, but we'll do the other three comments as well. The final thing that's like a takeaway from this, so this isn't just little toy model math, is that this suggests that the sorting pattern is going to depend on the relative size of any kind of non-labor income. And so if you think a lot of these agents who are constrained are maybe also getting, say, means-tested benefits or food stamps or something that's not tied to their location, all of that's potentially in Y2. So whether you expect to get positive or negative matching in the data is in part dependent on how big those benefits are. And this is where my sort of ignorance of Spain comes to bite. Okay. Is it there in the data? So I'm going to skip to kind of the main version of this, which is what you have now in the slides. What I'm trying to see if it's there in the data is this negative assortative matching. So Elena showed us this figure of I'm comparing the estimated learning opportunities, those size that come out of the AKM versus those learning abilities that come out of the AKM. We see this strong negative pattern. What confused me is I thought this whole prediction was only supposed to hold for the constrained agents. This is, if I'm correct, the full cross-section. That's everybody. And so both models would have predicted positive assortative matching for everybody that's unconstrained. And so if I think constrained people are making up a small sliver of the data, I'm very surprised that this pattern comes out this way. Okay. All right. But given that it's kind of the key thing, anything you can do that can make this point stronger, that this is really there, I'm not the guy to talk to about that, but that would be great. All right. The kind of third main comment that I want to make, is this consistent with prior theory? So this is where I'm going to go to the quantitative models. And I'm going to put up again Esteban and Adrian's, and then I'm going to put up Elena's on the right. This is where I'm going to make an opinionated stance as well. I'm actually quite a big fan of what Elena has done here. So again, green is what's in common, orange is what's different. What I like about this new setup is now I really have some notion of A being learning ability and H actually being some level of human capital. In this setup, that's at least not very clear to me. A is kind of playing the role, I think in the original paper it's just called skill, and that's really all it's doing here. I don't ever accumulate that skill. In Elena's quantitative setup, you do. And so I think that's great, especially as I go to taking this quantitative thing to the data. I think it's important that you actually have that kind of mechanism. And of course, I've tossed out some other stuff that you also have just for the sake of comparison. Okay, but I wanted you to go further. And the reason I wanted you to go further is because I think if we brought in some macro labor folks, what they would have written down is something a little bit different. What they would have written down is not this HT plus 1 is proportional to HT, but it's instead the difference between human capital today and tomorrow is some function of my learning ability in the environment that I'm in, and then this kind of Ben Perath term, or how much time do I actually invest in trying to accumulate human capital. And now that may seem like kind of just a somewhat trivial. Let me just throw an extra HT over here and then talk about growth rates, and I get that. But notice that there's one more change that I made here, which is what do I do with the rest of the S? That's when I'm working. And so now I don't just have this location as an asset, as an additional thing that can get me around my borrowing constraint. I can also adjust intertemporally by changing how much time I try to learn. So I tried to trace this out through the lens of the toy model too, and didn't get very far, which is maybe why you didn't do this. But once you go to the data, I do think it's going to be somewhat important. And so essentially what I found was you're going to have this mobility Euler equation that you had before, but you're also now going to have a learning Euler equation. There's going to be some kind of trade-off that you make between how much do I want to learn today versus learn tomorrow. And constrained or not, you can then solve for some kind of optimal relationship between S and L for your given endowments and your given learning ability. And I think if you could show that prices are convex, which is what you guys had in your paper, then your optimal choice of S is still going to be strictly increasing in your optimal choice of L. So I don't think it's going to break any of your sorting if you bring this in, at least if you can show that prices are convex. But it's going to mean that now I don't just adjust by going down to a crappy location, I also adjust by, instead of taking the high wage growth job, I work at Starbucks and earn kind of steady wages. All right. I'll kind of jump to my last point since I think I'm about at time, and this is where I do my self-promotion. Is this stuff exogenous? I mean, Elena was getting at this at the end. I don't think so. I don't think she thinks so either, but that's what we had to do for this paper. But my previous work was essentially all about how do you endogenize what she was calling psi. And I talked about some term that I call the vibrancy, which is some human capital index in a location. And then I have ongoing work that's thinking about solving a planning problem in exactly the kind of spatial macro labor environment that I put up kind of. So happy to talk about that. All right, that's it. Thanks.
I'm going to take some questions.
Yep. Yep.
Have you considered as a policy intervention the need to transfer resources from old people to young people to relax the environment? To me, that somehow seems like a more natural policy.
Yeah, some kind of reverse pension system would go in that direction. I mean, something on that line that you could do is, I have a very general rental policy that just subsidizes renting, but what would be even better would be to subsidize renting only when young, for example. So that would be something that would even improve on the results that I have here. That would go on that line. Yes.
Very interesting paper. Two questions. One is just the production function you wrote is my wage is productivity times my human capital.
Mm-hmm.
So all the workers are perfect substitutes. So there's some like facts about the college wage premium being higher in larger cities that you wouldn't be able to match. And just given that the wage regressions are so important for learning about this kind of stuff, it would be nice to know what you could do in terms of relaxing that production function. The second question is that it's similar on the Ben Perath point, is that learning takes time. So if I go to a city where I'm going to spend a bunch of time learning like a greedy job, I'm like in a first year law firm associate working 100 hours a week, then I guess this is a US perspective, I don't know the Spanish labor regulations, but you don't have any time for consumption. So if time and money are complements in consumption, so if we think about time use in learning and time use in consumption, I guess to put it in familiar terms, grad students don't need to borrow to consume because they should be busy working on their job market papers. So like, how would that affect your mechanism?
Yes, about the first question, it's again a very simplified environment given the data that I had at the time, and what I have been able to acquire now as a longer time series where I can see education. So given that I have education, I could in principle repeat that at different educational levels, and then I can be more generous in the production technology. That's something that I'm working on now. And then, related to the point of time spent learning, once again, I feel it goes into the same bucket as the commuting or house size. It's about paying in marginal cost, marginal utility rather than directly in consumption. As you have seen, I have not included it yet. But it would be a quantitative type of statement. Yeah, so very quickly, there is just one thing that I was not clear enough. When I show the sorting patterns, that's exclusively for young people in Spain, so it's for 25 to 30-year-olds, which are kind of poor. So that's the constrained subset. There was also one graph in a button that I never put in the main slides, but I should have, that divides that sorting by quantiles of wealth. The reason why it's not in the main slides is because it's kind of preliminary, but if I split that young population by quantile of wealth, I can see that those in the lowest wealth quantile will sort negatively. Those in the highest wealth quantile, those that are richer, will actually sort in a kind of flattish way. So that goes on that direction, but there is some more work to be done. Let me leave it there. Then what else? Yeah, I already mentioned the issue with the Ben-Porras type of environments. I will not lie, the learning technology that I have, it's beautiful to take to the data. It just returns the location as an asset, the learning by working in bigger cities of the La Roca and Puga, so it was a very easy decision there. And then, yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I do not know that things are exogenous, but then I see that more as a future work. Could it be the vibrancy? Could it be the people? Could it be the firms? There is so many things that could be going on there, and that's why I limit the exercises in the job market paper to just marginal changes that will not affect the learning technology. But one thing that I have to do that is still first or second in my to-do list would be, once I have recovered the learning opportunities in different locations, I could in principle regress those against things like this, against average human capital in the location, against education, job ladders, and so on, and that would give me a better idea of what is the element that I should bring forward when I talk about, or when I try to make that endogenous. But that's it. Thank you very much.
We have a short break. Great job again, guys. Situation.
Four people for the game. Actually tried to play. That's good. That's good. Just so you miss out. I don't know. You're gonna show up. I don't know.
You ready to go? Yes, yes. All right. So I guess, yeah, let me get started. So thank you so much for inviting me to the great conference. So, and also thanks for staying here, despite I know there's something exciting going on out there, and you choose to stay. So I really appreciate it. So my name is Xiaomeng Kong. So I just graduated from the University of Chicago. And I will be talking about my job market paper titled Learning in Firm-to-Firm Trade. So this is a joint work with Emmanuel Dean from the National Bank of Belgium. Okay, so just to motivate what we're doing here. So firms can learn from each other via exchanging production-related ideas. So this mechanism has widely recognized as one of the key drivers for firm productivity growth. Now, there's growing evidence that this type of learning actually occurs within the networks of suppliers and buyers. Of course, there are many things that firm can learn. So be it intangible capital or like management practices or even advanced technology. So there's growing evidence on that front, as I listed in the bullet there. Now here I want to show you a more concrete example, which is taken from this management literature, which is on the Toyota's operations management consulting division. So this shows like how Toyota and its suppliers kind of share knowledge. So on the one hand, Toyota teaches its suppliers by providing direct on-site assistance. So if a supplier experiences a quality problem where the root cause is not easily determined, so in this case, the OMCD will kind of set up a problem-solving team to kind of collectively bring their knowledge and fix the quality problem. And then, on the other hand, Toyota also learns from its suppliers. So through this kind of joint problem-solving process, this will add to the Toyota stock of knowledge and also allows the OMCD to keep abreast of the new ideas and the applications of the Toyota production system. Now, the idea here is that when suppliers and buyers connect, they don't just exchange goods, but they also learn from each other and both become more productive over time. Now, just to fix the idea, so by learning here is defined as knowledge diffusion that is embedded in trade and also reflected in firms' TFP growth. So that's the specific form of learning that we are talking about in this paper. Now, so we're talking about learning within networks. So that means the network structure is going to shape who learns from whom and also by how much. But on the other hand, the network structure can also be shaped by learning, in which case suppliers and buyers may choose to connect with each other because they want to learn from each other. So that said, little is known about the aggregate implications of the supplier-buyer learning within the endogenous networks. So part of the challenge is that we haven't really seen a model that kind of captures the interactions between learning dynamics and the network structure. And having such a framework is going to be useful to evaluate trade policies, because the effect of those policies can look very different once we take those interactions into account. Now, that leads to the research question that I aim to answer. So how does supply-buyer learning in endogenous networks shape the effect of trade policies? And the main contribution of the paper, which is not a mystery, is a new model of supply-buyer learning in endogenous networks, which we're going to estimate and to evaluate policies. Now, let me tell you a bit more about what I do in the paper. So in terms of the theoretical contributions, so I'm going to develop a model of productivity dynamics, endogenous network formation, and also bargaining. Now, several new elements. So first, learning and the network structure are going to be interdependent. So first, the productivity growth of the firm will depend on both the productivity and also the trade volume of their current suppliers and buyers. So in that sense, the network structure is going to shape learning. And second, firms are going to make forward-looking network formation decisions. And when they form networks, they're taking into account both the gains from trade and also the dynamic gains from learning. Now, in that sense, the network structure is entirely shaped by learning. Yes?
So you're also taking into account the learning in the pricing strategies. Potentially, you might also think it affects static pricing, right? If I learn, depending on how much of the input I use, then there's going to be a shadow value to that, and I'm going to distort my static pricing.
Yes, that's going to come on next. So this is going to be a pricing that takes into account the learning. Yes, next bullet, exactly. Now, okay, the second feature of the model is that the suppliers and buyers are going to negotiate contract terms through bargaining. Now when firms bargain, they're going to split the relationship-specific surplus from both trading and also learning. Now, I'm going to show the novel kind of theoretical prediction from this setup is that the bilateral contract terms will embed the relationship-specific value of learning. So specifically, the supplier is going to charge a lower markup when they learn more from the buyer, and the buyer is going to have higher input demand when they learn more from the suppliers. Okay. Now, with this whole setup, the aggregate implications of the model is that learning will lead to more trade with productive firms at both the extensive margin and also the intensive margin of the network. So by extensive margin, meaning there are going to be more links with those very productive firms, and by intensive margin, meaning given those network linkages, firms are going to trade more because of lowering markups and having higher input demand. So this will create new mechanisms that learning can amplify the gains from trade policies that kind of promote trade with more productive firms. Okay, so that's the model. So we're going to take the model to Belgium, which is kind of a small open economy. So there, the model is going to match both the productivity dynamics and also the network structure that I observed in the data. So specifically, the data I'm using is the very rich firm-to-firm transaction data, covering around like 20 years of kind of the universe of the linkages for around 20 years. So there, I can directly observe the network structure of the economy. And for productivity dynamics in particular, the model is going to hit as a validation exercise. So the model is going to hit a set of event study results where look at firms' productivity patterns after they connect with a very productive firms for the first time. So the finding there is that firms tend to grow faster kind of when they connect with more productive partners, so which is consistent with our story of learning. Yes.
So it sounded like from the previous slide that like learning is increasing with the amount of trade that you're doing with these more productive partners.
Yes.
I don't have a good prior on this, but it seems like another story is just like, it doesn't matter the volume per se, it's just the
Right.
connection.
Yeah, I agree. So yes, so I'm taking a stand that like if I trade more with you, that means you are more important to me in terms of the value share. So I'm gonna spend more time interacting with you and learn from you. So this is my stand. But I think I do agree there's kind of alternative formulation where learning doesn't really depend on how much we trade, but just like having those linkages or not. So I can so my model can accommodate that, but that's not my setup here. But that's a good point. Yes. Okay. Now, so with the estimated model, I'm going to do a few counterfactual exercises. So first is a no learning counterfactual, so in which firms do not learn from their suppliers and buyers. So this is just to show the quantitative importance of the model mechanisms. So there, I find the aggregated welfare loss is around 90%. So in the model, naturally, firms going to bear most of the welfare losses. So through a very simple welfare decomposition exercise, I find that the component that related to the network adjustment, so that's the extensive and intensive margin of the network. So this network adjustment plus the variation, so the contributions of the contract terms, so that's the bilateral markup and demand. So those two components will explain more of the welfare loss than the productivity growth component. So what that means is that learning is important to the firms, not just by raising their growth prospect, but also by upgrading their networks, which turn out to be more important. Okay. Now, the second kind of factor that I run is
trade promotion policies, where I reduce kind of the fixed cost of doing international trade. So the key finding there is that learning will account for over kind of 7% of the total welfare gains from such policies. Again, through the welfare decomposition exercise, I find the network upgrading component is going to explain more of the welfare gains than the productivity catch-up component. So that's what we really think about as the benefit of foreign learning. Now, I'm also considering this kind of heterogeneity kind of exercise. So if the Belgian firms only kind of learn from their technological frontier, so in which case that's the US. So in this case, learning will explain more, will account for more than 40% of the total welfare gains. But on the other hand, learning can also dampen the welfare gains when foreign firms are less productive. So this is because more exposure to these less productive foreign firms will first crowd out domestic learning and also kind of weaken firms' incentives to form productive relationships. Now, my results have sort of policy implications. So first, we really need a model that kind of captures learning and its effect on the network structure. So for models that don't have those elements, may deliver kind of biased predictions of the policy effects. And the second, policy should really kind of promote trade with productive firms to kind of leverage all the learning benefits. So through the lens of the model, these additional gains that come from learning can be substantial.
Sorry.
Yes.
So I guess you're assuming learnings come at firm level. Right?
Yes.
So do you think that to some extent you're kind of overstating the importance of learning here with these numbers? Or
Right.
To some extent, you know, a lot of learning could be relationship specific.
I agree.
That sounds like it's just going to get better with dealing with that.
I agree. So my model is taking the stance that like this kind of knowledge is non-rival, so you can share between the linkages. But I do agree that to the extent that this learning cannot be kind of, the knowledge cannot be applied to other relationships that you have, may, so this number might be overstatement. Then we need a kind of different model to answer your question that you're interested in. Yes, good point. Okay, so let me skip the literature. So this is kind of the roadmap of the talk. So first, I'm going to talk about the model that I have, through which I'll spend most of the time on. Then I'm going to talk about how I estimate the model, and talk about the kind of factual results, and before concluding. Okay, so just to give you an overview. So I have a model of learning from suppliers and buyers, endogenous network formation, and bargaining. So in the model, the productivity growth will depend on supplier and buyer productivity, and also their trade volume. So meaning network's going to shape learning. And on the network formation part, that's going to be done through a directed search and matching, taken from the NBER et al., which is Cecilia's paper. So there I'm adding a forward-looking, kind of a learning-aware network formation decision. So in which case, a network is going to be shaped by learning. And then on the bargaining part, it's going to be done through this Nash bargaining protocol. And firms going to bargain over their bilateral quantities and also their transfers. So there, firms going to internalize both the surpluses from trading and learning. Okay, so let's dive into the details. So the model is going to be a discrete time at the steady state, and it's going to be a closed economy for expositional simplicity. But I want to consider an extension to the small open economy when I take it to the data. So they're going to be workers. They're very standard. They're going to be a representative, having a linear utility, discount at rate beta, and the labor market is going to be competitive. So all the workers are paid at wage W. And there are going to be a bunch of intermediate good firms. So this is where the richness in the decisions that come in. So firms are going to be heterogeneous in terms of their productivity, Z of omega, so which is a scalar. And also they're going to be heterogeneous in terms of their quality Q. So for productivity Z, it's just a Higgs neutral kind of productivity. So which is how I measure the knowledge of the firm. And this knowledge is going to endogenously kind of evolving through learning. And for quality Q, it's going to be another endogenous object that firms can choose. So this quality Q serves as kind of a normal role where it can shift the demand of the firms. But another important role that this quality Q has is to coordinate network formation. So
just on the distinction between productivity and quality, I mean, someone also isomorphic to one another, right? The entity equilibrium memory
right.
function the same way.
Yeah.
How are they going to be different?
So I'm going to show you in the production function, but now, so the quality is going to shift the demand or the cost for all relationships that they have, including final demand. But for quality Q, it will only shift the demand for other firm buyers. So there's going to be a slight distinction between the two. It's going to be more clear as I show you the production function. Okay. Now for production, so firms going to use inputs from the suppliers and labor that they're going to sell output to buyers and final good firms. And there's also going to be learning, so firms also source knowledge from the suppliers and buyers within the network. Now, there also be final good firms. Again, here's also very standard. The final good firms are going to be a representative. They have a CS technology that kind of aggregates the inputs from intermediate good firms omega with elasticity of substitution sigma. The final good sector is going to be competitive. Okay, now for intermediate good firms, so firms going to have two different technologies. So first is the production technology and also the learning technology. So for the production technology, it's going to be a nested CES. So where here, Y is the output, Z is the kind of the productivity, and it combines the bundle of intermediate goods, big M, and also labor L. And for the intermediate input bundle big M, it's going to be another kind of CES aggregates of the inputs from a specific supplier omega prime, kind of weighted by this kind of a demand shifter phi of Q, which depends on the quality. And the elasticity of substitution is given by sigma. Now, here I'm showing this kind of demand of firm of a firm omega, which is the sum of the demand from final good firms plus the demand from other buyers in the network. So just to kind of emphasize, the network of a firm omega is simply characterized by the set of suppliers that they have and also the set of buyers. Now, then firms also have a learning technology, so which is also a nested CES. So the learning technology is essentially the law of motion for firm productivity. So here on the left-hand side, I have the log future productivity of the firm omega, so which depend on a constant term, kind of captures the average firm productivity growth. And there I have a big term, so that's kind of a CES aggregate of the average supplier productivity, so Z bar of S, and average buyer productivity, and also the productivity of a firm itself. And I also have an IID productivity shock that is normal. Then for the average supplier productivity, so which is another kind of a CES aggregate of the productivity of a specific supplier omega prime, weighted by their expenditure share. So expenditure share is simply the trade volume with that specific supplier divided by the total trade volume with all the suppliers that the firms have. Okay?
So it's clear learning is the only source of TFP growth. So when you could, I was wondering about it, could also be that firms are investing in innovation.
Right.
If we don't accurately measure prices of the seller to the buyer, we mismeasure prices, we don't fully control for quality, then essentially some of that quality improvement goes through to the buyer and might show up as if it's really learning, but it's just that the inputs got better in terms of quality and we didn't measure it in the prices. So what are the other reasons why the technology is changing related to the kind of mismeasurement of prices between firms?
Right. That I do agree. So I guess like by upgrading the quality of the firms, like that part can partially captured by the model because firms are changing their suppliers and buyers, so they may have better quality. So my model can potentially capture those and disentangle. But I guess in terms of here, I do agree. It could be like alternative explanations. Yes. So okay. So now I'm kind of assuming this is kind of an SSCS learning technology because it has several desirable features. So first, learning will depend on the entire distribution of supplier-buyer productivity and also their trade volumes. So by doing that, I'm kind of using as much information as I can get from the trade data. And second, it can capture potential learning from both suppliers and buyers, which are captured by this lambda weights. So as opposed to kind of a normal kind of assumption where firms only learn from one side. So here, a firm can potentially learn from both sides. So third, so these elasticity parameters, so like zeta up there and eta here, they're going to capture the substitutability or the submodularity of the learning technology. So this will kind of governs the productivity of the partners from whom firms learn the most from. So for example, if this eta parameter kind of goes to infinity, so this average collapses to the max productivity of all the suppliers in the network. So in that case, firms only learn from their top suppliers. Okay. So this is what firms do in each period. So at the beginning of each given period T, so firms gonna draw their productivity, so which I call learning. So that depends on their connections in the pattern, how much they learn from the partners in the previous period. And then firm's gonna be hit with a IID kind of firm destruction shock at rate delta. Now, if the firm survives, we'll go on to the next stage where they're gonna form networks through directed search and matching. So this will pin down the quality of the firm and also the set of suppliers and buyers. And then given those linkages, so firms going to engage in the Nash-Nash bargaining, and that will pin down the whole vector of the bilateral quantities and the transfers of the firm. And then the economy move on to the next period and repeat the whole process. Now, in the following slides, I'm going to talk about firm decisions kind of going backward in time. So first I'm going to talk about the bargaining part, and then talk about the network formation. Okay, so for bargaining, it's going to be a Nash-Nash, which means each supplier-buyer pair is going to bargain. They're going to take the outcomes of other pairs as given. Now let's consider the problem of a specific supplier omega prime and also a specific buyer omega. So they're going to Nash bargain over the bilateral quantity and the transfer, kind of maximize the bargaining power, kind of weighted average of their marginal surplus from the relationship. Now, the surplus is going to consist of two components. The first is the static gains from trade, which is the change in the profit, change in the static profits. And the second part is the dynamic gains from trade, gains from learning. So that's the change in the continuation value that is associated with the relationship. Now let's take a closer look. So from the supplier's perspective, the gains from trade is just the transfer that it received from the buyer minus the production cost, so which is the marginal cost times the quantity. And from the buyer's perspective, it's going to be a kind of a change in the revenue, which is summarized by this big term here, minus the transfer that it pays to the supplier. Now, for the gains from learning, it's simply the kind of the partial derivative of the continuation value with the relationship. So there, I'm writing the gains from learning in terms of this a new term multiplied by the total transfer. So you can interpret this like nu as the learning rate, or which is essentially the learning surplus per unit value traded between the pair. Now, given that this learning rate nu is kind of a new object in the model, so this is what it looks like. So let me kind of dive into each of it. So First, it depends on the discount rate because kind of future value is going to be discounted. And the second term in the parentheses here shows how sensitive the future value of the firm is with respect to the mean of the productivity that firms draw their future productivity from. Now, the second line is kind of more important. So here, learning rate depends on some parameters in the learning technology that kind of governing the level, governs the level of learning. And here, the second term kind of shows that how productive the buyers on average relative to the average productivity across all the partners. And it depends on the productivity of a specific buyer, omega, relative to all buyers that firms have in the network. And then lastly, it depends on the total kind of trade, total sales to all buyers to the power of -1. So this kind of captures the kind of the competition that the supplier has. So intuitively, the supplier will rely less on learning from an individual buyer if it also trades a lot with other buyers. Now again, this kind of the takeaway from this slide is that this learning rate or the learning surplus with each of the partners will depend crucially on the learning technology and also the network structure that firms have. Okay. Now, like after kind of solving this bilateral bargaining problem, we'll kind of pin down the optimal bilateral quantity, the transfer, and also the price, so which is the ratio of the two. So these kind of equations look very familiar from what one would get from this kind of a CES system, but with a few exceptions that these learning rates will appear in these different places. So specifically, so how much the supplier learn from the buyers, so that's the nu of B, will appear in what I called this bilateral markup term. So notice this bilateral markup is going to be decreasing in this learning rate. So that means if the supplier learn more from the buyer, it's going to charge kind of a lower markup to the specific buyer. And then how much the buyer learn from the supplier, that's going to be the nu of S term. It's going to appear in this, what I call the bilateral demand term. So notice that term is going to be increasing in the nu of S. So that means if the buyer learn more from the supplier, it's going to have higher input demand conditional on the price that the supplier charges. Now again, the takeaway from this slide is that the bilateral contract terms will embed the relationship-specific value of learning. So that means the firms, when firms learn more from each other, they're also gonna trade more. Now, okay, so after this bargaining reaches a equilibrium, will also depends on the whole vector of the marginal cost and also the demand shifter across all the firms. So again, this looks very familiar from a CES system with a roundabout production. Now, the only difference is that learning rates will kind of appear in these two equations. Now, kind of after solving for this kind of fixed point of the cost and demand, meaning these bilateral contract terms will kind of eventually roll over through the network and will eventually shape the firm productive efficiency. Now, because the price index of the economy will eventually depend on the marginal cost and depend on those learning rates, so meaning these, so how much firms learn from each other, kind of after rolling over through the network will eventually shape the aggregate productivity and the price index of the economy. Okay, so that's the bargaining. Now let's take a step back to talk about how network is formed. So again, it's going to be formed through a directed search and matching. So firms going to choose a quality queue to maximize their value, subject to a kind of a gumbo idiosyncratic shock. Now, the value of a firm with productivity Z and quality Q is simply the sum of the static of variable profits plus this kind of a continuation value. Now, with this kind of a gumbo idiosyncratic shock, we can use the standard kind of discrete choice machinery, which will give us the closed form probability of the firm with a specific productivity Z choosing a quality Q. It's given by this form. So note that this probability will depend on both the static gains from trade and also kind of a dynamic gains from learning. So meaning when firms form their networks, they will also account for how they can learn from other firms when doing so. Now, after choosing the quality Q, so firm's going to randomly match with suppliers and buyers with the same quality. So that will give us the network structure. So there, the matching process is very simple. So firm's going to exert unit search effort, and the coplogous matching. So there's going to be a coplogous matching function. So because each firm will serve both a supplier and buyer, so that will kind of implies a market tightness of 1. So in the end, firms will only sample a fraction of the firms in the market as their partner. So let me briefly talk about how the model can be extended to the small print economy that I'll go through. Yes.
Clarifying question. There's a discrete number of queues.
Yes. So for now, it's going to be. So yeah, when I take it to data, I'm going to discretize the whole quality space. So there's going to be a discrete number of queues in the end.
And all the firms with the same queue choice, they get matched with each other. So no.
Yes. There's going to be yeah. By random matching, yes. So there's going to be firms going to match with a continuum of firms. So there's going to be a fraction of those in the market. Okay. So going to the small print economy, so I'm adding a set of foreign suppliers. They're going to be characterized by their cost CF and also buyers characterized by their demand. So firm can use additionally foreign inputs to produce, so captured by this additional term. So if the firm choose to use foreign inputs, it will turn on that term. And firms can also kind of learn from their foreign partners, so in which they will be exposed to foreign knowledge as well. Now, the entry to foreign market is standard, kind of mellis. So firm's going to pay fixed cost and then random match with foreign partners. And then, like given those foreign linkages and also domestic linkages, so firm is going to bargain over their bilateral quantities and transfers, exactly as the domestic transactions.
So when you say small open economy, the way to think about that is the wage in the rest of the world and the price index for the rest of the world are fixed.
They're going to be fixed, exactly. The CF and DF are going to be exogenous. Okay, now estimation. So given the shorter time, so the data I'm using is the Belgian from trade data, so I can directly observe the network structure. Then the important step of our estimation is to kind of recover firm productivity and also using the series of productivity to kind of estimate the learning technology. So this is how I do it. So first, I'm going to estimate productivity using sales to the domestic final demand and also the labor share of the variable cost. So the reason why I use domestic sales to domestic final demand is that this part of sales is not confounded by demand side heterogeneity, such as the demand shifters or the variations in the markup and input demand. And then, so by using this sales to domestic final demand, it's going to give us a clean measure of a firm's marginal cost. And then this labor share of variable cost, so because I'm assuming kind of CES structure between labor and the intermediates, so this labor share is kind of a sufficient statistic for the cost of the firm suppliers. So controlling for the cost of the suppliers, the residual from a firm's own marginal cost is going to give us the measure of a firm's TFP.
So just anything I was trying to think about mapping that to production function literature. So normally there's a sort of much like Andrew's simultaneity problem when I estimate the production function, right? That if there's a shock in the error term, that's in general going to be correlated with factor inverse. So if I just do OLS, I'm not going to get the correct factor shares.
Right.
Is there going to be something similar to that here?
Oh, okay. So
it's endogenous. So
Right. So here I'm not running, so I'm kind of framing it as a regression, but I'm not exactly running a regression here. So it's just a kind of exact relationship from the structural equations. So yeah. But yeah. So. Okay. Then kind of given the series of firm productivity, I'm going to estimate the parameters in the learning technology using a nonlinear least square. So here the identification assumption kind of comes from the timing, in which all the current decisions of the firm, so including the network formation and also the bilateral bargaining, so those decisions are going to be orthogonal to the future productivity shocks chi. So this assumption is kind of centered in the IO literature and also kind of consistent with the timing assumption of the model. Now, so this is what I estimate. So I'll only pick a few that are worth mentioning. So here, so the lambda S and lambda B, so that's the weight in the CS. It's kind of a positive. So this is evidence that firms learn from both their suppliers and buyers. And also for the elasticity parameters or the substitutability, they're also positive and quite large. So meaning firms kind of disproportionately learn from the most productive ones. And then in the second step, we're going to estimate the remaining parameters, which kind of governs the tensor margin and the tensor margins of the network. So we're going to estimate those through simulated method of moments. So the moments I'm going to target are kind of corresponding to the expenditure share that is, so the expenditure share on the supply inputs across the productivity distribution. So that's kind of captures how important the supply inputs are across the productivity distribution. So that kind of captures the tensor margin of the network. And also I have moments on the kind of the average productivity of the firms and also the probability of firms doing international trade. So those kind of captures the tensor margin. So my model can kind of hit those moments reasonably well. Okay, so I have 3 minutes probably. Okay, so I'll jump directly to the counterfactual. So like the main counterfactual that I run here is kind of a trade promotion policy will kind of improve access to foreign suppliers and buyers. So in the model, it's going to be a lower kind of a fixed cost of doing international trade. So here is the kind of a main graph. So here on the x-axis, I'm having this kind of a different size of the policy. So if here being negative, meaning I'm kind of subsidizing the fixed cost. Here on the right, if it's positive, there's kind of a taxing. Now, on the vertical axis, I have the welfare for 2 cases. So the first, which is showing in the blue line, that's kind of a baseline welfare response with learning. And also the red line is the case where I shut down learning. Now, the figure on the right showing this, so showing the difference between the baseline and no learning case as a percentage of the baseline response. So you can think of this kind of a percentage contribution of learning to the welfare gains. So what we have here is that focusing on the range of a positive kind of, focusing on the range of like subsidies, so which is here, then we see that learning will account for over 7% of the total welfare gains. Okay. Now let's suppose the Belgian firms kind of only learn from their global frontier, so in which case I'm kind of increasing the average foreign productivity by around kind of 1 log points. And this is what I have. So the new results kind of showing this kind of a dashed lines. So there what we find is that kind of learning will kind of account for over 40% of the total welfare gains. So there I'm kind of running a welfare decomposition exercise, kind of decompose the welfare gains, these additional welfare gains, into those kind of network upgrading channels, including the extensive and tensor margins of the network adjustment. So what I find is that in this case, so the network upgrading channel is going to be kind of explain more of the welfare gains
than the productivity catch-up. But on the other hand, if we think about it, these foreign firms are kind of less productive, where I decrease the productivity by 1 log point. So in this case, the contribution of learning actually turns negative. And so the reason for that is that when firms kind of exposed to less productive foreign firms, will actually kind of crowd out domestic learning and also kind of weaken firms' incentive to kind of form productive relationships. Now, okay, so let me conclude. So the paper kind of developed a model of productivity dynamics, endogenous network formation, and also bargaining. And the model will give us kind of a new theoretical implications, both within relationships and also in the aggregate. So within relationships, these bilateral contract terms will kind of embed the relationship-specific value of learning, which is reflecting the bilateral markups and input demand. And then in the aggregate, learning will lead to more trade with productive firms at both the intensive and intensive margins. And then quantitatively, learning is going to be important. So learning will contribute to over 7% of the total welfare gains. And the size of the number will depend crucially on the productivity gap between the domestic and foreign firms. Okay, I guess I'm running out of time, so I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for having me, and thank you for staying at this time. And I really enjoyed the paper. So just to give a brief overview, it studies how firms learn from suppliers and customers, and the model is tractable, and it has endogenous network, learning, bargaining. It's very rich and yet tractable. And you're going to bring in data both. He didn't show, but he had some reduced form motivating facts that I'll skip my comments on it. I may come back because it touches on Steve's point. But, and then they estimate, quantify the model, and do counterfactuals. So everything I say henceforth should be moderated by the fact that I think this is a great step forward relative to models where firms just crash against each other and suddenly they have a higher productivity. So I'm producing sweaters, Treb here is doing high-tech semiconductors, and suddenly I get his productivity, right? I think it's a lot more palpable. So both in the case studies, Sean mentioned Toyota, there's a recent case study on the semiconductor industry by Goldberg and co-authors. But also it relates to the literature of learning by exporting. I didn't put the literature, but then the recent papers on supplying to multinationals really seems to increase firm productivity. And so you can, to be fair to these papers, they're focused on macro cross-country type of analysis. And here you can go to the micro data and learn from it. So I was very excited about that. Okay. Let me skip the reduced form evidence since he didn't show it and go to the model because I think it's where the paper really shines. Okay. And I have a few very concrete suggestions here as well. And the first suggestion is to drop quality, drop the term quality. The quality is doing two things. It has a demand shifter, and which at the very least you should call phi of Q, just renormalizing it. But I would really suggest to normalize phi of Q to 1. Quality, as he models it, is still important because it has these market segments. Well, then call it market segments that firms are choosing. And that's an important fact. Otherwise, with a continuum of suppliers and customers, then you're just going to match with the representative firms and there's nothing to say. So you do need this element, but you need it for the market segment and not for the quality aspect of it. Okay. So here is the key learning equation. The productivity is an AR1 process, except that the typical past productivity is not your own productivity, but it's a CS average between your productivity, your buyers, and your suppliers. And then your buyers and the suppliers are themselves these CS aggregates. I guess you can't see the red. Okay. With the parameter estimates, what they find is that this C term is 1, so that this is really just a weighted average practically. And the eta is 13, which means that this is really pretty close to the maximum of your set of suppliers. Of course, there's a continuum. You'd have to be concerned about the tail, but you can deal with it. And to answer Treb's question here is, in practice, in the quantitative model, what matters is not the shares, because the shares don't take that experiment, it's really the Z. So it's your most productive supplier, your most productive customer. That's the one that in their estimates is driving up your productivity. So my first suggestion is precisely, why do you have the shares? Just drop, if they're not relevant for the quantitative analysis, drop them so that things are simpler. And the notation's also a lot simpler. Sean carries on these names of firms, omega and omega prime, and I really suggest that you make functions out of what the payoff relevant are, right? So in this case, Z bar B is only a function of which market segment are you, if you drop the shares. And similar, Z bar S is a function of Q, and you can do things to break the fact that these market segments are now almost like hermetic, in that the firms don't interact outside them, so that your buyers are not necessarily equal to your suppliers. You can have firms be more represented in terms of market segments in their buyer upstream or downstream in some Qs. Okay. And then out of this, what you get is this very, at a first sight, it doesn't seem tractable, but I think in part because you're carrying all these omegas everywhere. But the learning term is actually, it actually makes sense, so, right? So what this parenthesis is what's the marginal value of increasing your Z bar in expectation. And then that marginal value will depend, remember the eta is close to infinity in practice, right? So the eta is going to be 0. You're not learning from anyone except for your most productive buyers. In this case, it's supplier. So when it's your most productive supplier, this is 1, and what matters is how productive is he relative to your own expected productivity from those CS terms. And then the third comment is a little bit I've hinted at, just simplify the expressions. It's really hard to see the transfers, pricing, quantity equations through this when you have mu to the minus sigma and then mu to the sigma, just cross out terms and you can write things like this. So the quantity, and then it looks like a standard CS. The quantity is going to be a demand shifter that depends on the buyer's Z and the market segment Q. And then and I should have written it that way. And then the cost is similarly depends on the supplier quality pair, which I suggest you don't call it quality, but I'm just carrying it on from the paper. And then you're going to buy more either when the quantity is going to be larger, either when the buyer's learning or the supplier is learning. And the price is the firms give a discount to their customers from which they're learning. And I think that's very nice because you get variable markups in a way that lines up with the data without having all the complicated variable markup structure. So for example, firms are really going to vie to have multinationals as their customers, and so they're going to give big discounts if they want to sell to multinationals. Large firms, large productive firms are going to charge higher markup because everyone's learning from them, right? They don't learn much from anyone else. And so I think that this is one of the big advantages of this model, and I really enjoyed it. There are other points is that these are smaller points. There are many other equations where you can just cross out stuff. But I would really like to have heard the positive assortative matching. Where is it coming from? It shows up in the quantitative facts, but I don't know where in the model it's coming from, because there's no, going back to the learning curve, right? Perhaps if C were negative, then there's a complementarity. When I'm really productive, I want my trading partners to be really productive. That's not the case here. They're almost perfect substitutes. So I was confused. And this also has, this is perhaps not a fair point, but it does have this element that I came into Yale, I learned a lot from my colleagues, and then my colleagues got a little dumber also, because there's no asymmetry here in the model. Okay, so let's move on to the quantification analysis. How much time do I have? Okay. So the way they identify it, in a way, is very elegant and it's very structured, because it's from the model. If I'm a high Z firm, well, I can't look at what I'm buying from suppliers and customers and the network, because that's tainted with the learning. But what I sell to the customers, it should reflect exclusively what my productivity is. So that's the idea. Whereas, and then on the cost side, if I match with the good suppliers, then that's going to change my cost share. The issue with it, it's just a small comment is that you should always mean these things by industry and location. But the labor shares, whether I match with a high quality or a high productivity supplier, then my labor share can go up or down depending on whether they're complements and substitutes. And looking at these things in the data would be more convincing than perhaps the motivating facts you had. I would be okay and not have the concerns that Steve had with the productivity measure if you had shown me some exogenous variation in shocks to the network that then propagate. Here, all the identification is coming from the cross-section, general equilibrium, one network, and then the counterfactual was playing around with that network. Whether it's too roundabout for my taste. And I think that's where international trade can help you. If you read the paper on the international trade section, Sean's frustration transpires, because the 7% is 7% of a percentage gain. So really in percentage points in terms of welfare gain, it's tiny. And then it does this exercise with the US, but that's really out of sample, out of everything. So what I would push him more to do is try to take advantage of these trade shocks. Try to use shift share regressions. For us, we found a big difference between trading with rich countries or trading with poor countries, and for you, you should too, because you're more likely to match with really high productivity firms if you trade with rich countries. Yesterday, we had an example of another exogenous shock with the trade, which is the MFN of your trading partners. Nobody's setting that with Belgium in mind. So there you have another shock. And try to put effort into actually identifying. And so there, I want to go back to the motivating fact. So the motivating fact is essentially when a firm matches with a high quality supplier and customer, then the value added of that firm goes up. I have a whole slide here on how that's problematic, because demand and supply shocks directly affect your value added. But what I want to do is more, there's no learning there. But what I want to show you is in my struggles, right, is how much I struggle to, well, let me make suggestions and be constructive, and how challenging it is for learning. And so I thought of the asymmetry as in the example of Yale. Maybe you can do something if I match with a low quality supplier customer, then nothing happens, right? Moments may be related to the ones you use for the estimated analysis, for the estimation, for example, if you match with a high quality supply or a very productive large supply customer, then it would be surprising if the sales to consumers are going up at the same time, right? If there's capacity constraint, I would think that I shifted my focus. And so that's a moment you can look at. And then that's why I started struggling, because learning is very passive. So I've done something similar with quality, and quality is great because then you can use it, you can look at Condorcet's measure, you can look at whether firms became more skill intensive, whether they match with more skill intensive suppliers and customers, lots of variation. Here with learning, these variations suggest that if you increase your productivity, there's a sort of matching, and you're going to match more with other productive firms. It almost points to the endogeneity of your shock, right? Where trade is useful. And so learning is difficult because you want to argue that the firm is just passively receiving this higher productivity shock, and at the same time it's maybe changing other things, right? So that was a difficulty I had, that with data, it's actually hard to go to the micro data. I think that trade may help you, but go to the micro data and observe this propagation and still claiming causality and exogeneity of the shocks. So that's where I struggled with, and I look forward to seeing more. So that's it, right? Super elegant model, very elegant, parsimonious quantification, and it would be a lot strengthened if you can identify shocks better. Thank you.
Super interesting. I was just going to ask a question. I wonder whether you could, as a kind of over ID check on the model's predictions.
Right.
The model gives interesting predictions for prices, right? In particular, as the time profile of prices, as you learn, as quality changes.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you see prices in the Belgian firm-to-firm data. Even if you don't see it domestically, you certainly see it on the import-export transaction side.
Right, right.
And I wondered if you've estimated the model just off the sort of revenue stuff, that would be kind of an over ID check.
Right, right.
Some of the model's predictions.
Yeah, on that, so like in Belgian data, we don't really see the price, but we can potentially do kind of a decomposition in which kind of decompose the firm-to-firm sales into like a residual, which kind of covers, well, kind of a supply component and buyer component, and also residual, which kind of captures the price movement over time within a relationship. So if, like if the story is actually what my model predicts, then like firms initially learn, but they don't learn that much later on, then this residual component might be decreasing over time. So I think that would be a very interesting.
Maybe even correlate with prices.
Exactly.
Import and export transactions.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yes. Great point. Yes.
It would be nice if you could tell us what kind of learning you have in mind, because like, so I can kind of imagine, easily imagine the learning of learning of the seller from the buyers, and but it's not. I'm not sure it's quite. It's learning or not, but buyers in many cases, ask suppliers to cut the prices of their products. And Toyota, for example, asked all suppliers to cut the price by 1% every year. So in that case, like suppliers need to really work hard to reduce, increase the productivity. So do you think that's also the learning?
So,
and
right.
And also in that case, now if you think about learning in that way, it's kind of hard to imagine buyers learning from suppliers. Mm-hmm. So in your analysis, what is the result? Do you have the fraction of the learning, or the strengths relative strengths of the learning from the buyers to the seller and the seller to the buyers. And
Okay, so I guess like the learning that I'm focusing on here is kind of a parsimonious kind of definition. So like learning here is just like, if I connect with you, my productivity growth. So like whatever goes into that, which I call learning. So like there are many different things firms can learn. So you can use their technology or you can use their management practices. So this is what I think about learning. But I think if I understand your comments correctly, then this type of kind of learning or this type of productivity gains over time comes from this kind of competitive force. So like in order for a supplier to be attractive to a buyer, let's say, they need to kind of, like improve their quality or like make them more efficient make them appear more efficient to the buyer over time. So that force, to me, is more like a competitive kind of a story than kind of a learning, which kind of this kind of a knowledge sharing of a knowledge that I think about here. So it's a little bit of kind of a difference in the definition of learning. So, if that's the question.
So what about so what is the strengths of the learning by the buyers from the sellers?
So. Right. So what I estimate is like there's a slightly higher learning from suppliers than the buyers. So like honestly, I don't have a really like strong buyer like which should be stronger. But like my kind of interpretation is that if you think about this kind of the supplier knowledge is really kind of a bottleneck for your production. So once you learn from those suppliers, you can gain a higher kind of productivity boost. So that kind of explains why this learning from supplier might be stronger than learning from buyers. But I guess there could be alternative stories. I think this really depends on the setting and like the type of firms that we're looking at.
Isn't it because like the suppliers, the product quality goes up, so that like the buyers, productivity, seems to grow.
Right. So if you like. So I guess like how I estimate productivity, like I believe like at least like from the structure of the model, kind of separating this quality and productivity kind of cleanly. So like what I believe, what I estimate from like based on what I show you, should be kind of not subject to this kind of quality improvement. But like without the structure of the model, there might be concerns that you are thinking about. Yes. Yes.
What about efficiency in this model?
Right. Yeah. So there's something that I'm working on. So like, so in my model, like there's like a learning gains is not like externality, but they're kind of partially internalized through bargaining. But there's still inefficiencies in the model. So I'm kind of assuming this is kind of Nash. So we are only internalizing what happened between you and me, but we're not really kind of internalizing what's happening outside the network. So there's still kind of a network externality that firms are kind of not internalizing, so that give rise to the inefficiencies. No, at that I need to solve this kind of Planner's problem and see how large is kind of the difference between the decentralized allocation versus the social planner. That I'm still working on. But it's a good point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Cecilia, for the comments. We can talk later about that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, everybody, thanks very much for staying for this afternoon's panel. It was obviously an inspired decision by somebody to schedule this at the same time as the World Cup semi-final was going on. Good commitment device for me not to get too stressed watching England perform or not perform this afternoon. We've got an amazing panel assigned to speak to the future of the geoeconomic environment. As you all know, in the decades after World War II, the United States was a leading proponent of a rules-based international order, including the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, and its successor, the World Trade Organization. And again, as you all know, in recent years, this system of rules-based system has begun to experience major strains, including distributional conflicts, distributional effects of trade here in the United States, concerns about transport disruptions and the resilience of global supply chains, rising geopolitical tensions between China and the United States, and also the Russia-Ukraine war, concerns about access to critical goods and minerals in the event of conflict, proliferation of national trade policies, growing use of state subsidies and industrial policies, violations of intellectual property rights, and international legal concerns about the dispute resolution process of the WTO and national sovereignty. So as you can see, a long list of challenges and strains that this system has begun to experience in recent years. So we have an amazing set of panelists to speak to these questions about how countries can experience the mutual benefits of specialization and trade while addressing these major challenges. As you all know, the NBER has a rule of no policy recommendations, and so while we will not be making specific policy recommendations, we will nevertheless be discussing the economic benefits and costs of alternative institutional frameworks for the world economy and for addressing some of these challenges. We have three amazing panelists, Emily Blanchard from Dartmouth College and former chief economist of the US Department of State, Chad Bowen, Peterson Institute for International Economics, and also former chief economist of the US Department of State, and Matteo Maggiore from Stanford University. We're going to proceed in alphabetical order by last name. Each panelist is going to aim to speak for around 10 minutes or so, and then we're going to follow that with an open Q&A of comments and discussion. So really looking forward to hearing everyone's thoughts on this important set of issues. And so without further ado, I'll hand over to you, Emily.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve. It's a kind introduction. It's also a fitting introduction to this moment of a great deal of disruption in the world and a lot of uncertainty about where exactly we find ourselves. You optimistically open by saying we're going to give you solutions and ways forward and principles for cooperation. I'm going to let Chad and Matteo do that. Instead, I want to spend a little bit of time not admiring the problem, but describing as I see it, to my mind anyway, providing a little bit more of an analytical framework for how at least I'm thinking about the moment that we find ourselves in. So fundamentally, one idea that unites this is a period, it's a contested age characterized by rivalry and interdependence. And both that rivalry and the interdependence, I would argue that both are growing, both are a permanent state, and both are increasingly at odds and making the world very complex. I've got 4 points. Point number 1 about rivalry. This is simple and I won't belabor it because I think we all know and agree at this point, but it's very clear we are not going back to the 1990s, the land of milk and honey, the post-World War rules-based era. I wish this weren't so, but I think it is. There are lots of ways to describe how things have changed. I'll just mention 3. One, fundamentally, if we think about that post-World War II era, I think founding principles for economic cooperation especially were really 2, the idea of reciprocity and non-discrimination. These are, of course, the pillars of the GATT-WTO system, but they're pillars more broadly in how countries often engaged with each other. I would argue we have now entered an era unequivocally, where at least some large trading partners, and I think not least the United States, but not only the United States, are focused with an objective function that values strategic discrimination. We want to discriminate. That is no longer a bug in a policy or instrument choice, but it's a feature. Point 2, post-World War era, we also thought, again, a principal founding tenet of the GATT-WTO system and more, we thought of countries trying to neutralize the global economic or geopolitical spillovers that they had. Do whatever you want domestically, but don't impose costs on others. Trade diversion, investment diversion, whatever. Now we're in an era where at least on some policy issues, again, at least some countries actively seek extraterritorial objectives. They're trying to shape the pattern of production and trade and technology deployment outside of their own borders, even when there will never be a locus or a direct connection back to their own borders. This is fundamentally at odds with the 20th century trading system, and again, just economic order more broadly. The third is, of course, very obvious, but I should say it anyway, and I'll also dwell on this a little more. We're not in an era of efficiency first and competition as a means to get to efficient outcomes. We're in national security first. And again, we are lucky, I think, as trade economists, something I learned in Washington, is we're lucky when we're talking about how much we're willing to pay for XYZ security. Often it's a lexicographic, security first, and then we'll talk about incomes, well-being, and economic outcomes after that. So that's point one. We're not going back, and the world is fundamentally different. Point number two is very simple. We're interdependent. Global value chains, global fragmentation, a lot of this is the undoing of historical accidents of how things were initially produced when technologies arose or certain things were discovered. I think the global unbundling is a genie that came out of the bottle but is not going back in. And so that means that unilateral policy objectives in this brave new world are going to have disparate and really complicated consequences. When you impose a tariff in a global value chain, there are ripple effects and yes, economic shrapnel that flows this way and that and back on the imposer. That's really complicated. But not only is this interdependence about how economic tools or levers actually manifest in the world, it's also a reality that countries are interdependent, not in just pairwise bilateral relationships, but in a global economy where other countries are constantly having a voice, which, to be clear, a very good thing, clearly a reality that other countries may endogenously form new coalitions as countries use and exercise unilateral power. And I think we're seeing that exhibited in real time. So it's very complicated. So we've got rivalry, we've got interdependence. Two more points. Am I okay on time? Yeah. Okay. I don't have a watch that, there we go. I'm okay. So third point, security and economics. And I've been thinking a lot about this. Chad's encouraging me to write it down. I think it's maybe useful. When we think about security and economics and the way that they're fused together and layered on, a lot of this is what's fueling tomorrow's session. So thank you to the organizers for that, Matteo and Jesse. A lot of really important work being done by many people in this room. We think of it as more strategic. It's game theoretic, how countries interact with each other. And there are lots of these games. That's really important work to do. But we are not playing just one kind of game. We're playing many, many different kinds of games at once. And they're layered onto each other in important ways. So just to give you an example, we think a lot about security and economics and the way countries are thinking anew in many contexts, about the vulnerabilities that they have or the leverage that they have with other countries. This could be anything from critical minerals supply chains or export controls on new semiconductor technologies. You know the stories. That's a very Hirschman view of the world. That's great. Countries are doing a lot of that. They're thinking in that frame. But that's not all. When we think about security and economics, we better be spending at least as much time recognizing that that trade-off between security and economics and classic security guarantees. I give you economic concessions, you give me a security umbrella. You have a naval base on my border. That is a game being played at the same time by the same countries. How we think about that metagame is really, really important. There are other games being played too. There's a lot of embedded technology and dual use technologies that are maybe new. Some of these are actually pretty old, but we've got countries focusing on denying each other access to new technologies. Some of this is first past the post. I don't want you to get AGI, artificial general intelligence, before me. Some of this is continuous. I don't want you to have more semiconductor or compute capacity than I have, or classic industrial capacity for Lord knows what. So that's really important. And a lot of those playing fields and battlefields are over non-rival technologies or non-rival services or goods. I think, Matteo, of a lot of your work in this space has informed how I think about it with new sophistication. And then the last thing I'll just say here, we also have fundamentally new technologies, and this is disturbing but true, I think, new technologies that disrupt the security logic of strategic stability in things like nuclear armament. If you think about the steady state that for a long time we lived in and taken for granted, there's a logic of mutually assured destruction with things like weaponry. There's a nuclear weapon. If somebody launches an ICBM with a nuclear on the tip, then you know who's done it, and it's a 0-1 decision. You did it or not. Now we have new technologies and new things that can be deployed, from cyber weapons to so much more, that both create intermediate rungs of escalation ladders, so that changes the calculus and the logic of games. It's no longer simple shelling. And we've got deniability in a lot of those new technologies. Here's the hard part. A bunch of those mechanisms are fundamentally economic. That's really uncomfortable for people like me in this room who didn't traditionally have to grapple with it. If I've got one more minute.
Sure.
Yes, it's just an optimistic statement about this. Statecraft, when we think about how governments are thinking about policies in this new world, we focus on carrots and sticks, on threats and coercion and co-option. But actually, most of statecraft is not that. Most of statecraft is ballast. It's about maintaining a set of rules and institutions, open global navigation, responses that we can respond as a global community to pandemics to solve global commons problems. And I worry sometimes that we're so focused on the carrots and the sticks that we didn't think about, that we forget about the ballast conversation. And I worry that if we neglect the importance of the ballast conversation, then, not to get all Malcolm Gladwell, but like we'll hit a tipping point where we can't go back to it. And we realize a bunch of the implicit assumptions that underpinned the 20th century world order no longer hold. So on that dismal note, I'll hand it to my ray of sunshine colleague, Chad.
Thank you very much, Emily.
Thanks, Emily. Thank you. Thanks, Steve and the organizers for the invitation to be here. I'm Chad, and I wrote a book. You have not been able to avoid it, I know. First of all, let me say from both Samaya and I, Samaya Kane's my co-author, thanks to all of you for the research that basically this book tries to capture. Thanks to all of you who spoke to us about this. There was a lot of interviews and things in the book. We wanted to call it The Future of the Geoeconomic Environment, but that didn't really roll off the tongue, so we went with How to Win a Trade War. Okay, so what I'm going to do in my 10 minutes is to walk through basically what are the last 5 chapters in this book, because it really does speak to this issue that is the topic of the panel today. And the way we wrote this book, it's written for multiple audiences, but you can really kind of think about it as essentially a literature review of all of your stuff, right? Peppered in with real world, what's going on today in policy, in conversations with actual policymakers. A lot of companies we surveyed, or we went out and spoke to a lot of companies, especially the big multinationals, but small companies too. And then we told lots of jokes and had really bad and extended tortured metaphors in there to kind of make it fun. Okay, so but first, 5 topics. First one is this issue of identifying your vulnerabilities, right? And how easy is it for companies and governments to be able to do this kind of thing nowadays, right? Well, we all know from working with firm level supply chain data all the time that it's actually really, really hard, right? And it's not surprising that governments can't see more than one node away in a particular supply chain to understand if they're vulnerable or not, right? And yet, this is an active strategy that governments out there are now pursuing. This is a policy in and of itself, collecting information, right? China is implementing policies, its export control policies require firms to hand over lots of information about what their, purchases of rare earths or critical minerals or other sorts of technologies are ultimately going to be used for, who they're going to sell it to, what products it's going to be embodied in. To Emily's point, these extraterritorial sorts of issues, all of this happens because we now live in a world of global supply chains, right? So there's no one that's better positioned to speak to these issues that we now have to deal with as policymakers than us, right? Than this community right here. So please keep up your work. Okay, so identifying vulnerabilities, super important. Stockpiling, right? Not a huge topic that I studied in graduate school, but was a huge part of my day-to-day work in government, and obviously we've seen this come up just in the last couple of months, right, with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, right? Which countries actually had substantial reserves of oil on hand? Which of them were super public about them? How did they get coordinated? What does the IEA do, right? The role of China's massive stockpiles, apparently we don't know, right? China's, again, the role of uncertainty and revealing your information in this public policy space is really, really interesting. It's come up in the context of the book because, again, when we're thinking about other essential inputs, critical minerals, governments are now thinking, should we be stockpiling these things? How should we be stockpiling these things? Do we do it, the public sector just do it? Do we work with our private sector? And when we went out and talked to governments, they do it lots of different ways around the world. Is there scope to coordinate this across countries that have similar interests, that have complementary interests? What sort of institutions do we need to do this kind of joint stockpiling? We have one example of this, the IEA, right? So I think there's a scope for a lot more theoretical work that could be done in this area, and additional hard thinking by you all. Subsidies. Right? So we saw last year, the big event, obviously, that folks were focused on was all of President Trump's tariffs, and we will be studying those for a long time. But the really driving force between what happened last year, and it's driven a lot of other activity, was not that. It was China's response to those tariffs. It was China's use of export restrictions on rare earths, permanent magnets, and then later in the year on low-end semiconductors by this company called NBER. Right? Why was that important? Yes, these are essential inputs for military to make, Tomahawk missiles and some of the scary things that Emily was talking about. But permanent magnets are these essential inputs that go into manufacturing cars. And when the automakers in the United States couldn't get access to these things, right, they called the White House and said, we're going to have to lay off, 1 million workers in really important states. Isn't that something that we should deal with? That's the issue, right? And so now we have this all kinds of amazing use of subsidies in the United States and other countries, right? The United States, we now own, we have state equity stakes in private companies that do rare earths mining, processing, making permanent magnets, offtake agreements, price floors, right? We're thinking about trade agreements now in the critical mineral space, potentially with other countries doing similar types of things. This is incredibly innovative use of policy, not necessarily well informed by theory or empirical evidence, right? So there's a tremendous amount of detailed research work that I think our community could be offering up to policymakers now as they're confronting how to do these kinds of subsidies. Tariffs, to Emily's point, right? Discrimination is now the feature, right? It's not a bug. So what is the objective? We have to think hard about what the objective is. In a lot of instances, the objective is to try to move supply chains out of countries of concern where there is an issue of market dominance. And so, again, going back to the rare earths and permanent magnets example, what's the underlying concern? Well, there's a country that has a 90% of the world's supply of this stuff. And there's significant barriers to entry, at least in the short term, that makes that really, really worrisome. Okay, so if you're thinking about designing a tariff to try to target the incentives for firms to make different sourcing decisions, right, to try to build up alternative sources of supply outside of countries of concern, how do you do that, right? Do you do it based on something that they're thinking about called component tariffs that are sort of, if these things are embedded in something else, you put the tariff on, the entire thing? Is it ownership or control of who's doing this stuff that matters, right? Sometimes these critical minerals, if we're, again, not to permanently to target China with this stuff. We can talk about the examples where the United States and the West kind of has similar areas of influence on things that it controls. But some of China's control over this stuff now doesn't take place in China, right? It's Chinese state-owned enterprises that are doing mining of nickel in Indonesia, right? So anyways, geography might not be the right way to discriminate to achieve the objectives that you want. Maybe you have to go after firm control, ownership, things of that nature. Okay. Export restrictions, right? So I'm going through the chapters of the book. Again, you saw the use of the export restrictions on China's side. On the U.S.'s side, right, it was reported last summer that all of a sudden the United States government thought about putting all sorts of new products on export control lists out of thinking that, well, if this is what China's going to do as leverage, we need to have more controls over our exports as well, to threaten to withhold them so that we can sit down at the table and we're negotiating export control over export controls, right? In terms of what the bargain is ultimately going to be in favor of. That's not something, right, that historically we've spent a lot of time thinking about in studying, primarily because it hasn't been a huge feature of the international rules-based system. Last interesting example on export controls, right? So now the big debate in Europe is, okay, those amazing Chinese electric vehicles, yes, we know from the research of Panley Barwick and co-authors that, okay, they might have had some local content and subsidies and learning by doing that helped accelerate and stole market share away from the Koreans and the Japanese. But now they're dominating global markets. They're shut out of the United States because of tariffs and other policies. They're flooding Europe, right? And so we're talking about China Shock 2.0 in Europe. Well, one of the policy ideas that Europe has is to say, well, can we learn from what the United States did in the 1980s with Japan, right, where they did voluntary export restraints, trade restrictions, and incentivize all those Japanese automakers to set up plants in America? Why don't we just do the same thing with China? And maybe we can do sort of a forced tech transfer kind of idea like what China did in the early 2000s with Western automakers. And so the political scientist John Minich at LSE has got this really nice paper where he kind of walks through a lot of historical examples with China and its successes and failures at attempts of joint ventures. And one of the things that he notes is, well, China was arguably successful in the industries where there was actually a relatively large number of foreign multinationals that they could go after, and autos was a good example, right? You've got 3 American firms, a bunch of German firms, Japanese, the Koreans, and you could kind of play them off one another and say, we've got 1.4 million local consumers who all need to drive. Tariffs are high enough. You've got to do the local production here. Oh, and do a joint venture. Well, Europe, could you do the same thing? China's already looked ahead and said they could try, but what we've done is we've put export controls already on the technology, right? So BYD and Chery and all these amazing Chinese electric vehicle companies can't be picked off one by European member states, right? And trying to get them to do JVs with German companies or something like that for the German automakers to learn about all these amazing technologies. You'd have to be negotiating one-on-one with the central government in Beijing, right? So there's lots of, I think, exciting work that we can be doing to help contribute in this area as well. To conclude, and I know I've gone long, the point of this book is, and Emily set it up perfectly, it's the details today of policy that really, really matter, and policymakers are flying blind, right? They're really making things up on the fly, and they really, really need our insights, both normative and positive, to help them understand the trade-offs as they're thinking through these things. This book is amazing, not because I had anything to do with it, but because of Samaya. She really is a public good. I really, really want you to use this for we wrote it basically for your students, right? I promise you, I'm making no money off this book. This is not what this is about. I wrote this book much like we did trade talks together way back when, right? We want young people to be excited about trade. I want them to take your class and not become like a macroeconomist or something really boring like that, right? And we wrote this in a way to try to get them excited so that they would show up in your class and say, hey, teach me the analytical tools that I can help use to solve the world's problems today. So if you haven't yet received a copy and you want to review one, just shoot me an email and I'll have one sent to you. The end.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. So I'll try to wrap this up. And Steve, like all trade economists, put a very high fixed cost for people to show up, and so we got great positive selection in was in the room. So look, it's pretty clear that geoeconomics has grabbed the headlines. There isn't a day that we wake up to another threat, another deal, another pushing. And I think what's pretty different from the standard that we're used to is, one, the extraterritorial nature. Like whether you're in Brazil, in Europe, you're thinking that both China and the US are exerting power very, very far from just their own border. And the second part is clearly coercive. So first, let me define the term. I think what geoeconomics is essentially countries that use the existing trade and finance network of their economies to achieve either a political or an economic goal abroad. So just by definition, you're going extraterritorial and you're using what you can control. Now, at some level, this is nothing new, okay? So it's kind of exciting. I'm excited about it, but you have to recognize that if you zoom out and you look at the long span of history, it's not that surprising, and it's not that new. Pretty much all great empires and great powers have been at this. The Medici did it with their bank. The British Empire did it to secure national resources. The US did it, not just on the positive side of the Marshall Plan, but there have been certainly more nefarious aspects, like interventions on Iran during the Eisenhower administration, in Latin America with Foster Dulles. So this isn't something that is entirely new. I would say that the liberal order, what I grew up in as a teenager, so post-Cold War, looks more exceptional rather than the norm from an historical perspective. But I wouldn't think of it as the absence of these issues, but as a particular incarnation of those issues. And so we have to ask ourselves what has changed that is making us move away from that deal. And I would say that two things are certainly new for us. First is the coercive element. I think Emily already mentioned it. There is not a lot of positive economic statecraft going on right now. When we wake up in the morning, most things are about threats, and they're pretty blunt threats. They're not threats of the good kind of, I want to enforce safety at sea, and only if you do an act of piracy, then I will send the Navy around you. It's probably more of the kind of, I might send the Navy unless you give me the particular deal I want. It's of a very different nature. The second aspect that I think also Emily brought up is the interdependence, and I'll come back to this. If you think of the Cold War, it was very different from what we're experiencing. There were two blocs that were largely not trading a lot with each other and had a military and philosophical confrontation on the economic system. That's extraordinarily different from what we see now with the US and China, where we have an incredibly embedded relationship with each other. But I don't think it's just about the value chains. I'm going to argue that a big change is the nature of what we trade. So much of what we trade now is in services, in things that have huge strategic complementarities. You want to be on the same AI model of everybody else. You want to be on the same payment system as everybody else. And also they're digitally delivered. So they lend themselves very easily to global natural monopolies. You can be very dominant. In fact, the US is extremely dominant in some of these parts. Think of the payment system. We are slowly moving away. Linda has a great review paper on this. But it's so dominated because it's entirely digitally delivered. And very naturally, you want to be on the same system as everybody else. That changes the nature of strategic interaction compared if we were trading simple manufacturing goods with each other, even if we were trading a lot. So I don't think it's just the value chain or it's just the amount of trade. It's the nature of what we trade that is going to intensify this kind of competition. Now, to get back to these points, I'll try to make three sort of points that are more research related, since I have no experience in the real world. I thought I would do experience on academia. These are largely things that we did with Jesse and Chris, who are watching the England game over there. Tell us an update. I think Steve is pretty curious. But in other parts of life, they tend to discuss research with me. And so one is, thinking about choke points and national security. So national security is really an abused term. Why? Because if you want a subsidy, particularly because of the lexicographic aspect, the first thing you do in a policy room is you raise your hand and you come up with the best thing that you can say about you being important for national security. Part of that is lack of a definition, lack of measurement. And so if I think of, for example, choke points, which I think of as sectors that I control that have at least three features. First, they have to be very difficult to substitute away from. That might be coming from elasticities themselves, like the next chips are really a poor substitute for the ones I have, or they might become from dominance. I control so much of the sector, like in processing or rare earths or China, that if you try to move away from me, you're going to move the prices massively against you because there's only 5% of the market left. But also they have to be influencing a process in your economy that ultimately is a big deal for you. If I think of, for example, finance is a small share of value added in GDP directly. But we know that influencing your financial system has a big indirect effect on the rest of your economy. Now, if you think about choke points as being extreme sectors in these respects, they're very, very difficult to move away from, and they have undue large influence on the target economy. Most trade isn't like that. Most sectors don't qualify. Most trade is in things that you can easily substitute away, or in things that are not that crucial, they're not going to make your entire economy collapse. That already tells you that most trade isn't national security relevant, and certainly they're looking at just shares. It's a terrible idea. You really have to think harder about the effects. But that brings back what I said about the nature of the goods. Why? Because if you think about how countries are exerting power extraterritorially, if I was dealing with something that had no externalities, I'll bully you a little bit, I'll extract, but that's the end of the game. But if you're dealing with sectors with huge strategic complementarities, then it becomes a drug dealer model. I want everybody else to be on this system, because once everybody else is on it, it's extremely powerful to threaten you individually to get out. And so I think part of the reason why we're seeing this acceleration, and we're seeing it in AI, we're seeing it in payment systems, is the nature of the goods lends itself very well to manipulating power and exerting it. The second thing that I will mention is the risk of fragmentation. And I don't mean fragmentation. Again, once you think about national security relevance, this is not going to show up in total trade. Total trade might be booming, but we're going to see fragmentation in particular edges. We are starting to see it in the payment system. Very little for now, but China's trying to push their own system. The Europeans are introducing the digital euro because they're scared of Visa and MasterCard. Brazil has been in the news on PIGS for similar reasons. You see it in custody. You certainly are seeing it in the AI space. So I don't think this is going to show up if we simply do exports plus imports over GDP and sum it up. But you're going to see it in the right spot, and we're starting to see it. And there is a bit of a risk of a doom loop. Again, think about the nature of the goods. If we're all on the same payment system, and I give you the impression that I'm going to bully you all the time, then Lorenzo's going to move out first. But then once Lorenzo is out, the system is a little bit less attractive to all of you. So Linda will also want to move out. And as Linda moves out, the next person will find it attractive to move out. And we might end up in a world where we're overly secure, but we gave up too much of the gains from trade. And there's a real risk that uncoordinated policy in the face of threats is going to mean that everybody's going to want their own thing, and that's extremely inefficient. The last thing I will mention, and I really want to give a shout out to Bagwell and Steger on this, is the importance of rules. I mean, we're rediscovering the importance of commitment. If you think about this, and I think Mark Carney had put it quite well, in the short run, negative coercion can be very profitable. Because everybody has formed relationship thinking that that was not going to happen. You can potentially extract a lot of surplus in the short run because they have no alternative. But that's very short-sighted. It's going to increase the incentives to move away. It's going to dilute the power in the long run. And so I think the rules aren't just good for everybody else. They're good for the country that exerts the most power. And I think that brings up the notion of multilateral institutions and any commitments have been good for them, not for us. I think that's highly misguided. And if you go back to positive economic statecraft after World War II, this was very intentional set up as it probably is great for you, and we think it should be great for you. but it's certainly great for us. And we kind of lost that narrative into an idea that any commitment is only of a benefit to the foreigners. And I think the fragmentation that we might be seeing, it's just the realization that, once everybody gets expected to be bullied all the time, it's no surprise that they're moving away. Now, where does that leave us for the future? And then I'll conclude. First, it's pretty obvious that what Prime Minister Carney termed the useful fictions, those fictions are gone. Nobody in their right mind is going to say that we're going to go back to the world pre-2018. So the question is, where do we settle? And my hope is that we settle on at least some rules and some understanding that those rules are good for the big countries because they give them a sphere of influence. I think it's not obvious to me what the role of multilateral institutions is in that world, because, for example, if you are an institution that is supposed to represent both the US and China, you might be becoming useless because there is no way to really do that. And so we might see more fragmentation there, or we might not. But that, I will leave it as an open question.
Amazing. That was a terrific, three terrific sets of presentations, really opening up this amazing, complicated set of issues. So what I thought we'd do is kind of open it up to Q&A from the room. So I have some questions I might ask as well, but just to open it up in case anyone's got particular questions for the panelists or would like to sort of contribute something that they feel hasn't already been covered during this panel. There's one microphone in the middle of the table on the right there, one in the middle of the back, and one in the middle at the back here. If you could use the microphone, because this has been recorded, so that we could sort of hear your question and discussion, that would be fantastic. So John Stone, do you want to come to the microphone at the front here? That would be great.
Thanks, guys. Those were great comments. Matteo already commented on this a little bit, but Chad and Emily, do you have anything to... what prospects do you see for multilateral institutions moving forward? A WTO minus the US, some sort of totally new institution. Is it all totally hopeless? Yeah.
Chad, would you like to go first? Oh, boy. Oh, I can steal this one. That's not the question I like to answer, because it's very hard to separate my hopes and dreams from the reality as I see it. So a couple things to be clear, and if Ralph also, with whom all of us often serve on panels as well, were in the room, he'd remind us that the vast majority of the world's economies and people in the world's economies are not in the United States or in China. There's a big, big world, and most of those countries who were already committed to the multilateral system remain so, and so I think that's number one important point. Thinking about coordinating mechanisms for those outside of protagonist-antagonist bilateral relationships is really key. So that's point one. Point number two, I would say, is multilateral institutions. The WTO is, in many ways, I think, in the toughest spot of the multilats. The IMF clearly has an incredibly important role to play and remains supported by both the United States and by China. The World Bank, same deal. So those I'm less worried about. The challenges certainly remain. But even with plurilateral arrangements, lots of progress can be made. So open access plurilateral arrangements, think of the work that Bernard Hoekman's been doing for decades, thinking about how to create cooperative arrangements where groups of countries can come together and say, here's a thing we would like to do, anybody is welcome to join. I think that kind of architecture could be incredibly valuable still. But making it all work in Geneva, I'm not going to pretend that's easy.
Just super quickly, Michaela Bruta has got a great paper on this with Bob Steger and Aditya Matu. From a rules perspective, the really, really hard part, if you buy this argument that we're in a new world where there's just geographically concentrated production of certain things that ended up in places that's not okay, and you think about, well, what are the instruments that I need to efficiently move some of that? It's either subsidies or discriminatory tariffs, and there's rules against both in the WTO, right? So you could have a waiver which says, okay, we're going to get rid of those rules, but then you're basically undermining, some of the core principles. So it's not just the US and China not getting along that's a problem. Some of the rules aren't really fit for the challenges, I think, that we're facing today.
Thank you, and I think Linda has a question next.
Yeah,
information, not just here, but geoeconomics in general, is sort of U.S.-China, which of course is the two big players, but there's another big player, the European Union. And in talking to Europeans, I'm curious what you think. There's one view that Europe is going to be the place that upholds multilateral institutions, and they want to keep their hands clean, and they're not going to, they'll be the place that models what trade used to look like and rules used to look like. The other view is that there are many people articulating that maybe Europe needs to push back, and they're a big, big market, and that could be quite damaging to the U.S. and make the pain a little bit harder from U.S. policy. So I don't know, what do you think? Should Europe keep their hands clean, or should Europe get into this and raise the stakes a bit?
Well, I'm not going to answer the should question because I think we're not allowed to answer the should question. I guess I would, but I would agree 100%. This is the one to watch. I think it's, for me, it's less interesting to watch the U.S.-Europe relationship, which I just think is like a family that's always squabbling. But Europe is really now at the front lines of the China challenge, right? And it's largely because U.S. tariffs are forcing that stuff elsewhere, and China's not stopping its export juggernaut, right? And so the question is Europe going to deal with this in a rules-based way or not? So they're imagining lots of new policy instruments. Now, none of them are consistent with the WTO in a, there's an explicit rules in the WTO that say thou shalt be able to, implement a procurement policy or a foreign subsidies, regulation or any of these kinds of things. They're rules that they would implement, but in a sense, they're really no different than Section 301 in the United States, right? But we'll see. It's really, they're at the forefront of it right now with China, and how it is that they're going to respond is fascinating from an American policymaker that's kind of been waiting for this moment for Europe for a long time.
I guess as the European, I'll take part of the question. So I would say two things. One is specific to Europe, which is actually Europe is quite active in this space. So first, they're doing a lot on the payment side. I mentioned in the brief remarks, there's clearly a big concern, particularly with retail payments in Europe being heavily intermediated via US companies. That is a big part of the impetus behind launching the digital euro. But even if you look cross-border, they're doing a lot to extend their own payment system to other neighboring countries, and these days even to countries that are quite far geographically, and creating an alternative to US-centric systems. The other place where it's obviously happening is defense. Clearly NATO is under stress. Even if the Europeans were to reach the amount of spending that the US would like, without counting bridges, roads, and things like that, even then, would you want to spend it on military equipment that is US-centric? That it's unlikely to happen. So it is quite active, and Chad mentioned the China question. They're getting flooded by Chinese goods, and they're thinking of deviating. But to your questions about the rules, I think it's much more general than Europe. I've sort of come to the following view, which is what we mean by rules has to be slightly redefined. If by rules we mean the rule book of the WTO or the Washington Consensus for the IMF, I think the answer is no. But if we mean by Europe is going to play by rules, which I define much more broadly as no capriciousness and chaotic threats on every day, but a reasoned economic statecraft policy with clear principles that might not adhere to the old rules, but make it very predictable. I think probably the answer is yes, and I think among the European policymakers, I see a lot of emphasis on that. But I think the world rules now needs a lot of qualifiers on what do we actually mean.
I feel bad going after the European now because you should get the last word. So just pretend I said this first. I just want to flag two other things. I learned a lot serving in government, by the way. I recommend this to everybody. If you get the opportunity to serve, you could just learn a ton. It's really fun, also exhausting. But one of the biggest things I learned about Europe is the difference between the European Commission, the EU, and the member state competencies. And let's just be clear, in the realm of economic and national security. National security sits with member states, but economics sits with the EU and the EC. And so institutional structure really matters in a very important way in any country, and I just want to, or any economy, I should say. And I just want to be really clear that Europe is very different in that way. I think that has a lot to do with the slowness of response that Chad suggested. The other thing is I just want to flag the metagame for Europe pushing back against the United States, say on tariff demands or some other economic move that's a little bit more carrots and sticks sounding. Remember that there is a big game too, and NATO is a huge piece of it. And so I don't know how to put that into a model, but I think that's operative in the conversations and the responses that we're seeing and not seeing in Europe today.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments anyone would like to raise? I think Kalina had a question. I think there's a microphone just along the table there.
So thank you, this has been fascinating. I wonder how you think about the multitude of questions that we're confronting as a world and whether any of them are actually kind of unifying and can bring us to a negotiation table. So I'm thinking climate or global poverty, or are there essentially forces that align incentives? And if so, then from a game theoretic perspective, is it better to deal with those separately or together with the ones that are divisive? Like to separate, multilateral platforms for solving the easy one and the hard one, or package them to kind of use that?
So I'll go first. I don't know about actually my general sense is the bigger the package, the better. I think in the trade space where we've had real difficulty making any progress on anything in the last 20 years is this emphasis on small sectoral whatever agreements where there's absolutely no trade-offs. And so you can't create enough wins to actually get anything meaningful done. We're starting at a point now where there's so much bad stuff happening in the world that you could package a lot of things together and make a lot of folks better off and create wins for everyone. So I would encourage as big a packages as possible. And learn from how the rounds of trade negotiations developed in the past, where that's exactly the approach, that they took.
Absolutely agree with what Chad said. I think that's the most important point, but you wanted some examples and you flagged them, right? Global poverty is certainly one. How do we deal with technology and controls, and particularly the way non-state actors could use open source AI models that could be used to create weapons, WMD of various varieties? That seems like a first order issue where governments around the world have an incentive to collaborate, again, with a focus there on non-state. Climate, obviously, pandemic preparedness, but we just did that. It was not very long ago. It seems like we've forgotten the lessons of COVID in a lot of ways. But let's also be clear, with every single one of these global commons problems, I think there is also an opportunity, if you just stand back a little bit, to see how governments would face that same threat and respond in a way that, unilaterally in a way that imposes costs on others. So pandemic preparedness or being struck by another COVID-19, do we have the same kind of vaccine nationalism that we saw 6 years ago? I don't know. When we think about climate, a lot of disruptions are going to shape global migration flows and sudden surges of populations out of particular geographies. This does not traditionally bring all the world together so much as cause countries most affected to raise their borders and engage in other kinds of unilateralist behavior. So I want to look for these places. I think sometimes as a thought experiment, maybe the asteroid threat is the one that brings the world economy together. I suspect we might see folks finding opportunities to allow that to pull us apart as well. I don't know.
I mean, I will add two things, and Emily touched on this in her remarks, is the difference in positive versus negative statecraft. If the issues are about positive statecraft, is what we're exerting power that clearly makes the world better, and the question is who gets the surplus, that's a very different negotiation from negative statecraft, where all I'm doing is making the world worse, but I'm extracting a big chunk. And clearly in the second one, you tend to want to do it one by one, precisely for the logic that I explained of the drug dealer model. When it's positive statecraft, the dynamic might be very different. But something that I think has been on my mind, and we have not done work on this, but all panelists, I think, have treated the US and China as the right entity, but we might be facing a much more complicated problem because the polarization is not just between the two countries, it's between parties within the countries, and so you might have to constantly worry about who's going to be in charge 4 years from now, and if that feels like a very different country, negotiations have to take that into account. That is not a problem that we've had so often. I mean, the old idea that domestic policy stops at the border when it comes to foreign policy, which was probably never quite true, but a useful fiction, clearly isn't there anymore. And that, I think, it's just a different part of the game that we've been in.
Thank you very much. We're getting a little tight on time now, so I think we should probably stop there. Please join me in thanking all three panelists for a terrific panel discussion. I wanted just to say four things briefly at the end. Now, firstly, to advertise that Matteo and Jesse have a session all day tomorrow on geoeconomics, which I think may even be in this room. So just to kind of advertise that to you, many kind of trade-related papers there. Secondly, I just wanted to thank Treb and Natalia for doing such a terrific job. Amazing program, amazing set of papers, discussions, and conversations from the floor. And then thirdly, just to thank Brett and the whole NBER team for all of their amazing support. And then finally, just to advertise, next summer's Summer Institute will be jointly organized by Natalia Raimondo and Lorenzo Caliendo over in the corner there.
What's the score? 1-1?
Yeah. Thanks, that was amazing.